Good morning, everybody. Welcome to New York City. It is so good to be in person. I know that you're probably hearing that a lot, but after the last 18 months to actually see faces is just amazing to me. Full disclosure, my name is not Charlie Oppler. I would have to grow about another foot, be much more distinguished, but Charlie has been here actually for the last 3 days. He had an extremely successful event that was his brainchild called C5, which was a commercial event in this same location. Many of us have been here for the last, this is our 4th day at the Marriott Marquis. I have to really applaud Charlie because he's had a vision of really growing commercial and global as part of the National Association of Realtors for a number of years. I actually was with Charlie at MIPIM in Cannes, France. I want to say, I think all of us have experienced this time warp where we forget what year it was, but I want to say it was 2019. And that's when he talked to me about this vision, and he made it happen as president of the National Association of Realtors. So I really have to commend him and the entire NAR team. And you're going to be meeting several of them today, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting because the NAR conference, which focused on commercial, they called it 5C. And capital, commerce, connect. So I was thinking about global and how that would apply, and I came up with another C word that I think is really, truly appropriate for the global community, which is collaboration. You can't really exist in the global market without being a true collaborator. And it made me think about the dynamic about real estate, which makes us so special, which is while we all compete with each other, we still collaborate with each other to benefit our consumers. And that truly makes us unique, and it makes you all so unique and special. So I'd like to start by having you give yourselves a hand for being here today and understanding that special dynamic. I also really appreciate the fact of all the collaboration that goes on for this event. This brings together a number of associations who spend almost the entire year planning this event, and you'll be meeting several of those folks today. But I want to acknowledge the sponsoring associations, the Greater Bergen Realtors, the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors. Did I introduce myself? Richard Haggerty, CEO of the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors. I always assume people know who I am, and that's a wrong assumption. So I'm CEO of the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors, and I'm President and Chief Strategic Growth Officer for One Key MLS. The North Central Jersey Association. I'm getting that wrong, aren't I? NCJAR? Okay. Staten Island Board of Realtors and the Brooklyn Board of Realtors and MLS. We also have our supporting associations here, the Greenwich Association of Realtors, and you folks are out in force. Who's here from Greenwich? That's great. Thank you all so much for coming. The Liberty Board of Realtors, thank you for your support, and the Long Island Board of Realtors. We could not do it without the support of all of these associations who come together. We also are going to be thanking our sponsors as the day continues, but I encourage you to visit our sponsors during the breaks because we also could not conduct this event without the support of our sponsors. So now, without any further ado, I'm going to get into the first speaker of the day. I want to remind you that this event is actually a hybrid. We actually also have a number of folks who are participating virtually. And I think that's going to be our new reality. And I think that's actually going to also be one of our strengths. I'm one of those folks who is really done with Zoom. But think about what we would have accomplished over the last 18 months if we had not had Zoom. We couldn't have taken our businesses remote the way we did. So while I think that in-person is coming back, and I'm so excited about that, I still think that virtual events are also going to continue to strengthen what we offer to our members. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. I'm going to see if I can pronounce her last name. She gave me a great tip last night, so I'm going to see if it works. Her name is Gay Coro. I'm blowing it. I had it down. Coro Raton. And she said, just think about Boca Raton. So that's what I've been doing all morning. Gay directs the production of NAR's proprietary housing statistics on existing and pending sales, prices, inventory, and home affordability, commercial surveys and reports, land surveys, and national and local market surveys on foreign buyers and transactions in NAR's Global Alliance partner countries. Gay has an MS in Statistical Science from George Mason University, an MA and BS in Economics from the University of the Philippines, and an MS in Industrial Economics from the University of Asia and the Pacific in the Philippines. She holds a certified business economist CBE designation from the National Association of Business Economics. Gay, we thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Thank you especially to the Greater Bergen Realtors, George Ledesma, for inviting me over. Glad to be here. I always love New York, have a special affinity for New York. You don't want to know how old I am, but way, way back. We lived in New York up on 242nd Street. All my daughters have lived here as well, and so we say, yes, we all lived in New York, and as they say, right, if you make it here, you'll make it anywhere. So anyway, thank you again for inviting me. So I will be presenting today a mix of what's happening in the global, residential, and commercial space. So I hope there's a bit for everyone. I realize I should have put more slides as well on the work that we have done on foreign buyers abroad. So I didn't do that, but I can we can talk about that during the Q&A session. So with that, let me start. Yeah, so I think it's important to start with where in the United States are what you call your, global destinations or global areas. And of course, Lisa and I always talk about it. Foreign buyers come from the globe, across the globe, and they buy almost anywhere in the United States. But, of course, foreign buyers, that's a niche market, and some of them tend to concentrate in a few areas. And if you look at this chart, this chart shows you the counties where more than 20% of the population is foreign-born as of 2019. And you can see there the orange-colored areas. Of course, I'm sure you know where the New York, New Jersey area is on the map. You see it clearly there. That little orange area up a bit, the New York area, that will be your Massachusetts area. And then, of course, Florida is there, kind of like the orange dot in the Georgia area. So you know where that is to Atlanta. So it's really the Massachusetts, New York, Florida, Texas, and a lot of it would be in the California and Washington area. So now, interestingly, and this was, I was surprised with this one too. Of course, we all know how, the New York, New Jersey area is really a mecca for foreigners and immigrants, but this really wowed me, that 43% of the population of Hudson County in New Jersey is foreign-born. 43%. The Middlesex County, New Jersey, 32%, Bergen, also a third, so, that is huge, and foreign buyers, they tend to locate in areas where they already have affinity to, right? So culturally, they have an affinity for that place. They may have relatives there. So just the fact that you already have a lot of immigrants already living in these states already says that in the future, and actually now, these are attractive destinations for your foreign buyers. In the New York area, Queens, 47%. Wow, 47% are foreign-born. My daughter rented an apartment in Queens, and I can see that, everywhere you go, every little restaurant. It's just so diverse, and I say you never feel alone. You just when you come, you feel part of it because you see somebody who's Asian, you see somebody who's Indian, you see somebody who's from Europe, you see somebody from Latin America. You just feel at home. This, what is this? This slide, I guess, just shows you, seems like a data dump, but I'm leaving this slide because I know you also want data. So I guess this slide just shows you also the race and the ethnicity of the foreign buyers, of the foreign-born population in these geographic counties in New York and the New Jersey area. And you can see, for example, that in Hudson and in Middlesex, there's more Asians there, whereas, for example, in Westchester, New York, there's more of the white population there. But this is data that you can use. Okay, so I think maybe I was going to say that we need to emphasize that really the foreign-born population or foreign immigration is very important because, especially for states that are experiencing net domestic migration, and the Newark, Jersey City is one of those. Based on the census data, you had 216,000 people move out of this area to other states, and I'm sure there are people here from other states, so they're moving to places like Raleigh, Atlanta, Georgia, certainly the Florida area, I think Alabama, and then Phoenix, Arizona. So they're moving to these less expensive areas, but the foreigners are coming here. So the influx of immigration is offsetting the decline in domestic out-migration. So, the role of opening up immigration, the role of immigrants in the housing sector, commercial sector is important, and you can really see that in the graph here. Now, the other thing also is that at least for New York, Newark, Jersey City, it is the second largest destination of the origin of movement of exports, right? So it's a commercial spot. Houston takes number one, I guess because maybe for the oil exports, but yeah, so New York is the second, and they got Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, Miami. So wherever you see business, wherever you see the global movement of goods, you would expect, businessmen to come. You would expect just a lot of also foreign buying activity, not just for residential, but also for commercial. So for commercial, certainly industrial would be a good area or property area for investments in these metro areas where there's just a lot of exports coming in, right? So you need your warehouses, you need your distribution centers. So I just wanted to put this out there. So yeah, New York, New Jersey, the second largest destination. Now let me go a little bit more into what's happening lately. So, we need not, I guess you all recognize, you all feel this, nothing surprising about this, but there was a decline in cross-border acquisition of US commercial real estate. So typically you have about 100 billion a year of foreign capital investing in US commercial real estate. That is down to just 36 billion starting in 2020 with the pandemic. And here you see that Manhattan falls to number 10. Manhattan used to be the number one destination for foreign buyers of commercial real estate, fell to number 10. But New Jersey, northern New Jersey, which is less expensive, rose from 24th, I think, to number 11. So buyers are looking at places where commercial real estate, residential real estate is cheaper. And of course, we know, and I'll show a slide later on that shows that the office sector in Manhattan is still down, and in most of the major gateway cities. So, they're looking at the potential of the cities, but New York is New York. We'll see. I think Manhattan go up again, but you'll see other areas, just going. Seattle, Austin, San Francisco, Dallas. Again, as I said, these are your relatively inexpensive areas, and these are the areas where the population is going to right now. Like Texas last year just had a net in-migration of about 300,000 people. So Texas and Florida are where people are going to right now. In terms of the origin of the investors, Canada is still #1, but there are more also investments coming from Europe, Asia, the Middle East. So, you all have a connection with these counties. So global transactions are very kind of niche oriented. So when we do our survey, I always get a comment that says, well, I have a family in Albania, so I'm very comfortable dealing with, foreign buyers from Albania. Or if you're Asian, typically you'll probably want also to have your clients from that country. It's not always the case. I know a Filipino, and her client is not the Filipino base. It's, she deals with the Hispanics. But, typically, an agent will usually deal with clients from her home country or a country that she has a cultural affinity to. Acquisitions, where are they? Where are commercial buyers investing? Used to be that it was the retail trade sector, and now you can see that similar to what our domestic investors are also doing, they're going into multifamily and industrial. Those are the two hottest markets. Multifamily, not a lot of apartments, so rents are already starting to rise. You got a vacancy rate of less than 5%. We all know that industrial is booming because of e-commerce. So there's just a lot of potential there, and those are where also your foreign commercial investors are going into. So now let me go to a residential. Residential has come down also, but investments are now at about 54 billion. COVID certainly impacted the foreign buyer purchases, but it's something that started not just during 2020. You saw that decline there. It started during 2018. And by the way, when we say 2018 here or 2021, most of this is really in the year 2020, because the reference period is April 2020 to March 2021. So most of the 2021 survey is really capturing that 2020 data. But as you can see, starting in 2018, you've already seen a decline. And people love this report. First of all, nobody else does this report. The media loves it, our members love it. And it's because the data here is speaking so much more about foreign buyers purchasing property in the US, but it's indicating kind of like reflecting the policies that the United States is pursuing or implementing, and that is impacting foreign buyers. So for example, and it's also reflecting what is happening globally. So part of the major reason really, for example, for the decline in 2018 is when China started also controlling the outflow of foreign capital, and Chinese economic growth slowed down. So Chinese are a major foreign buyers, and so we saw that decline. 2018, 2019, if you recall, maybe it seems so long ago, but if you recall, we had the US-China trade war. That tit-for-tat trade war, and everybody was afraid that, the global economy was going to plunge into another recession. It didn't, but growth did slow. And so, and we also had policies that were not quite friendly to immigration. If you look at our report, the data was also showing that there was a decline in students entering the United States. So a lot of international indicators were just showing a downturn, and that got reflected in the decline in foreign buyer purchases in the US. So foreign buyers purchase property to live here. You have businesses coming here to invest here. You have students here. You have people buying for vacation, investment rental. And so if foreign buyers think that, well, I don't know what the immigration policy is, or, well, U.S.-China relations are not so good, I don't anticipate myself doing more business in the United States, so then they also don't anticipate buying property in the United States. But if they feel that the immigration policy is good, and they feel that business will keep flourishing, well, if I come here to do business once or twice a year, might as well buy a property, right? So all of these factors are playing into the decisions of foreigners to purchase property in the United States. But so COVID was certainly the factor for the decline in 2021. Now we probably, and I think, yes, we should see this coming up with the end of the travel bans. Definitely we should see an uptick in foreign buyer sales. Dollar volume, I think I mentioned it, so significant drop in purchases from Canada. Used to be 30 billion. It hit 30 billion, went up to as much as 30 billion. Now it's just around, less than 11.5 billion, right? So significant decline in 2020, because of the ban on foreign travels. So as I said, with the end of those travel bans, we expect to see, more foreigners coming in, and, the U.S. is still a land of immigrants, and places like New York, I don't think they'll ever die. People love to visit New York. I was just at Times Square, and people were snapping at pictures of neon lit buildings. It's just like, they love it. So in fact, I think that the hotel business and the retail business will come back first before the office sector. But with the opening up of, again, travel between among countries and the United States, we should see this foreign investments picking up. Major destinations, Florida is 21%, then Canada. So most people who come to Florida are people from Latin America. People who come to California are from Asia, typically Texas. They're from, again, Latin America, and also Arizona. The New York, New Jersey area, a lot of them are Asians, the Chinese, the Indians, but it's a mix. As I said, half of the population in most of the metro areas here are foreign born, so it's a mix. Other areas, we have North Carolina, Ohio, Georgia, Michigan. Sometimes we see Virginia here. But anyway, if your state is not there, doesn't mean you don't have a foreign buyer. You probably have a share of something like 2% to 1%. So about 150,000 homes were purchased last year. So you can kind of figure out the share there. Economy is recovering. Global economy is recovering, and anytime the global economy is recovering, you see more businesses, and the underlying economic environment is always what will drive investments in commercial, what will drive purchases. People have more purchasing power, so that's the good news. And in the United States, the United States, so 7% expected growth this year. Sorry, my slide isn't coming up well. But all of those countries are recovering. Tourist arrivals, they're also recovering. About 5.8 million monthly arrive in the United States. That's now at 2 million. Most of the recovery is coming from your visitors from Latin America. That's the green one, and it didn't show in the legend, but green would be your Latin America. Um, so GDP, US GDP is now 2% above the pre-pandemic level. Still some job losses there. All of them are showing, all of the economic sectors are showing a recovery, but still a long way to go. We had about 17 million jobs recovered out of the 22 million that were lost. 22 million jobs, recovered 17. Even in leisure and hospitality, jobs are coming back, but we know that, unless the economy totally opens, so people get vaccinated. Right now, about half of the population has just gotten vaccinated. So until we see, the pandemic and the Delta variant transmission rates decline, we will continue to see the impact on leisure and hospitality. So in terms of the states, right now we just have Idaho, Utah, and Arizona, where employment has already recovered based on the pre-pandemic level. So most states like New York, New Jersey, employment is still significantly down. You got a darker blue area there. But despite that, hey, the housing market is booming. Home prices appreciated about 25% in May. Historical appreciation. We've never had that, not even during the bubble prior to the Great Recession, when home prices were just rising by 17%. Now, of course, that's not sustainable. You can't have home prices going up by 25% when your wages are just growing up by 4%. And so we've seen prices coming down. We've seen demand softening, and also supply improving a bit. So latest data from NAR shows that home prices are just up by about 15%. But that is still 3 times more than the wage growth. So affordability is impacting foreign buyers, and so that's why you're also seeing this, increase in, sorry, let me just show this slide first. 94% of 183 metros are showing double-digit price gains. I think in New York, New Jersey got about 30%. So very strong price growth. How will this impact demand for foreign buyers? Well, again, they will look at areas that are still relatively affordable. But that's just one factor, where your family is, where your cultural affinity is, that's another factor. Where maybe you want to send your kids to school, right? If your child got into, I don't know, one of the schools here, or Texas, or California, that's where they'll buy property. So because of the strong price growth, we're seeing people going also, but we're seeing more demand for rentals. You can see there that absorption of apartment rentals is about at 800,000. We've never seen this absorption of apartment rentals in the last decade. Vacancy rates are at 4.6%. Industrial is recovering, even retail is recovering. So when I see this chart, I'm really, I'm kind of saying the commercial sector isn't that bad, right? It's just the office sector. Only the office sector is down, but everything else, it's up. And that 500 million absorption of industrial space, 500 million square feet, that is more than the 140 million square feet of office space that was lost. So if you're in industrial, in multifamily, great, office, if you're there, still suffering, but I'll show later that actually that decline is concentrated in just the gateway cities. And so there you see it, rent growth, 10%. Multifamily, again, all the other property sectors are showing positive rent growth, except for the office sector. Cap rates continue to go down, and this is also partly because the 10-year Treasury note yield has been going down. But if you also factor that into account, you'll still see, for example, that industrial cap rates, right, they're down by about, what's that, 6.4, I have to do the math, 0.7 or something. So cap rates are falling more than the 0.3% decline in your 10-year treasury yield. So you still have a net gain there, net positive return. So there it is again, net absorption, about 689,000 of apartment units. Never seen that rate of absorption, and also we've never seen that rent growth. So if you're a developer too, please, if you're a developer, we need more construction, not just for single family homes, for home ownership, but also for rental, because these prices, 10.7%, they're not just affordable for most folks. And here I'm showing data that shows that even cities, the gateway cities that have lost renters before, they're coming back. So everything is now in orange, right? So you can see that blue line during 2020 when they lost people, renters are coming back. Same thing with rents. Rents are rising. So I think in the DC area, if I recall, because from DC area, 8.7% rent growth. Boston, 10%. What is it? Northern New Jersey, 5%. So rents are rising. Although this is aggregate data, my daughter lives on 55th Street, so she got a $2,000, $2,200. She's paying $2,200 for a $3,000 apartment. So I guess for her, rents are still down. Which is good. But in general, so this is data from CoStar, and it's showing that rents are rising on the aggregate. Again, just metro areas here with the largest net absorption of apartment units. Dallas-Fort Worth is where people are going to. Most of them are in the South, Houston, Atlanta, but New York is there, and Northern New Jersey, is it there? I think it's positive, as we showed in the earlier slide, but it's not just one of the top areas. Florida, Seattle, Washington, I'm sure you've heard of these places booming, but this data just proves that. Here, rent growth is up in your mostly secondary markets. Palm Beach, for population of over 1 million, Florida, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Texas, those are where rents are growing. Population that are more in the mid-size, again, Sarasota, Florida somehow is top. Also a population for less than 250,000 and other areas. I think a lot of the baby boomers are just now going back and retiring, so COVID certainly has accelerated that retirement. They may have planned to retire, but now because they're working from home, so either they're retiring or they've already said, well, I can just work from home and buy a place. But the data is showing that the Florida market is just really booming right now. Industrial, I've already said, no surprise, about 400, nearly 500 million square feet, and that's because of e-commerce. So vacancy rates continue to go down. Again, if you're in development or if you're leasing, industrial is certainly the place, the property market to be in. New York and New Jersey, I've encircled them there. 300 out of 390 metro areas have positive net absorption, and that includes New York and the New Jersey area. But yeah, most of them, of course, will be around the coastal areas. And I've already showed a while ago the top areas, right, where you have the largest movement of net exports. So with the economy, global economy growing, with more trade across countries, you'll see a demand for industrial space. And I had to put this, Northern New Jersey had the highest year-over-year industrial asking rent growth. Yeah, 13.7%, nice. This is as of September 19, again, as I said, based on CoStar data. And then you got Miami also. Um, so, and by the way, feel free to use these stats. Feel free to snip and cut the slide, share them, just make an attribution to NAR on the slides that you will use. Retail, even retail is recovering. Um, uh, and again, this is where the retail, these are the metro areas where there's positive net absorption of retail over the past 12 months. So the demand for retail will essentially be driven where people are moving, right? They want to shop, they're retiring, they just want to have a good time, go out. So Houston, Atlanta, Dallas, these are where people are moving. Chicago, surprisingly, was there. But even New York is also there. And now northern New Jersey, I put it there. You had, as of now, negative net absorption of 45,000. Finally, the office. So the workforce is starting to head back, but you can see that prior to the pandemic, 5.7% of the population was working from home, still about double, 13.5%. But for your office using jobs, 12% of the population was working from home prior to the pandemic. It's still 4 times, 46%. So you still see the office sector down in terms of absorption, vacancy rates, rents. And it's the primary cities that have suffered the biggest losses over 12 months. New York is still down 22 million, DC, Los Angeles, Chicago, but it's the secondary markets that are more resilient, right? 1 million square feet in Palm Beach. Of course, certainly the 1 million and all this office space doesn't offset the huge declines in your gateway cities, but these areas are resilient. So that's why when we talk to our realtors, whenever we talk to them, they'll say, "Oh, it's great. Our office, there's demand for office space." And actually, the vacancy rate that I showed a while ago for office of 12%, that's nationally. But I was surprised when I just took the median of the 390 metro areas, the vacancy rates of those 390, you take the median, it's 7%. That means that all of these little places have vacancy rates below 12%, but nationally, because most of the office space is concentrated in these gateway cities, that's pulling up the vacancy rate to 12%. But if you look at areas individually, not that bad. Office rents, and there it is. Office rents are rising in most metros except in those 13 markets. So again, it's these 13 markets that are driving down that rent growth that you saw a while ago, about 0.5%. But in most areas, office rents are rising. Now, under construction, there's a lot of under construction in New York, in I think New Jersey also. So with that negative net absorption and the high vacancy rates, so we expect to see elevated vacancy rates and still soft rent growth in your major markets. So finally, the economic and commercial outlook. There's going to be an uptick in interest rates. Our chief economist, Lawrence Yun, is forecasting about 0.5% growth in interest rates because inflation is already rising. It's now about 5.3%. The average inflation rate that the Fed is targeting is just 2%. And we already showed that the economy is growing. Unemployment rate is down to just 5% now. There's still 9 million people who are unemployed, but about 10 million open jobs. So actually, the job openings are outweighing the number of people unemployed. I mean, there's some kind of friction there, mismatch. Maybe the job openings are in places that are less affordable, so people don't want to go there. But on the aggregate, job openings are outweighing unemployment rate. So, the economy is recovering well, but there's inflationary pressures, and so the Fed next year has already signaled and has already released a statement that they will start decreasing their purchases of asset-backed securities, and then they'll start raising the federal funds rate, which means about, as we said, our expectation is about 0.5% percentage point increase in interest rates. So which means your cap rates will also have to go up a bit, right? But I mean, you of course look at the risk-free return, right? Your cap rate minus always that 10-year rate. So that's the outlook for interest rates. And then the end of the travel ban will lead to more foreign buyer commercial and residential real estate, especially at the upper end of the market, or some of the more expensive areas. So for example, 10% of foreign buyers purchase property 1 million and above. And as I said, because like Chinese buyers, they go to New York, they go to California, properties are more expensive there, whereas nationally about only 5% purchase at 1 million and above. Multifamily and industrial will remain as the strongest sectors. You've seen this strong absorption, you've seen the decline in vacancy rates, you've seen the rent growth. So that's where the development needs to happen. And so that's where also much of the real estate activity is going to be. Retail brick and mortars are going to pick up in secondary and tertiary markets where people are moving. You've already seen data there also where there's a lot of absorption for retail properties like Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, kind of more of the Sun Belt markets. But as I said, office vacancy rates will likely remain elevated compared to the pre-pandemic level because of the negative net absorption and then of the ongoing construction that is still happening. NAR has done several studies on the conversion of vacant retail malls, conversion of hotels. So I think we will continue to see some of those conversions. So with that, thank you so much, and I hope I didn't run out. I hope I made it. Thank you. Happy to take questions. Oh, good. Okay, thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here this morning in person at the Global Real Estate Summit 2021, and so happy to see so many people here today in person and joining us online. My name is Breed Mortimer. I'm a realtor with Coldwell Banker in Greenwich, Connecticut, and I'm representing the Greenwich Association of Realtors here today as chair of their international committee. I'm a realtor, as I said, in Greenwich, and I specialize in residential properties throughout Greenwich, Lower Fairfield County, and Westchester, New York. I have dual Irish and French nationalities, so I speak fluent French and some Gaelic as well. The Greenwich Association of Realtors is thrilled to be a supporting association of today's Global Real Estate Summit. Similar to other counties in the tri-state area represented here today, over 25% of our population is foreign-born, and our proximity to one of the largest metropolitan cities in the world represents unique opportunities to international buyers and sellers alike. The Greenwich Association of Realtors is the preferred board for real estate professionals in the Greenwich, Connecticut area, and GAR owns and operates the Greenwich Multiple Listing Service, which powers a robust local property search on greenwichrealtors.com and provides market tools, data, and trends to over 1,200 realtors in our community. So it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers for our next session, using global networks to grow your business. Eugenia Foxworth of Foxworth Realty currently serves as the president of FIAPSI USA and specializes in residential properties in Manhattan, Riverdale, Brooklyn, and leisure properties internationally. And Susan Greenfield has over 45 years history in real estate brokerage, marketing, branding, and consulting services. She is FIAPSI World President-elect for 2022-23 and currently serves on the International Board of Directors of FIAPSI and is a past president of FIAPSI USA in 2017-2018. Please give them a warm welcome.
My name is Tony Danziger, and I have one microphone. Thanks everyone for coming. My name is Tony Danziger. I'm the co-chair of our Global Business Council, the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors. So I'd like to welcome both Susan and Eugenia here again today. And thank you, Gay, for the wonderful presentation. It shows you some of the amazing resources that we have through the National Association of Realtor, through the global NAR Global, through the CIPS brand that we try to promote every single year. But there are other resources out there. Eugenia and Susan are going to help us, guide us through what those other resources are. So we'll start with Eugenia. Tell us a little bit about FIAPSI. Why is FIAPSI so important? What is FIAPSI and what does it do for its members?
Good morning, everyone. FIAPSI works with all of the organizations, and we are 70 years old. So what do we do for our members? Well, we have 3 levels. We're national, we're local, and we are international. And our membership consists of real estate professionals on various levels, developers, investors, builders, so many different aspects, purveyors, surveyors, attorneys, you name it. And our members are, as I said, we have 7 divisions. You have the real estate brokers, real estate, what do you call it? You have students, we have academics, we have various property managers, etc.
Designers, investors.
Yes, so we have all of this as members, and it opens up things a little differently. And we are in 65 countries, and we have various affiliations. We have with HGAR, NAR, we have principal who are our principal members, etc. So it gives everybody a piece of the pie in real estate.
Great, thank you. And before we dig a little deeper, Susan, we'd like you to talk a little bit about MIPIM, the value that events like that bring to our industry and how they help us grow our businesses. So tell us a little bit about MIPIM, what it does, what it means, and how people can be involved with that.
I'm happy to, Tony. How many here have been to MIPIM? So I'm speaking to the choir. But those of you who haven't, MIPIM is it's a marché. It's a supermarket of all things related to real estate. MIPIM has been in existence since 1991. I personally have attended every MIPIM except for the last small edition, which was held in September. For obvious reasons, I didn't feel comfortable about going to France because of the pandemic. MIPIM is a direct corporate member of FIOPSI. What makes our affiliation, FIOPSI, very special at MIPIM is that we have been an exhibitor since the very beginning. The first MIPIM, there were only 2,500 to 2,600 people, very few people. And we had a small presence, but we were involved directly as a partner with MIPIM. MIPIM is also a global partner of FIOPSI. With an agreement with FIOPSI and MIPIM, we are a part of every event that they take under consideration and keep us as their partner. So we always have a presence at a MIPIM kind of event. MIPIM also has Propel, which is a new event that's taking place. There'll be one coming up. Eugenia, what's the date? December? I think it's in December. Yeah. It'll be here in New York. It'll be at the Javits Center. And you'll hear more about it. Eugenia will send out information about our affiliation with Propel. We'll be offering a discount, 50% discount. That's another thing. We're able to offer discounts to our members if they're FIOPSI members. Of course, you get a discount if you're an NAR member too, but we also hold a very special gala event the night before MIPIM begins in Cannes, and it's the most highly regarded and sought after event. It's black tie. All the heads of all of the companies that exhibit at MIPIM are attending this event. It's very special by invitation, and it's lovely. So at MIPIM, you have every single imaginable service provider in the real estate industry. You have property management companies, you have big commercial brokers, you have developers, you have architects, you have city planners. In addition to what we can offer as a FIOPSI association, which is an umbrella association of all the different sectors in real estate. In addition to that, it's also trade associations like NAR, SIOR. These are different associations that we're members and principal members. We also encompass the public sectors, and the public sectors are also at MIPIM. So you have cities that exhibit amazing, amazing displays. The City of London has a display that's, I would say, at least the width of this room, enormous display of the City of London. So MIPIM is exciting. And of course, what could be bad to be in the south of France in March when the weather is about 60, 65 degrees when it's sunny and everyone dines outside on the beach restaurants. It's very nice.
Great, thank you. Eugenia, a lot of people say, okay, we have another organization that we have to join, another set of dues. What does it mean to be a member of FIOPSI? How does that help us specifically grow our business? From your experience, how did you get involved? Where did you find the value? And how did you leverage that?
Sorry. FIOPSI saved my life. I got into real estate because I came from another field. I owned a fine arts gallery and I was trying to find another space. And I decided to get my license. I got my license and said, hey, this will be good. You know, I can do the art, etc. The only thing I was missing was real estate experience. I met someone at an event because I was tagging along or picking up, not knowing where I was going, and it happened to be FIOPSI. Oh, the one thing is, I was already a member of NAR because I went with Coldwell Banker because I couldn't hold my license by myself. And so it opened up everything. So I discovered this organization that had wonderful events. There were people that were really educating me. They were showing me what to do. And that was the beginning. So whenever you become a member, you have the opportunity to network. You have to go to the various meetings, travel to the different countries. As a matter of fact, when I opened my business, the bottom fell out of real estate in 2008. The economy was flat. We were having an event in Hawaii, and that's when the announcement came, just as I was hanging my shingle. So what I say to everyone is, the OPSI kept me in business because the people that I met knew what I was doing. People in other countries would send people to me, their children going to Columbia or NYU or the NYU Dental School. All of this happened because I happened to be a groupie and following along after an organization I didn't know. It will help you grow your business, and with the education behind, you will learn things that you did not know before. And for me, I am still in business. During COVID, I had phone calls from people. Matter of fact, some of the members that are here, FIOPSI, you can rely on. Michael Ring, who's here, called me, gave a friend of his my name, and my business was booming during all of our Zoom calls. Why and how? Because members that I met throughout. It's an opportunity, and we are different. So you have the advantage because you have the attorneys that have clients. You have the appraisers. And did I answer your question?
I think you did. And I think you actually mentioned something very important. You mentioned the word network. And Susan, maybe you could tell us a little bit about that network at MIPIM, what that means, what is your network at MIPIM, and how have you managed to grow that network over these 20 plus years?
Happy to do that. First, I want to say one thing. I have been coming to this event for 15 years. I came and spoke at the very first 15 years ago, right, Sandy? Sari Kingsley invited me to speak, so I just want to congratulate you. I just think this is phenomenal. The first MIPIM was 1,500, 2,600 people. It's grown to 2,000 in some years. It was up to 20,000, and some years it grew up to 30,000 people. We at FIOPSI have a pavilion. It's a 150 square meter pavilion. It's designed and installed by FIOPSI for our members with MIPIMs. MIPIM takes care of a lot of that with us. We have the ability to provide our members with a platform for networking. So if you're, for example, some chapters take a space within our pavilion. We hold seminars every day. The United Nations sent someone to attend MIPIM the last MIPIM that I went to, which was more than a year ago. We had a speaker. It drew a tremendous crowd because they had a very important person on UN Habitat. And they were our guest because we have a relationship with the United Nations. So I use my networking platform in a different way. I attend MIPIM every year because I have a network all over the world. And if I don't attend, they're going to think I'm no longer in business. And I have been in business a long time, and I don't want them to think I'm dead. So I go. Do I do business there? Do I get business there? I don't go for that reason. I go to network. In fact, I never go anywhere to think I'm going to write business. I go to network, to meet people, to develop that network. And frankly, my international relationships around the world have brought me my business and made me a success because I keep working my network. I don't call someone up and say, don't you have anybody that wants to buy in New York? No, I don't do that. I don't even advertise, hardly. If I advertise, it's for my client who insists on having this done and that done. But we all know advertising doesn't bring a buyer. It's relationships that bring a buyer.
Thank you. And you mentioned something about time, that it takes time to build a network. And this is something, obviously, we've been doing this for 15 years. Last night we had an event that Yoshinori Takeda organizes monthly events for those who are CIPS designees. I'm not sure how many here have their CIPS designation. Quite a few of you, okay? And quite a few of you have been to those monthly networking events that we do. And I can tell you that when we do those events, we also don't give out, our listing information. We don't ask for clients. It's about building relationships long term. And we have just a few minutes. Of course, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand.
Tony, can I just say one thing?
Yes.
When you go to MIPIM, don't go with a bunch of brochures. First of all, it costs a lot of money to get them there. Nobody is going to take it with them when they go home. It just goes right in the trash. Okay? So just a word to the wise. You develop your business through a network. You carefully develop your network, and then you introduce. And we're going to talk a minute about how you can do that too.
Yes, and maybe Eugenia, you can talk a little bit about that, about how you build your network, grow it, nurture it.
Basically, it is using the tools that all of our organizations have. Join organizations. Do not think, oh my goodness, that's expensive. We are, I think, the highest. But if you think about it, it's $50 a month. And how many candies and sodas? You can only get 3 drinks for $50. What we have, even though it may seem old-fashioned to those of you that are not into paper, we have a catalog with every member association, whether it's a principal member or whomever. Everybody is in here, HGAR, NAR, everyone that is affiliated. I have mine from when I became a member in 2003, and I can still look on it. And this is how we grow. We're on the internet, but if you're in the street, you don't have time. You carry it with you. But go to the meetings as you're doing now. Get to know the members, whether it's Aria. Aria came to us. And that's how I met Josky. I think you were the one giving out cards when you first started. Was it you or someone else? Yoshi, I meant. I'm saying Josky. Josky's one of our members. And so, yeah, it was right after 9/11, and we were at Battery Park. So that can show you how one develops and grows their business.
Right, and I think one of our goals is the collaboration of being a part of an event with different organizations. We went from 2 associations putting this global summit together to 8 associations in the tri-state area. We're now collaborating with FIAPSI, and we're very, very happy about that relationship. So we actually have about 20 seconds left before we move on to the next
I
panel,
want to
but-
just,
Yes, please, Susan.
I want to give you a preview because On an international level, we have something that we are introducing within the next 15 days. It's our app, FIOPSI app. It is an app that's going to give you the opportunity to network with other FIOPSI members. You'll put your profile in. It's kind of like a Facebook for FIOPSI. You can introduce a property directly to another person if you want to. You can talk more about yourself in your profile page. It's going to be very exciting. You'll learn more about it, but I just thought it would be very nice to introduce that to all of you today because it's a first introduction. Also, we have a new education platform. It's called SkillMe, where if you have a particular skill, let's say you have a skill in
Property management.
Yeah, property management, or maybe you teach speaking skills, or different kinds of skills. It's a platform for our members to be vetted, and then they can, if they wish, go on and charge a fee. There's a fee basis, and members can, and not only members, but anyone can come in to the program and learn.
These people are called experts.
Yes.
I'm not an expert, but I will not be a part of it, but these are seasoned experts.
Great. Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you, Eugenia. They're
I-
here if you have any questions. We definitely want you to take
There's
advantage
our
of those
website,
resources.
fiopsi.org, okay?
Thank you.
Hello? Good morning, everybody. Did I wake you up? Good morning, everybody. I am so excited to be here. I just wanted to welcome you all for taking the time and enjoying this amazing journey today. There's a lot to learn. We want to thank you, Eugenia and Susan, who are amazing professionals, friends, and they're always there when you need them. I want to also echo everything that they say. My name is Emilce Cacase. I am the co-chair of the Global Business Council for the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors. Thank you. Along with Tony. And I'm also a member of FIOPSI. I'm a VP of FIOPSI Americas. And I was a VP of the World Council of Brokers for FIOPSI International. So today, I want to take just 1 second to say big thank you to everybody that put their time and organized this amazing event. This has been a whole journey. We are in the 15th year. We've been trying and collaborating along with all of the associations that made this possible. And I think that they deserve, because of them, we are all learning something new today. So a big round of applause for everybody. And you know, I do like applauses because I think that we all deserve another one because we do have the people that are teaching us and sharing their experience and their wisdom, but we took the time to be here today, and to those that are at home in their offices because we are live streaming, so big hello. Congratulations to all that are serious about this industry, and they're also trying to continuously learn something new. Having said that, I have the honor to introduce a person, a professional doctor that if we had to speak about global, this is the right person. He has been traveling around the world. He appreciates real estate in a completely different way. He has a different eye, a very special eye, to appreciate the real estate world in every place that he goes. We were talking yesterday, he had to come here, and we are so thankful to have him here today with his fiancée. Thank you so much for coming, because they have traveled from Europe to be here today, to be able to share what they know. And this person in particular, we have this cute conversation, and it was very interesting because they had to go through Istanbul, and part of that conversation was how he appreciates the architecture of that airport. And that says something, because everywhere he goes, he's appreciating everything that he sees. And he has a wealth of knowledge, but yet humble enough to be able to share all of that with us. So I'm just going to read just a little, because other than that, he speaks 7 languages, talking about global. I'm just going to read a little bit about him. You have it in the brochure, but just in case we miss something, I'm going to be introducing Dr. Ivan Shumkov, who is an entrepreneur, architect, and professor. He's the founder of Build Academy, an organization dedicated to providing professional building solutions and education for the built environment. His company has cultivated an industry-wide global community of professionals and organizations, and supplies them with an online platform for collaboration, networking, education, and professional resources for the implementation of high-impact project work. Dr. Shumkov is a licensed architect in Spain and Italy, and principal of Ivan Shumkov Architects, a New York City-based architectural firm operating at the intersection of architecture, design, and urbanism. That's the best part. He has lectured and exhibited his projects and research extensively across Europe, Brazil, Colombia, China, and the United States. During his academic career, he has taught at New York University, Harvard University, GSD, Pratt Institute School of Architecture, Parsons, the New York School for Design, the International University of Catalonia, and the ETSA in Barcelona. Dr. Shumkov graduated with 4 master's degrees from ETSA in Barcelona, University of Florence, and Harvard University GSD as a Fulbright scholar. He earned his PhD in architecture in 2010 at the Polytechnic University of Catalonia and Columbia University GSAPP as fellow of the Foundation Le Corbusier. So please help me welcome Mr. Dr. Shumkov.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy, for having me, and hello, everyone. Nice to be back in New York after a bit more than a year. It's been quite an adventure for me last year and this year too, and I'm really excited to be back into our city. I lived in New York for more than 12 years after being at Harvard for my master's, and I really missed the city, so it's really nice to be back here and to see some fellow New Yorkers. In fact, it's probably one of the first conferences that are holding in person ever since the pandemic. I find the city quite changed, but it's going in the right direction. So I think this event it's actually a proof of it. So I'm delighted to be here and to share with you some of the things that I know, hoping to inspire you and for you to learn something that might be useful for your work and might be fun for you to listen to for the next hour or so. I'm gonna start briefly talking about my work before I dive into the actual presentation, just to give you an idea of the different areas that I've been working in. I started as an architect. I was working first in Italy and then in Spain as I was a student. And after I graduated, I started my company there. And then I decided to start my PhD. I did a PhD on the work of Le Corbusier, a French-Swiss architect. And while I was in Spain, after traveling all over Europe and after having lived in 5 different countries, I decided to come to the United States because I thought it's time for a new continent to conquer. So I figured out the best excuse to come to the United States was for me to go to Harvard to get my master's. So I did that. I went to Cambridge, spent 2 years there doing my master's in architecture and urban design. After graduating, I came to Columbia to finish my PhD, and then I started teaching at many of the universities in the cities, and also started my company called Build Academy. So my work has taken me into many different areas, like, as you can see, architecture, education, research, exhibits, entrepreneurship. My latest work has been in government, city planning, and also building communities. So in this presentation, I'll start with, I was just thinking before the presentation, how do I kind of make sense of all of this? Because it actually makes no sense to be working in all these different fields. And even for me, it's hard to conceive any link between all these different areas. And I figure out probably one of the best ways to do it is to think in terms of scales. And I got to that because of my work in government, you know, that I started doing last year. As an architect, we are trained to think in terms of buildings, maybe neighborhoods, maybe cities. And then last year, when I was invited to in Europe to work with the government of Bulgaria, I was thinking, well, how do I actually think of in the scale of a country? And I figure out, well, I can just think of a country as being a really large city with really big parks in between the different neighborhoods. And the different cities within the countries, we could think of them as actual neighborhoods. So my work has spanned in multiple scales. I start with the global one, and this is what I did for about 8 years while after starting my company, Build Academy, in New York City. I work mostly on the topic of resilience and sustainability in close partnerships with the World Bank and the United Nations. So we addressed some of the biggest issues that we have nowadays, which are climate change. How do we make our life or our work more sustainable, but how do we also mitigate the effects of the inevitable now climate change? So we work on the topic of resilience, and particularly mostly focusing on areas with the natural disasters that you can see right here. We worked on launching global challenges and developing prototypes for addressing some of these issues by developing prototypes which can withstand earthquakes, storms, hurricanes, fires, tsunamis, and so on. So we developed a number of projects which can be, which are currently also on our website, Build Academy, and anyone around the world can download them, and hundreds of them have already been implemented. So we have this kind of broad catalog and global community working on the topic of resilience. With that, we published a number of books. We did many exhibits around the world. And as you can see here at the United Nations, the World Bank, this was at the World Bank 3 years ago, pre-pandemic. It seems like another world, you know, with so many people not wearing masks at an event. And this is the team that actually worked with us, that we started that with us on these particular topics as resilience and addressing climate change. My other world initiative was the launch of my company, Build Academy, which so far has had more than 100,000 students from all over the world. We literally had people in every country. We have focused on courses in architecture and real estate, and in fact, we did develop a program with Harvard University on real estate called Real Estate Finance and Investment. So those of you who would like to learn something more about real estate, you can check it out. And after the presentation, I'll also give you a coupon for some discount if you would like to sign up for our courses. So starting a company as an entrepreneur has been quite an adventure for me, and I had to move from a very comfortable life of an architect and university professor at Pratt Institute to being an entrepreneur, which is a huge adventure, and many of you are entrepreneurs, so you know what I'm talking about. However, the impact that we achieved with our work, it can be seen all over through the projects that we develop and through the thousands of people that we have educated. I still today receive messages from people who are thanking us for what they learned and how they have been able to apply it in their life and career. These are some of the real estate courses that I highly recommend to you. After the global scale, my work went to Europe. So last year during the pandemic, I decided that it's better to be somewhere far from New York for a little bit. And so being originally from Bulgaria, I contacted the local government, and I was invited to work with the Deputy Prime Minister on developing the National Plan for Resilience and Recovery after the pandemic. And there I got into working with Europe on the Green Deal initiatives. So as you may know, Europe it's one of the front runners in terms of fighting climate change and sustainability. So Europe has last year declared that they would invest 750 billion euro, which is about $1 trillion, into initiatives that the economy and would make all the countries more sustainable. And these are some of the initiatives around this Green Deal that we have been working on. In addition to that, Europe has decided to renovate 50% of their existing buildings by the year 2050, and that all will be subsidized by the governments. And so Europe started this other initiative called the New Bauhaus. You may know of Bauhaus as the design school and the design movement in early 20th century. And now we are launching this new project called the New Bauhaus, which is actually called Renovation Wave. And for those of you doing work in Europe, it might be interesting to look into it, because there's a lot of funding available for real estate. In fact, real estate is probably one of the biggest sectors that would benefit from this initiative. We have been working with Europe on creating projects that would actually help the environment. So as you can see, some of the front runners are France and Italy, and unfortunately, some of the least innovative countries have been Bulgaria, which is where I am currently working in. So we're trying to make it better. So we still have a long way to go, but we're getting there. So these are the different areas affected by this European initiative for sustainability: transportation, energy industry, buildings, and land use. I'm saying that because I think every broker and real estate developer needs to know, like, what are the global trends, because these trends would eventually impact what's happening in other countries. And given that the US government will be spending a lot of money on infrastructure improvement, most likely some of the initiatives will be similar or based on what is happening in Europe already. With our team at the government, we also developed the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience. So essentially, we have been given about 6 billion euro by the European Union to spend on initiatives that help advance the country. And so it was really fascinating to think about this long-term perspective and to think about what we can do to advance the country and to become more competitive on a global scale. I also work on transformation, digitalizing the building industry, and also on educational initiatives. So these are some of the things that we plan to invest in currently. About 4 months ago, I was invited by the mayor of Sofia, which is the capital of Bulgaria, to work directly with her on the urban planning of the city. So this is the city of Sofia where we are currently based, and this is the actual master plan of the city. Very different from New York and quite challenging as design, but still I'm trying to learn a lot from the work and the experience that I've had in the US and applied there, and also learn something there that I could eventually later use here. This is the Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. I invite you to visit, and if you do, please let me know. I'll guide you around and I'll show you. And there's a lot going on there in terms of real estate, and it's a really beautiful city too. My work on getting down to the smaller scale, my work has been also on the architecture scale, and this is one of the projects that I've worked with in Spain before I moved to the US. And this is, that's one of my biggest projects in the studio where I worked, and this is actually my smallest project ever. It was built here in New York at Pratt Institute, and it was the reconstruction of Le Corbusier's personal office. So in his office, he had this little box where he used to and develop some of the most innovative strategies around architecture and urban design. So some of the greatest creations of 20th century have actually come out of a tiny box like this. It's quite impressive. My work on the even smaller scale has been in ephemeral architecture. I've curated more than 10 exhibits all over the world, and this is the latest one that we did right before the pandemic in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And so it was literally like a month before everything shut down. And this is the one. This is the one at the United Nations here in New York. So exhibits have been really interesting for me, and really a good way to reach a large amount of people in a short amount of time. And particularly the ones we did in New York, I think have been quite impactful, because a lot of the world leaders actually toured these projects and these exhibits at the UN, and hopefully learned something from them. There's another one that I did here at Pratt Institute. On the next level, what I have been working on is the level of building communities. While I was at Harvard, I started the Harvard European Club and ran it for 1 year. And after I graduated, I founded the Harvard Alumni Architecture and Urban Society, which is actually based here in New York City. We host a lot of events, and even non-Harvard people are welcome to our events. So before the pandemic, we used to have monthly meetings and lectures and tours. Now things are a bit slower, but I'm sure we're going to get back to it. And the organization currently has more than 2,000 members, Harvard graduates in the fields of architecture and cities. I also launched Build Academy, my company, and it has become a global community of people making a difference, of people working in these fields of architecture, real estate, cities, and solving some of the world's biggest problems in those areas. So that was just to give you an idea of the scales of work and the places that I've had the opportunity to work, and the fields that I had the opportunity to make some impact. Now I'm going to go to what I've been asked to talk about today, and it's to give you some ideas about what's happening in the world of architecture and city planning, because I think for many of you, it is important to know, and to know how to talk to your clients, to know how to talk to your partners, to the architects, to the developers. And there is actually a common language among all of us that we need to know of. And so I'll try in the next half an hour or so to go through some of these ideas that I find quite important. And particularly the pandemic has made some of them even more important. So I'll first talk about buildings, and these are the areas that we'll go through, and then I'll go to cities. In terms of building, what has become essential for us is to become more sustainable. In fact, the building industry uses more than 60%, is responsible for more than 60% of the CO2 emissions because of the production of the materials, because of the construction, and because of the use of buildings throughout their lifetime. And there are a lot of people on Earth, and we'll be having even more. So essentially, we are probably the most polluting industry ever, and therefore we also have the responsibility to do something about it, okay? And one of the things we can do is actually to start using more sustainable materials that are closer to nature. This is an extreme example of buildings made of earth. Obviously, it's impossible to build something like this in New York City, but I'm just giving you the extreme example of using more natural materials that have smaller CO2 emissions for construction. We also have some advanced materials that are available nowadays that have a longer life. They can be recycled and they can be reused. So that's something that you can think about. Another thing that I'm sure many of you know of is the difference, the new technologies in design and construction. You may know of BIM, or building information models. It has been the biggest and probably the most exciting change in the technology for design ever since we invented the computer. So you may know that traditionally people were designing with paper until maybe the late 80s, when they started using computers. In the 90s, until maybe like 10 years ago, people were designing using CAD, which is basically a digital drafting board with some advanced capabilities. And about 10 years ago, the massive use of BIM, or building information models, came into the market. So nowadays, almost any large design firm and construction firm are actually using this technology. Why? Because it's more precise, it eliminates mistakes, and it makes faster to the production of drawings. So if you ever work with an architect, you may ask them what software they're actually working with. A lot of the cost during the construction is due to the errors that are made in the project. And when you use traditional design technology, actually there are a lot of mistakes that happen because there are no overlaps, there is no three-dimensional reference between the different parts that the building is made of, while using this new technology allows you to see and to predict what can happen during the construction. And if there is any discrepancy or any problem, you can actually see it in the model before you actually go to build it. At the same time, this technology allows us to work in teams, in virtual teams, where all the experts, all the different specialties, consultants, engineers, and so on, can work simultaneously on the same model together with the architect. So instead of having a model in your computer that only your team sees, and then eventually you send the files to someone, we have all the information is stored on the cloud, and everyone actually has access to this model and can work on it simultaneously and see what other people are doing. So this is something that has been extremely impactful for our industry. Another thing that has happened in the past years is the use of VR and AR. And for those of you who are brokers, this is probably a huge change, because you don't need to tour buildings anymore. You can just send a link to your clients and they can actually visit the building without being there physically. All right. And with VR sets or AR sets that are now more affordable, you can actually have almost simultaneous experience. You can walk through a building without being at the building, but also without the building being built. All right, so it's quite amazing that, you know, while someone is still thinking what's going to be there, they can have a walk through that space. So it's any of you using this technology? I know that many of you are brokers. Have you used any of this? No one yet? Okay, some of you, yes. I see the FIAPSI, you see the the FIAPSI members are here, yes. And by the way, FIAPSI, and speaking of FIAPSI, I was a speaker in FIAPSI's conference in Moscow 2 years ago, so thank you for inviting me there. I was one of the feature speakers, and it was really amazing. So for those of you who are not part of FIAPSI, I also encourage you to speak to them and to eventually join. Another big thing that has been happening is 3D printing. And I know there's a speaker in the afternoon that will talk about this. Okay, so 3D printing is a technology that I used when I was a student at Harvard in 2006. And so it's been like 15 years. And at that time, the biggest thing that you could ever print with the most advanced printer ever was 10-inch size. Okay, so the biggest printer was 10-inch. Okay, and then afterwards, this technology has evolved so fast and so much in terms of the size of the printing, in terms of the material that that people are printing with, that you can now print an entire building. All right, so this is an example where you have a huge printer that actually in 24 hours can print an entire building. You know, it's pretty amazing that, you know, normally you have to wait for like years for something to be built, and this thing in 24 hours prints a building. And it's precise, and it's affordable, and it can happen in many parts of the world. The material is available because it's made out of concrete and mixed with some other materials, but this is something that would definitely make a difference and revolutionize the building industry. So think about it, and maybe our speaker today will, I'm sure he'll give you some more insights about it. Next thing we are finding in architecture is the use of artificial intelligence and IoT. Buildings can be connected, and building can be monitored and personalized in a really sophisticated way. So soon, every device we have in our house and everything in our house and our house itself would be available from our phone for almost anyone. And you'll be able to understand exactly what's happening, when it's happening, if there's any problem, and so and so. So that makes a big difference in terms of the way how we use buildings, and also in terms of how we manage buildings. Those of you who are property managers, I'm sure you've seen something, big changes in these areas. The next thing that I wanted to mention to you is the use, the production, storage, and use of energy. Energy prices are skyrocketing, at least in Europe. I'm not sure how it's in the US because I haven't paid US electrical bills in more than a year, but in Europe we've had like actually 50% rise in electricity bills in the last 3 months. So what people are trying to do now is to become more self-sufficient. So the trend is that we actually produce energy, store it, and use it locally. All right, so any building can have solar panels, and some of those can be integrated in a beautiful way, like for example, in this facade, so you can actually make your own energy. You have advanced batteries that nowadays can sit in your garage or basement, store your energy there, maybe put it back into the grid if you have too much of it, but also most importantly, use it yourself. So you no longer depend on the electrical companies, you can produce and use your own energy. Soon, almost anything will be running on electricity in terms of like heating and also in terms of transportation. So the use of electricity is growing exponentially every year. And I think also with cryptocurrency, it's unfortunately one of the reasons why we're using so much energy, but definitely energy production is fundamental. Go ahead. Yeah, and I think one of the bigger reasons is because electrical cars actually use a different kind of current. You need much more power than a normal device in your apartment. It's not like charging your phone, you're charging your car, and those have massive batteries and need a massive amount of energy and need to be charged super fast. So in my experience with electrical cars, if you charge it like the normal way, you have to wait for like maybe like 3 hours. If you charge it at like the proper power station, you need to wait for 20 minutes. So, you know, when you're driving back and forth, you probably want to choose to charge it in 20 minutes. Unless you want to have multiple cars that you switch on and off. Yeah, so thank you for that. And by the way, feel free to interrupt me if there is anything that you want to ask in terms of whatever we're talking about here. Let's make it more of a conversation. I don't intend this to be just a presentation. Let's make it a conversation. So the biggest change is, and I think this is also part of what COVID has brought us, is in terms of our living standards. Nowadays, actually in Europe, I'm not sure how it is here, but in Europe, people value exterior space as much as they value interior space. In the US, we didn't have like a proper lockdown. Like no one told you don't ever leave your house. They told you we recommend you to not leave your house, but no one locked us in our house. While in Europe, actually, people were locked in their houses for months. My family lives in Italy, and I know they couldn't leave the house for like months unless they had to go to pharmacy or supermarket. And if they did, the fine was something like 5,000 euro per person per one time. You know? So it was ridiculous. So people did not leave their homes for months. And therefore, anyone who had a balcony was actually quite fortunate. You know, people didn't realize how important balconies were before until this thing happened. And nowadays, everyone requires to have some kind of balcony or outdoor space in their homes. In New York, we normally don't have balconies just because how people build here and just because we have high-rise buildings, so it's not as safe to have balconies. However, whenever you can choose a building with outdoor space, I highly recommend it. Another thing that we have started seeing is the integration of green space into the buildings. This particularly is a building in Milan. It's in one of the new neighborhoods in the city close to the train station. It's called the vertical garden, all right? So every balcony actually has some kind of tree or vegetation, and when you are on your balcony, you feel like you're somewhere in a forest, but you're actually inside of your apartment. So it's been a big shift. Another thing I wanted to mention is the quality of our living space has direct impact on our well-being and on our health. Our space has impact on our emotions. Emotions have impact on our energy has impact on everything that happens in and out of us. And therefore, you as people involved in the real estate industry can make the right choices and can invite people to live in the proper conditions so they are healthier. In terms of work, what we have seen shifting, and in New York, many of you have witnessed this, is actually people working remotely. So, you know, there is a big kind of exodus from office spaces, and many of those renters would not return to their offices. Also, big companies realized that it's cheaper to have people work from their homes, and sometimes people are more productive working in their homes than in an office because they have less distractions of talking to colleagues and doing random stuff. So, you know, office space has definitely been impacted. Another thing for those who will return and who are already in offices is the relationship between closed and open spaces. Okay, so there was a big trend in the 90s where everything had to be opened. You know, that was basically what every tenant required. Any New York skyscraper had these like super wide open floor plans where you had tables and you had no separation between them. Even the Mayor Bloomberg, he had his office in a table in a shared space, and he kind of said it's for transparency and for incentivizing, you know, this like horizontal culture within the office. However, what happened with COVID is actually more people are requiring closed spaces because of the just safety that is required and the quality of the air that they breathe. So that's something that we will be seeing in terms of retail, in terms of like, sorry, office space, commercial space happening. Another big shift is what happened to education. In the last year, most people studied online, and it was a good thing. And for me, who comes from also from the educational industry, I've seen incredible growth in that area, and a lot of schools realize that they can actually have huge amount of students without having to bring them on campus. And believe it or not, the biggest expense for a university is not so much the salary of professors, who unfortunately are underpaid, but it's the real estate. It's extremely expensive to host people on campus. In my field, in architecture, every student needs to have a big desk and to do models and drawings and so on and so. Actually, that space, it's quite expensive. But because we are able to study online, many universities can have students from all over the world. They can reduce the cost because they don't have like physical space. They can be more flexible and increase their revenue while having larger impact. So that's in terms of buildings. And by the way, if you have any questions around that area, just like go ahead and stop me and ask. Yes. Mm. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, in fact, wood is the most, probably the most affordable material that we can use now, but it does have some challenges, especially when it gets wet. So thank you. Yes, there's a microphone coming.
Thank you. So I do property management, and we try to always look at what we can do to make a building more sustainable, whether it's replacing, light fixtures with LED fixtures, solar panels, sealing the building envelope. You mentioned the European Bauhaus project. What are some of the initiatives that they're taking in order to help the existing housing stock to become more sustainable? Like, what are some of the main initiatives that they're encouraging people to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll speak to that, to the initiative. So it's all goes around energy consumption and quality of life. Okay, so first of all, I'll start with the easiest. Well, it's not the easiest, but I'll start with the most important part, which is the quality of life. Whenever a building is renovated, whenever you use like proper materials in it, you remove old materials, which some of them are toxic, you put new materials which are healthier, you kind of increase the quality of this living space. And therefore, whoever lives there feels better and lives better and is healthier. And it reduces depression and so on. So less people go to hospitals and people live longer, to give it like, to put it like in simple terms. In terms of directly what technologies are being used, the biggest one is to reduce energy consumption. All right, so there are multiple ways of doing it. One is to change the building envelopes. All right, a lot of buildings now, well, at least we have standards of how energy efficient building is. So if you have proper thermal insulation, you have heard of passive house, I guess, right? So if you have proper thermal insulation, the building doesn't use that much energy to be heated or cooled, all right? Buildings use enormous amount of energy for heating and cooling, all right? So by changing the building envelope, you can reduce significantly the amount of energy used for that. And I'll give you an example. Many of the buildings in Europe are built post-war, post-Second World War, and they're built as affordable housing and social housing, And at that time, they were not using that much thermal insulation, all right? Or the standards for thermal insulation were pretty low. You would have maybe like 3 centimeters of insulation, and now the standard is maybe 10 to 15 centimeters of insulation. So what we are doing is actually we are wrapping every building with thermal insulation to make sure that no energy comes out of it. So that's one of them. The other thing is we're changing the way that buildings are being heated and cooled. All right, so we're changing air conditioning, we're changing heating systems in buildings. There are new ways of heating buildings, which are with thermal. I think it's called thermal pump, and it's basically diving or drilling deep into the surface of the earth and collecting energy maybe 20, 30 meters below ground, and then pumping it up and then using it for heating and cooling, because the earth actually has constant temperature and it's actually warmer down there. So by using this system, it's better. Or just by simply reducing, changing air conditioning with more efficient ones, then you use less energy, and same thing for devices. You can also change roofs, you can change elevators, you can change all the machinery in a building to make them more energy efficient. So the new Bauhaus is around sustainability, and it's around reducing energy consumption significantly. I hope that answers it. Cool. If there are no other questions around this area, I'll go further in talking about cities. Okay. So I'm not sure how many of you here are brokers? Can I see? Okay, so most of you are brokers. How many of you are developers? Okay, a few of you. Okay, so brokers and developers, you both need to know. Any architects? I'm the only one. Oh, there's another one. Hello. In terms of cities, like, you need to know like a lot about cities, because when someone buys a building, they don't just buy an apartment or a house, they buy it in a neighborhood and they buy it in a city. So you need to actually know how to advise them, and what's the better choice for them in terms of the city, and what makes one neighborhood better than another one. I've had many colleagues and guests who are foreign investors who come to New York, and they ask me, show me around and tell me which neighborhood I should buy in, because every neighborhood obviously is completely different. So therefore, I'll give you some ideas around urban design and around cities that would help you understand better the cities and some of the trends in them. The first one is around integration. Okay, so we no longer think about cities in terms of separate use. We think about them as integrated territories and mixed use. In early 20th century, when urbanism was born as a new field, in fact, it's born in the 20s and 30s as such. The first urban design program started at Harvard in the 50s. So there was no such thing as formally urban design education until quite recently compared to architecture. So around that time, people were thinking that every use in a city should be separate. So there should be a neighborhood that's residential, there should be a neighborhood that's commercial, there should be a neighborhood that's government, educational, and so on. So the Charter of Athens that some of you, it's also relevant for if you're a broker, but for anyone in the urban design field, this is kind of a major turning point, when basically all the greatest architects and designers went to Athens on a boat from France, and they decided, they laid down the principles for what the future of cities should be. Okay, and they published a document called the Charter of Athens. According to that document, everything had to be separated. Okay, but what that produced is actually quite a lot of problems for the city. First of all, because people had to commute quite a lot to go from what was then residential to neighborhoods, to the neighborhoods where they worked, and also because there were some dead neighborhoods throughout the day. So essentially, residential neighborhoods would be dead for most of the day, except the mornings and evenings. So during the normal Daytime, there wouldn't be that many people. And for example, office or working neighborhoods or commercial areas would be dead at night. You know, in New York, we had that happening. That has been improved, luckily, but you know, the downtown basically was completely dead after 7 p.m. There was just no one in downtown until 9/11, and then afterwards, with the reconstruction, they actually started putting more residential, which brings people on and brings them to that neighborhood, and there's some life, and there's some restaurants and so on, so happening in the evening time. So I'm giving you an example with Singapore, which I think it's one of the best designed and built cities around the world today, where you have all of this like cultural, commercial, retail, residential, sports area and parks integrated and designed in a beautiful way in the very center of the city. So integration and mixed use is something that you definitely have to think of. Another thing is the use of technologies for cities, okay? You've all heard of smart cities, okay? Or smart hospitals, smart factories, or everything, you know, it has become this tacky word that is losing its meaning, but it still has something to teach us about how we build cities, all right? So we use advanced technologies to be able to monitor the traffic, to be monitored, to know exactly where people live, how they live, and to be able to make better decisions around the way we design, build, and then inhabit cities. Infrastructure, you've seen the trend of electrical cars. So, you know, many of the cars will become completely electrical in the next 10 to 20 years. So that is a huge shift in the way that we use our cities, in the way we even use cars, because you need to charge them in a different way, but it would make our cities cleaner, hopefully, than what they are now. We try to use more public transportation. So, you know, instead of using cars in a city like New York, it doesn't make any sense to have a car here, because public transportation and shared rides like taxis and others work quite well. So, you know, the infrastructure actually had to improve significantly to be able to accommodate for that new lifestyle. With more people living in cities, infrastructure is essential, and we have to find a way to move people from place to place in a more efficient way. So because there are so many people and because there is not enough space on the surface, we're thinking like what to do with that. And people are starting to drill tunnels and to move people in tunnels, not just in terms of subway, but in terms of their cars being put in the tunnels under big cities. We will soon start seeing flying vehicles. There are some prototypes that are already working in places like Dubai. And we'll use more electricity in all of that with electrical buses and so on. So this is like one example of a prototype for a flying car. Energy, all right, we do need to produce more energy, and we do need to store it. So we are actually, in Europe, there's a law that, in many countries in Europe, there's a law that any building needs to have some kind of solar panels on them, either for producing electricity or for hot water, and that's by law. So we'll see this changing in many of the buildings that we live in. With advanced materials, now it's able to actually have windows that are transparent and that integrate photovoltaics within the surface of the window. So we actually see many of the skyscrapers in New York at some point changing to this like solar panel windows to produce electricity. Cities and neighborhoods are creating microgrids because it's cheaper to produce and share energy between them, and it also creates an additional source of income for their inhabitants. So someone who actually makes energy can have this as a way to pay their bills or to make more money. Density is another one. In the I would say after Second World War, the big trend in the US was the urban sprawl, or to basically send people as far as you can from the center of the city. And there were a few reasons for that. One was the car industry. They wanted to sell more cars. Every family had to have multiple cars. Another one was the oil industry. People had to use a lot of oil to commute, like 4 hours in and out every day. And the third one was the real estate industry, because people were building new homes and they were building bigger homes in the suburbs. However, the trend that we've seen before COVID was for cities to become denser. And eventually, when there's no pandemic, it would actually be better for people to live in dense cities, because cities can be, you can walk in the city, you don't need to commute, and you can have basically like incredible quality of life within like a relatively small area. So density also makes cities more affordable and makes cities more sustainable. Next thing is public space. Cities are trying to be car-free, so many of us who do urban planning, in fact, we're thinking, how do we kill cars? All right, so how do we make our cities pedestrian instead of like people using cars? So creating like spaces like this, for example, in between buildings and providing this like space for people to socialize, to meet is it's essential. We are also responsible for building communities, and communities are what make us resilient. As designers, we have to think like, how do people actually live there, not just by themselves, but how they live in the community. And so by designing certain spaces, we can incentivize this communal aspect, this kind of social aspect that buildings and cities can have. And the next thing is thinking about regeneration. We can create cities that actually give back to the planet instead of taking from the planet. There's a trend in many places to remove like concrete beds of rivers and return them to their natural state, as you may have seen in LA or in Seoul or in Hong Kong or in Beijing, where basically people are returning to what was there before. And so by using these new technologies, by using these new ways of building, living, and using property, we can actually create a healthier environment for inhabitants. Brownfields are a perfect example. In fact, many of you may know that Governor's Island was actually a brownfield, and that's why it expanded so much. It was like a tiny island, but probably the majority of what you see today as Governor's Island was the brownfield, where people were dumping trash for generations. And what we ended up building, or not us, but the city of New York, what ended up building is a park in Governor's Island, which is beautiful, and it's in the place where the trash was. Same thing happened in a place like Barcelona, where the mountain that has the botanical garden and some of the sports facilities, Montjuic, next to the city, if you've been there, was a brownfield. So for hundreds of years, people were just putting their trash there, and then at some point, with designers and city planners, found a way to build on the top of the brownfield and to make beautiful parks. And most people don't even know that at some point this was a brownfield, but it is. Resilience is a big topic, and as I've mentioned to you, I've dedicated a lot of my work to this. With climate change, we are seeing more and more natural disasters. We're seeing more floods, more hurricanes. In New York, it's one of the cities that is most affected by it, as you've also seen with the current floods and rains. So all of us are thinking, well, what do we do about it? Do we just let the cities flood and then mitigate the impact of it, or do we build something around it? Okay, so places like New York has created this initiative to build a wall, or to build parks and a wall around it that protect them from future flooding and storms. Last but not least is the creation of value. As people in the built environment, developers, architects, and brokers, we are all thinking, how do we create better value for the people? All right, people pay you because of the value that you create for them. So these are actually the people that we are working for. These are our clients, and many of us kind of get into this abstract world, into this like business world, but we forget about the actual citizens and the actual community. So my invitation to you is to actually think about all these people and to know that your work has direct impact on their quality of life, and you with all the people or your colleagues have something to do with it. And therefore, like we do as architects and planners, you can also make a difference by providing a way with better opportunities and better state of consciousness for living in those places that would enhance their life. And I want to, before I end, I just wanted to give you like a little gift of today, because I've traveled from far away and I had to go out of Europe to come in, so it's been quite an adventure. But I also wanted to share with you this opportunity to learn more about real estate. A lot of the people who I have worked with in terms of brokers have actually come to me because they want to learn more about architecture. They said, we want to learn the language of the people that we work with, the people that make buildings and also the people that use the buildings. And therefore, for today, I wanted to give you the opportunity to go to our website, buildacademy.com, and get a 50% discount on our real estate program and courses. So you can use a coupon code NYGRES, like New York Global Real Estate Summit, -50, and it would give you a 50% discount on any real estate program or course that we have. And with that, I would like to thank you for being here, and to our host for inviting us and for making all of this possible. Thank you. To share, now it's the time, yes? Can we have a microphone for the lady? I know you're anxious to go to lunch. Oh, there is another session. Okay, so it's not lunch yet.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question. Since you're an entrepreneur and you are working with scores of students and education in this area, are there any special funds that you give to students that are implementing unique buildings, technologies, etc.?
Yes, thank you for that question. So yes, we do. We have partnered with a number of organizations like the World Bank and the United Nations and some local governments. So we don't give the funding ourselves, but we facilitate the funding through our partners. So many times governments actually invest in that. For example, the schools that we designed for the Philippines after the Typhoon Haiyan, some of them were funded by the government. A lot of the projects that we did in Nepal and India, they were funded by the World Bank. So there was a program by the World Bank to implement some of these projects, and they were giving grants. So I think they were giving up to $5,000 per family to rebuild their home. So this was, for New York, $5,000 is not much, but for, Nepal, you can build a house with that much money. And a lot of the projects that we did were actually for affordable homes. So we've always put a condition to have the designs done in such a way that they could cost less than others and that could be easily implemented. So yes, thank you. That's a great question. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for those insights, Dr. Ivan. Hello, everyone. My name is Iris Takuna. I'm the Global Chair for Long Island Board of Realtors, which is LIBOR, and I represent LIBOR. As far as LIBOR goes, we are 28,000 strong when it comes to the association, but combining with HCAR, which is the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors, we come to about 46,000 strong, and which makes us the fourth largest group of MLS in the country. Um, just to tell you a brief thing, what we did during the pandemic with LIBOR is we introduced this thing called travel virtually with LIBOR. We connected with nearly 28 countries where we dwelled into real estate, got to know about the country, and it was really good for nearly about 16 months. And we are continuing the trend to see what we can do going further, not only now, but getting into next year too. Today, it's my great pleasure to introduce you Dean Foster. For over 2 decades, Dean Foster has been involved researching, writing, and consulting on the nature of culture and its role in society, work, and politics in a globalization world based in New York City. Dean has played a central role in development of the field of cross-cultural training and consulting. Dean worked with most major Fortune 500 companies, national governments and NGOs, the United Nations and World Trade Institutes, among others, and a guest lecturer and faculty for educational institutions such as Harvard Business School, Columbia University School of Business, NYU, and Darden Business School. He is the host on CNN of the nationwide Doing Business in series. Dean is also a frequent guest commentator on cultural, global work, and social issues for CNN, CNBC, the BBC, and other radio and television shows. Dean wrote the book Bargaining Across Borders, voted as one of the top 10 business books of 1994 by the American Library Association. Dean's other books include the series The Global Etiquette Guides to Europe, Asia, Africa, and Middle East, and Latin America. He was a contributing editor with National Geographic, writing the monthly Culture Wise column in National Geographic Traveler magazine. Most recently, he is the co-host of the syndicated podcast, Oops, Your Culture's Showing. Please give a warm welcome to Dean Foster.
Thank you. Thank you, Aris. Thank you. And it's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. And I do want to mention that when I was contacted to speak about bargaining across borders today, how different cultures negotiate differently, it reminded me of the negotiation that I had with my own publisher when I wrote the book Bargaining Across Borders, because I didn't want to call it that. I wanted to call it Negotiating Across Cultures. But the publisher made a very convincing argument. He was an extremely good negotiator. And we came to terms on the title of the book. And I have to say, after all these years, they were right. I mean, bargaining across borders just has a ring to it, right? Negotiating across cultures. I don't know if I picked that book up in the bookstore. Right? So that was an example of one of my first real negotiations with my own publisher. But to the point, I have been working for about 30 years now and in over 100 countries, helping individuals and organizations understand the issue that faces us in the 21st century when we're working with people of other cultures. It is the key skill set in order to succeed globally. And so what I'm going to do today is talk about how cultures affect the negotiation process, because there's been a lot of research on what makes good negotiators. There's also been a lot of research on, in fact, what makes good, culturally competent negotiators. So, bargaining across borders, the do's and don'ts of successful negotiating anywhere in the world. Well, this is going to be a roadmap for thinking about how culture affects negotiating and what the best kinds of negotiating can be. And I know that you folks are negotiating all the time, right? We negotiate all the time with our families, with our closest, with our kids, with our partners. We're in a constant negotiation. Sometimes we're unaware of it, but we are always negotiating. So we're all expert negotiators through our own experience, but there are some rules that maybe could make us even better. We all negotiate with our communities. Every day when we wake up and go to the corner store for coffee, we may be negotiating with someone from a different culture. We're certainly negotiating with the neighbors that live with us and the people on the street that we communicate with and interact with on a daily basis. And in the workplace, we're always negotiating with our coworkers, with our supervisors. And so what makes good negotiation particularly challenging in a global world is the fact that in the global world, culture affects this negotiation process. And there are some rules that we need to follow when we work with particular cultures, because their negotiation style is going to be different in sometimes very critical ways from our own. Now, when we look at the issue of matching culture with negotiations, here's a little global reality check, because the toothpaste is out of the tube. This is a global world. We're all building our global networks. I was pleased to hear the reference to global networks earlier today. And we're all always working globally, whether we know it or not. And this will increase. So over 60% of the time, let's take a global reality check. This is based on some statistics from The Economist magazine. Over 60% of the time when you do work across borders, it takes longer, it has a higher rate of failure, and it is more costly than the same work being done domestically. Now this translates into real dollars and euro and won, right? Takes longer, costs more, and has a higher failure rate. And the reason for that, because it's the same work, is culture. The failure to understand that what we do, what we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to negotiate, needs to be done in a slightly different way. Sometimes not in a very big way, sometimes in a slightly different way. And therefore, let's take a closer look at this issue of culture. I have a quote up here from the ancient Chinese over 5,000 years ago. This is written by Confucius, who were 2,500 years ago. Confucius reminds us that if you enter a region, ask what its prohibitions are. If you visit a country, ask what its customs are. And if you cross a family's threshold, ask what its taboos are. So 2,500 years ago, the ancient Chinese understood that if we're working with people who are different from ourselves, we have to understand different rules. Now, all of you have probably experienced cultural misunderstandings of one form or another in your work or in your daily activities. And this will also come up in your negotiations with these cultures. So we'll take a look at why this is happening, because we don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. So we're always negotiating with people who are seeing things because of their culture in ways that are different from our own. But they're not going to tell us this. It's up to us to understand it, and it's up to us to work with it. We can wish that people did things more like we want them to, but the truth is, they will continue to do things according to the way they want to. And so if we're doing business with them, and if we're negotiating with them, it becomes our responsibility to understand how they're seeing things, where they're coming from, and negotiate around that. So why do we see things differently? Let's take a look at a study that was done with several thousand Brazilians and several thousand Japanese. We asked several thousand Brazilians to describe US Americans, and this is what they said. We roll it all together. Brazilians say US Americans are always in a hurry, serious, reserved, cautious, restrained, composed, methodical. Over and over again, these came up. Asked several thousand Japanese to describe US Americans, and they said US Americans are relaxed, friendly, spontaneous, reckless, uninhibited, emotional, and impulsive. If I were an anthropologist from Mars and I wanted to understand the US American and asked Brazilians and then asked Japanese, I would have no idea what a US American looked like. What this actually tells me is more about what Brazilians are and what Japanese culture is. And not every individual, of course, is going to be just like this. That would be stereotyping, and we don't want to do that because individuals have the right and the talent and the skills and the personalities to be very different from their culture. But we also know that if you remove individual personalities from the picture and put people in their workplace where their individual personalities don't really have as much of an effect as their culture does, we know that people will behave by default according to their culture. And if the cultures are different, they're going to behave and negotiate differently with each other. So we need a strategy for managing cultural differences in every negotiation we have with people from cultures who are different from our own. And the strategy is very simple. Number one, you have to understand that culture is on the table. It's not only anymore about how great a negotiator you are, but it's also about how great a cultural communicator you are. And then once you recognize that culture is on the table, you have to understand what's going on. Why are these differences there? Where do those differences manifest themselves? How must I adapt my negotiation in order to be more effective? And then once we recognize what's on the table and how it affects us, then finally, what do we do about it? We have to come up with a strategy for managing these differences. So let's take a look at where culture affects negotiations. Right? Number one, we know that different cultures around the world see the whole process of negotiating differently. Is a negotiation, for example, an opportunity to bargain? Or is it an opportunity to compromise? Or is it an opportunity not to bargain and not to compromise? We know, for example, that bargaining, if I use the clinical term, which is one of the reasons why I didn't want to call my book just bargaining. If you use it as a clinical term, bargaining means I start off with one demand and I'm willing to compromise on that demand if you compromise on your demand, and we both wind up with a little bit less of what we asked for, but we bargained that away because we got something else, right? Not every culture sees the negotiation process as a bargain. This is very common in the Middle East. This is very common in Arab cultures. It's very common in many cultures. It's not common in Sweden. It's not common in Scandinavia. If you bargain with your Swedish colleagues, they're going to see that as an untrustworthy statement. Why would somebody ask for a price starting out here and be willing to settle for a price down there? Obviously, they're insincere, or they're not honest. So it can be seen in two different ways, right? One of the rules about negotiating with China is that you're not going to compromise. Do not go into a negotiation with Chinese colleagues assuming that there's going to be a compromise. That's not part of a Chinese mindset. What you will get is repetitive demands for the same thing until you're worn down, and then you have some decisions to make. What you want to do negotiating with your Chinese colleagues is expand the pie, so that you're not looking for people to give up something, but rather you're building in more for everyone. So different ways of approaching the negotiation process because we view it differently. Is it a win-win? Do we go into it assuming that we're both going to come out with something that's beneficial for both of us, like the Dutch? Or is it a win-lose, where until I know you, I'm going to assume that I'm going to win and at your loss. In other words, a zero-sum game, which is very common in Middle Eastern cultures. So how would you reframe a negotiation away from a win-lose to a win-win becomes the skill of the good negotiator. And moving away from a win-lose consciousness, as in Russia, for example, into a win-win consciousness, like in the Netherlands, for example, is a reflection of the skills of the negotiator to be able to do that. So, how else does culture influence the negotiation? Who gets to be the negotiator? Who's at the table? Is it dependent on the status and rank of the individual, as it would be in Korea, where the negotiator is typically the oldest gray-haired man in the room, who may not be the competent person to discuss all these issues, but in fact, he's there because he's the oldest gray-haired man in the room. And because he's not there because of his competence, he has to have a team of younger people around him who will advise him as to what to do. But your job, of course, is to always negotiate with the leader and not necessarily with his aides. And the decision maker will always be the leader, not because he's the most competent, but because he is the oldest gray-haired man in the room. Right, wrong, good, bad? It's irrelevant. We can have that discussion over drinks. The point is, it's a cultural fact. So we have to manage that if we're working in these cultures. So it may not be based on competency, it may not be based on status and rank, it may be based on the team making the decision. How else does culture influence the negotiation? What rules are we going to follow? Do we have formal rules? Do we sit in certain places when we actually walk into the room? Or does it matter, like in the US, where everybody comes in and sits where they want? Because in the US culture, we're egalitarian, and so everyone has the right to sit where they want. In certain Asian cultures, we're going to wait to be told where to sit, which is an indication of our rank and our status. And if you're hosting a negotiation session and you don't tell your colleagues in Asia where to sit, they may just be standing there waiting to be told. Now, these kinds of formal and informal rules have to be respected and should be known ahead of time before you actually sit down at the table. How should we communicate with each other? Do we communicate in a direct, low context kind of way where our words say what we mean and we mean what we say in the words that we use? Or do we communicate in a very evasive, implicit kind of way where the context tells us all the information we need to know? Different cultures have different communication styles, and we have to adjust and adapt our communication style to these facts. Now, I'm going to show you in just a few minutes where different cultures around the world are in these different areas so that we can begin to apply some of this information to our own negotiating skills. Do we think deductively or inductively? Have you ever thought about how you think? You know, there are different styles of thought and processing information. So in France, we're going to process information deductively according to a process of thinking that requires lots and lots of detail in order to lead us to a final conclusion. If you go into the negotiation with French colleagues and don't provide your logical process for how you get to your demand, the French won't respect your demand. But in the UK and other inductive thinking cultures, it's all about the end result, which seems to work, and we got there through experimentation. We didn't get there through a pre-thought process. And so the French are going to look at the inductive thinkers and say, where's your detail? Where's your process? Where's your concept? How do you justify your conclusion? And the British are going to say, well, we had an experiment. You know, Alexander Fleming put the yeast or the penicillin out on the windowsill one night, came back the next morning and noticed there was penicillin mold and said, well, gee, what can we do with this? Maybe there's an application here. These are experimental-oriented cultures. And in France, we would never have discovered penicillin that way. We would first have had to have a concept for penicillin and then come up with a thought process that took us there. Now, I don't know if any of you have experienced these kinds of differences, but this is going to highly affect how you present information in a negotiation. And finally, the culture will affect the negotiation according to how it gets timed out. Does time matter? How many sessions do we need to come to a decision? Can we do this in 45 minutes? Or is this going to take an endless number of negotiation sessions? Does it matter how many sessions we need? Is there more import given to balancing life and work and negotiating in terms of other influences? Or is it all about the negotiation process? How much information do we need to make us feel comfortable in a negotiation with what we call risk-averse cultures? We need lots of information before we take a baby step. And usually that means getting people to feel comfortable about you. In Greece, we may have to repeat ourselves over and over and over again and have lots and lots of shots of ouzo at the bar in the village before anyone's going to make a major decision going forward. In Japan, we'll have to convince the entire team about every decision that needs to be made, not just one individual. Although you may only be speaking with one individual in Japan, be sure there is a team behind that individual that needs to make that decision. And so again, the negotiation process is going to affect how comfortable we are with risk or how quickly and slowly we can move through the negotiation process. How do we advance the agenda? Who are the decision makers? Is everybody who's invited to the table a decision maker? Or is the decision maker someone that you never even meet, who the people that you're negotiating with will then go and provide information to, and that person will make the decision and bring it back to you through those people that you're speaking with? So how do you confirm that you're really speaking with the decision maker? In Saudi Arabia, you need a wasta. You need someone who is either the decision maker or has a connection to the decision maker, though you may never meet this wasta or decision maker. And so your energy should be put in building relationships with people who can find you the wasta, as opposed to putting in your energy into trying to speak and convince the person who's opposite you about your deal. And finally, how do we make decisions? Are they made through consensus, majority? Does one individual make the decision? Is a decision going to be authoritarian, or is it going to be 51% of the people involved in the negotiation coming up with a decision? And how do we actually come to the agreement? Is it something that's in informal handshake? Or is the agreement 50 pages of complex legal documentation? In the US, it's 50 pages of complex legal documentation. But you can be sure that in most cultures in Africa, it's a handshake. And there will be lots of paperwork afterwards, but it's not the paperwork that makes the deal. It's the handshake. So where you put your energy and how you negotiate in these cultures will depend on your skills in understanding these cultures. If the mind is the hardware, culture is the software. It determines how we do things. And it's often very, very invisible, which is why we have to talk about culture, why we're talking about culture today. Think of culture as, here's a model for thinking about it, its influence on us, because it is so invisible. Until we know about it, we typically don't see it. Think of it as an iceberg floating in the ocean. 10% of the iceberg is what we call explicit culture. This is the stuff we see. We can visibly sense it with our ears, our eyes, etc. So how people greet each other is a form of explicit culture. You can see it. Do we bow? Do we shake hands? Do we kiss? Gift giving may be part of the negotiation process. So do we give gifts? Is it expected for me to give you a gift? Should I expect a gift from you? Oh, and this gets very complicated. What kind of a gift is good? What kind of a gift isn't? How should I wrap it? When do I present it? With which hand do I give it? When do I take it? It goes on and on. And every culture has different rules about this. But this is a form of explicit culture. How we dress, how you show up at the negotiation. Is it business casual or is it formal? How should women dress? How should men dress? Does dress matter? Examples of explicit culture: we go out after the negotiation session during the day and we go out and socialize. Well, how are we going to eat? How do we dine? There's hundreds of different rules here with every different culture. Chopsticks, spoons, knives, forks, where do they go? When do we pick them up? What if I don't want to eat this? What if I do want seconds and thirds? You know, the list of socializing rules go on and on. And is it important? Well, in some cultures, no. Some cultures really don't care. If you don't understand, we understand. But in other cultures, it can be the breaking point if you don't understand these issues. Here's an example in Korea. Don't ever sign your agreement with a red pen. I mean, that's just very, very bad. It's a taboo, right? And so never bring a red pen to Korea. I mean, sometimes it's as simple as that. But these differences can be critical. These are examples of explicit culture, the stuff that you can see. But underneath the surface, there's implicit culture. This is the stuff you don't see. And this is what's going to affect the negotiation process even more. These are the invisible values, beliefs, and traditions of a culture that affect how they think. And it determines their behavior that you do see. And usually implicit culture falls in 3 different areas. First, how do we relate with each other? Second, well, how do we view time? And third, basically, how do we communicate? Every culture makes a decision about the best way for people to relate with each other. Every culture makes a decision about how we view time, and every culture makes a decision about how we communicate. And we just saw examples of how they can be different in the communication process. So let's take a closer look at why cultures have these different views, starting with the issue of how we relate with each other. Many cultures, and this is based on lots of anthropological cultural research, many cultures value and promote the idea of individualism. The idea that individuals have the right to make their own decisions, to come up with their own solutions, and then to advocate for that with others. And you'll see it in the meeting style, for example, in the US, which is a highly individualistic culture. You'll see individualism reflected in the politics of a nation, where things like people's ability to make personal decisions is often more important than doing something for the greater good, i.e. masking in COVID. It becomes an issue in an individualist culture. It's not an issue in a collectivist culture. It is an issue in how we negotiate, because if everyone has the right to say whatever they want, whenever they want to, that's going to affect the pace and the style of the negotiation. But opposite this, of course, are those cultures where all decisions have to be made by teams in consensus. Whether you know there's a team or not, whether the team is present at the table or not, there's a team in these kinds of cultures, and you're convincing this team to do something. You may be selling a property to your Indian colleague, but you can be sure your Indian colleague, that house won't be sold until grandma and the uncles and everybody else in the family comes and takes a look at it or approves the deal. There's always a group in a group-oriented culture, whether you see it or not. And so this difference is reflected. I took 12 different countries around the world based on the studies that have been done, and you can see where they line up. So you've got consensus and group orientation as a serious issue, over by number 10, and we have the value of individualism and the rights of individuals over by 1 and 2. And this is going to have a significant effect in every aspect of the negotiation process, from who's at the table to how quickly we make decisions, because individualists can make fast decisions. We can move very quickly in individualist cultures. If you have to convince 10 people as opposed to 1 person, you're going to move a little bit more slowly. And you'll probably have to have multiple sessions. And you'll probably have to schedule multiple sessions. Let's take a look at another aspect of how we relate with each other, which is different. Some cultures relate with each other in a way that demonstrates respect for what makes us different. If I'm younger and you're older, I have to demonstrate respect for that. If I'm a man, you're a woman, we relate with each other differently based on those issues. If I'm from a good family and you're from a different class or status, it's going to affect how we relate with each other. What makes us different, according to gender and age and family and education, is precisely the thing that determines our positions and our authority in the workplace, and in society, and at the negotiating table. In other cultures, however, we relate with each other according to what makes us the same. If you and I share the same level of competence, if you and I share the same level of expertise, then independent of our age and gender and background and family, we are both at the negotiating table. And so in Sweden, you can have a 25-year-old female manager running an all-male team with people who are much older than she is, but that's going to be in Scandinavia. That's not going to be in Kuwait. Right. Question? It can, if you have the opportunity to build relationships with the individuals you're working with. That's where things can change, right? We're talking about the default position according to culture. Unfortunately, this is the bad news, but there's good news with this too, right? But unfortunately, unless you have the opportunity to build those individual relationships, most people default to their culture until they know they can behave differently with you. Right? We're always defaulting to our culture unless there are reasons for us to do otherwise. Now, therefore, we're going to have this different style in negotiating, because in the hierarchy-oriented cultures, many of which are in Asia and Africa, and some in Latin America, and then as we move toward the 10 here, we're looking at what are referred to as egalitarian cultures. And if you want to build a profile of any particular culture, right now we could say the US is highly individualist and also highly egalitarian, at least in terms of its values, not necessarily in terms of actually how we do things. So that's why we have laws in the US that say you cannot make decisions about doing business with people based on gender, age, etc. We make it in the US illegal to do that. But we have to do that because we know that that's often done, so it has to become a legal requirement. In cultures where this is not a consideration, we don't have that legal requirement. Has anybody ever received a resume from Latin America, for example? Resume for work in Latin America. Yeah, okay. Oftentimes, on that resume will be the name, the marital status, the gender, how many children you have, etc. All about the family, and a picture, yes. All of those things illegal in the United States on a business resume. Right. Okay, let's take another look at different aspects of how we relate with each other. Some cultures relate according to the task or the transaction that's being done. Therefore, we do the work first, and then, if it succeeds, it's evidence of the trust that we've built with each other, and therefore we can go out and have a beer together. But first we do the task, and then that proves trust, and that therefore justifies relationship. But in other cultures around the world, relationships come first. We put all the energy and the effort into going out and having a beer, sharing a meal, getting to know each other, finding out about the family, finding out about how the soccer team did the night before. All of those things first, and then when I think I've heard what I like, then we have a reason to do business with each other. So first we have to build all that trust. And then, so go out for a beer, and then in order to get the job done, as opposed to get the job done and then go celebrate with a beer. Now, this can be done virtually. You can build relationships virtually, but you have to know that in some cultures, it is absolutely essential to do so. So I don't know if you can actually share a beer together virtually. I guess you could, on Zoom, you could probably do that. The point is you have to take some sort of action, whether it's virtual or face-to-face, in relationship-oriented cultures. And here they are, between 5 and 10. If I'm negotiating with people in Brazil, Italy, India, Mexico, China, Saudi, I've got to build a relationship with these folks first so that there's trust. And then we move from that to the task. But in the cultures from 1 to 5, let's get the job done first, and that justifies the relationship. So where I put my energy is going to be critical at the beginning stages of the negotiation. Finally, one other area about how we relate with each other. There are some cultures that say situations determine our action. Independent of rules and processes and procedures, the immediate situation is what determines what I do. Because rules, after all, are made to be broken based on the situation. But in other cultures, the rules are made to be obeyed. And if situations develop that challenge the rules, we have to justify why we would do anything different from the rule. Now, if we take a look at where these different cultures are, you'll see that China, Saudi, Mexico, Italy, Brazil, and I only selected 12 out of the 200 that have been studied. Highly situationalist. So yes, we have rules. Beijing says this is the way we do things, but in Shanghai, the situation is a little different. And so in Shanghai, the decision makers are going to make some decisions and they'll work it out with Beijing based on the situation. And the situation can be fluid and can be changing. But in other cultures, and I think of Germany, which is a strong 10 here, the rule is made to be obeyed, and you have to give me reasons why the situation changes that rule. The rule has to be obeyed for everyone, independent of the situation. So I remember one time I'm standing on a street corner in Stockholm, a very objectivist culture, rule-based, and I want to cross the street, and it's a red light, and I have to make a decision. And I'm looking and I'm seeing the situation is that there are no cars coming. So no cars. I want to get to the other side. There is a rule. It's a red light. And that rule is for everybody. But what do? I'm from New York City. Yeah, I take a look, make sure, and zip across. I step out into the street and a little old Swedish lady behind me starts loudly berating me for doing this in Swedish. I don't understand Swedish, but I know what she meant. And I turn around, I look at her, she's pointing at the light. You can't do that. And I'm thinking, this is crazy, there are no cars coming. Why should I stand there if I want to cross the street if there are no cars coming? But the same situation, I remember one time I was on a train crossing Europe north-south, and there's a great cultural divide north and south. And in 3 languages under each window on the train, it said, in English, please do not lean out the window. In German, it said, it is forbidden to lean out the window. And in Italian, it said, it is dangerous to lean out the window. And I'm thinking the person who wrote this was very culturally savvy because they knew what would motivate the German was the rule. It is forbidden, therefore we don't go out the window. Implicit in that is we've done studies, we've done research, and therefore you don't go out the window. What will motivate the Italian is that it is dangerous, the situation, not the rules. In fact, in situationalist cultures like Italy, and I think Italy is up there, right? In situationalist cultures like Italy, following the rule, you lose respect. Because you're not clever enough to find a way around the rule, or you don't have the contacts enough to be able to find a way around it. Right? If you wanted the Italians to go out the window, tell them it's forbidden. Out they go. So this will affect how you negotiate. The American comes in and says, well, here's the way we do things above the Rio Grande here in mainland US. And they go to their colleagues in Mexico, a very situationalist culture. In Mexico, they say, well, this is a wonderful plan. These are fabulous procedures. This all looks very good on paper. And then the American thinks they have an agreement to do things according to the process that they've outlined. They get back on a plane to Chicago, and then they find out over time that the Mexicans are doing things completely different from the way you had outlined it. And then they get on the phone and they say, but we had a negotiation and we had an agreement. And the Mexicans go, yes, but things change. The situation changed. Well, why didn't anybody tell me? Well, Mexicans didn't realize that they needed to tell them, because in Mexico, everybody has their network to find these things out. And you need to have your network to find these things out too. Now, how we view time, and I do want to be mindful of time because we here in the US are a very time-conscious culture. And time-conscious cultures are what we call monochronic cultures, where the clock determines what we do, when we do it, and how we do it. But bad news? I don't know if this is bad news. 2/3 of the world is polychronic, where we know that the clocks and calendars and deadlines, yes, but what we do and how we do it is really dependent on the situation. If the situation changes, time becomes fluid. So I remember a study that was done of monochronic meetings. The negotiation session, there's speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3. And then in the polychronic meeting, speaker 1 and speaker 3 is speaking simultaneously with each other. And we may not actually get to finish everything at the end of the meeting, but that's okay. We'll just continue as long as it takes to have the meeting come up with its goal. And then in Japan, we have speaker 1, silence. Speaker 2 says, hi. Speaker 1, hi. Speaker 2, silence. A very different way of communicating, which can be, if you're in a negotiation process, for a more direct speaker and a more monochronic speaker, a very challenging way to conduct a negotiation. In Japan, the hi is not an agreement. It doesn't mean I agree with what you just said. It simply means, oh, you said something. It's a way of acknowledging the fact that you spoke, and I have to give you the honor of that fact. So I am here, I heard you. Doesn't mean I agree, doesn't even mean I understood you. It just means you said something. So if you ask your Japanese colleague, if I ask Tanaka-san, can you send me the document on Tuesday? I have no information. I have to probe in a different kind of way to find out whether I'll actually get that document on Tuesday. A colleague of mine in Saudi said to me, here in Saudi Arabia, we have IBM. I said, I'm sure you do. IBM's a big company. They probably have a presence in Saudi. He said, no, cultural IBM. Inshallah, bukra, and mahalash. Inshallah means if God wills. Inshallah. So if I ask him, can you send me the document on Tuesday? He would say, Mr. Dean, for you, absolutely, positively, you will have the document on Tuesday, inshallah. And if I don't get the document on Tuesday, I can't go back to Muhammad and say, where's the document? Because he said, it was obviously not in God's plan for you to get it. Okay, and bukra, IB, bukra means tomorrow. Anytime beyond today. So if today is Wednesday, bukra does not mean Thursday. It means any day after today. And IBM, inshallah, bukra, mahalash. Mahalash means, and if things don't work out the way we try to make them work out, don't sweat it, chill. It will work out anyway. Would this culture be difficult to negotiate with? Most important thing negotiating in Saudi is simply put your energy into finding a wasta. Then you get everything done. But if you do anything other than that, you're going to run into these kinds of roadblocks, which are cultural. Also, in monochronic cultures, we do things according to the schedule and the calendar. And in polychronic cultures, we do things when they finally need to get done. around that time. So how we plan projects and how we move toward that final endpoint is going to be culturally determined. And here are some of the polychronic cultures. Here are some of the monochronic cultures. Another aspect of time that affects the negotiation is whether we come from a culture that believes in past precedents determining action. The way we did things in the past was effective, and if things were not effective, we've changed them. And so what we're doing today is everything we know that is effective. And so therefore, replicate the way we've done things in order to move forward. Because there's lots of reasons why externally we have no control over what happens. But there are other cultures that say, no, we do have control over what happens. We can internally plan and control the future. And what we do today will determine what we do tomorrow. So let's experiment. Let's do things differently. Let's run it up the flagpole and see what happens. Now, cultures like France, where past precedent is seriously a reason for moving forward. And if you need to change that, you need to do a lot of justifying and explanation. As opposed to in the US, where let's give it a try with just enough information to justify it is often a way going forward. So here are some external control cultures. Here are some internal control cultures. And I can give you a whole lot more information about where cultures are on these cultural dimensions. Afterwards, if you'd like to talk about it, I'll be out in the back there. And I'll certainly refer you to my books as well, which gives you lots more information about this. Another aspect of time is avoiding risk or feeling comfortable with risk. Because if you're in a negotiation with a risk-averse culture, how much information are you going to have to provide them before they take a baby step? But if you're in a culture where risk is comfortable, then you can just provide just enough information, and in Nigeria we'll say, I like it, let's go forward. And so here you're going to have to adjust what you present, how you present it, and the depth and kind of information that you provide. And as you can see to the right, we have the comfort with uncertainty, moving forward quickly with just enough information. And on the left, we have cultures where we need lots of it. We need the whole encyclopedia before we take a baby step. Now, finally, how we process that information, as I mentioned before, we can emphasize the result and the future. That's inductive thinking. And with just enough information to justify it, we go. But then there are the deductive cultures who say, no, let's have a plan first that will take us to that end result. And there was a cartoon in The Economist magazine many years ago of two French managers, deductive thinkers, who were talking to one another, and one said to the other, well, it'll work in practice, but it will never work in theory. That's the deductive thinker. Okay. And finally, that last area, how we communicate with each other will affect the negotiation process, because some cultures imply what they mean. They are indirect if they have to talk about things that are problematic or difficult or challenging. They don't address it directly. These cultures will speak in aphorisms. So I asked Tanaka-san, what do you think of that idea that we just discussed? And Tanaka-san says, Foster-san, there are many fine things in that idea. A few things perhaps need some further study. What has he just told me? If I listen to his words, sounds like we're pretty close to a deal. But he is coming from a very indirect, implicit communicating culture, where things that may be problematic are implied. He's actually told me that he's got a big problem with whatever we discussed, and he's not anywhere close to signing that deal. But I heard it differently because I come from a low context, explicit, direct speaking culture, where whatever is on your mind, say it, good, bad, or otherwise, get it out on the table. The only way we can deal with problems is to put it out there. And this is going to be problematic when we're negotiating with cultures Like to the left, there we go. Japan, China, Saudi, Mexico, Italy, implying meaning. And as we move the other way, very direct speakers. The Dutch actually are probably at 12 or 15 on this chart. Bless them. They will tell you exactly what they're thinking, what needs to be done, because they care about the relationship. And on 1 and -5, we're going to avoid saying anything that could have a negative effect on our relationship because we value the relationship. Two very different ways of how we honor relationship. Now, finally, we're communicating this way because these are harmony-oriented cultures, conflict-avoidant cultures, as opposed to get it out on the table, confrontation is good, say what you need to say, and we'll fix the problem. And here we see those 12 cultures again lined up. Now, if we have the opportunity to speak with each other, face-to-face or on Zoom, we can get lots more information, particularly when we're working with those implicit communicators. So if we have a negotiation session with implicit communicators, we may get a bit more information than just the words that they're using by looking at their facial expressions, by nonverbal behaviors. So good negotiators, good global negotiators, understand the rules of nonverbal behavior in the countries in which they're working. So for example, signs, hand gestures, really important, folks. What does this mean in Brazil? What's this mean in the US? Yeah, in Brazil, this is really not okay. This is really, really bad. And the list goes on and on and on. You know, you go to a meeting in the Middle East and you sit down and you cross your legs and you show the sole of your shoe, and immediately you've offended your host. Because the sole of your shoe is the dirtiest part of the body, it touches the ground. So these little things often are forgiven because, well, everybody understands that if you're not from their culture, you may not know the rules, so that's okay. But if you don't somehow eventually get those rules, sooner or later, people are really going to be tired of your ignorance. You know, put your foot down. You're in Saudi now. So watch those nonverbal behaviors. What does this mean in the US? Peace, right? 2 beers. And in the UK, pretty much the same thing, or victory. But in the US, if I did it like this, I'll still get the 2 beers. In the UK, I might risk getting punched out. Because this is an offensive sign in the UK. A culture that is very similar in many ways to the US, right? But somehow these little things can make a big difference. Now there's also eye contact. In many cultures, we show respect for the seniority of the person speaking with us by avoiding eye contact. If my senior is talking to me, I can't make eye contact with them. I look down to show respect. In the US, I remember my father telling me, look at me when I talk to you. In Malaysia, I can't look at my father in the eye when he speaks to me. So eye contact patterns are going to be different. Physical closeness will be different. How we sit, our composures with each other will be different. You may feel uncomfortable having to put your feet down on the ground or sit on the ground as opposed to sitting in a chair. How we greet each other. How close can we get? How we dress. Whether or not we use silence. Is silence saying I agree, or is silence saying I disagree? Depending on the culture you're in, silence can have 2 different meanings. And even how we dine, and the toilet habits that are acceptable or not. So learn the nonverbals of the cultures that you're working in. It will give you more information at those negotiation sessions. But nonverbal isn't the only way we communicate. We also communicate verbally. And English is spoken around the world today as a language of convenience for global communications. It is not the language of business. People are using a form of global English in order to make themselves understood with English first speakers. They have gone to the trouble of learning most of our first language here. in order to communicate on a global basis with us. But the English, therefore, that non-English speakers are using is a form of global English, which we have to then become accustomed to. So in Singapore, we're speaking Singlish. In India, we're speaking English with an I-N-G-L-I-S-H, with lots of local words that don't quite make sense to us, perhaps, and in fact, coming up with a meaning that might be very different from what the intent was. This is an actual sign in a Japanese hotel in English for the benefit of English speakers. Please take advantage of the chambermaid. I know that Japanese are good hosts, but they probably don't mean what we're interpreting this to mean. This is a sign in an Indian restaurant. After one visit, we guarantee you will be regular. In a British hotel, our British colleagues are speaking English. In fact, they doubt whether we are. Customers should note that any complaints about rudeness in the staff will be dealt with very severely. Tokyo restaurant steaks and chops are grilled before our customers. Hong Kong dry cleaners, if you feel we failed you in any way, we shall be only too pleased to do it again at no extra charge. Taiwan tailor shop, ladies may have a fit upstairs, and Bangkok dry cleaners, drop your trousers here for best results. But my favorite is the sign in a Mexico City hotel, broken English, spoken perfectly. Okay, moral of a story, folks, real quick, because I do want to be respectful of our time. If you need to manage global English, slow down. Give people time to translate what you're saying. And silence is okay if that's what you get back. They're thinking it through. Don't rush it. Simplify your words. Speak in slow phrases so that people have time to translate as you go. Don't say, this would be more efficacious. Say, this works better. Okay? Avoid slang, sports terms, acronyms. Step up to the plate. Let's hit a home run. Give me a ballpark figure. Nobody understands that if they don't play baseball in their country. So take all that out of your language. You don't know what a double negative is, do you? That is going to give you a very strange response because people are going to answer what they think you mean by using a double negative. So don't even ask questions that require yes or no as an answer, because in implicit cultures and harmony-oriented cultures, they're going to say yes even when they mean no. So asking a question that can be answered with yes and no is an invalid way of getting information. Instead of saying, can you send me the document on Tuesday, the better thing to say is, on what day can I expect the document? And the best thing to say, because if they're really having a problem sending you the document in the first place but don't want to tell you that, the best thing to say is, what can I do to help you get the document to me by Tuesday? It's a different way of thinking in order to accommodate the cultural requirement that you're working with. Remain formal until you're cued otherwise, with the exception, I think, of countries like Israel, the United States, Ireland, very informal cultures. But other than that, understand that people can be more formal, particularly when you're first meeting them at the beginning of a negotiation or a relationship. So if they use titles, family names, etc., understand how they do that in that culture. So in China, remember, the first name is often the family name, and that's the name you use. The second name is the given name. And that's exactly the opposite of in the US. So learn those rules country by country. Never shout, if anything, tone down. Ask about terms you don't understand. So when my Indian friend says to me, let's prepone the meeting, and I don't understand what preponing the meeting means, that means the opposite of postpone the meeting. It means advance it. But if I don't know that, ask about the terms that you don't know. Learn 10 basic phrases of any language that you're working in extensively, and watch out for those nonverbals. And when you're writing emails, organize and bullet point so that people don't have lots of text to read. Organize logically and bullet point small points. You got to have a global strategy, right? Insight into cultural differences, the information that you need to overcome them, and then the skills you got to practice in order to implement what you've learned. Takes time, but I have to say that working around the world gives us the opportunity not only for more business, but at a deeper level to become more completely human than we ever thought possible, because we're learning about different ways of seeing the world, which may just solve the problems that you bring to the table with your colleagues abroad. So thank you all very much for your time today. And in China, if you're applauded, you have to applaud back because you have to remain humble, right? Thank you for your applause. I'll be outside there. I've got some books of mine that I've written, and if you're interested in getting more information, please join me outside. Thanks. I think lunch is ready.
And with that, we'll be breaking for lunch until 1 p.m. 1 p.m. until our next session, so head outside, grab some food, and check out the vendors. 1 p.m. we'll be back. Thank you.
If everybody could please take their seat. So how did everybody enjoy the morning sessions? I thought they were incredible. And we have an equally packed sessions for this afternoon that I'm really excited about. But first I want to have a very good friend of all of ours give you a few remarks. I've known Dave for a number of years. He's just a great asset to the industry. I'm not going to read all of his designations because talk about a lot of alphabet soup, holy cow. But Dave is a retired police sergeant in 2002 after responding to the 9/11 World Trade Center tragedy and losing his partner. Dave combines his 2 decades of law enforcement experience and 25 years of real estate to teach professionals across the country how to reduce their risk of being targeted by a predator. We just had Dave address our association last week, and it was extremely well received. In 2019, as a graduate of NAR's Leadership Academy, David petitioned NAR's leadership team to create a Realtor Safety Advisory Committee and was appointed as its first chairperson for 2020. Dave is an investor in 2 New York City Keller Williams Realty franchises located in Jackson Heights and Flushing, and is a broker in the Flushing office. David was 2017 president of the Long Island Board of Realtors and was its 2014 Realtor of the Year. Globally, Dave was one of the founders of the ARIA New York's East chapter and served as the association's president for 2015 and 2016. Please, everybody, give a warm welcome to Dave Lagaz.
Thank you, Richard. So I apologize for that long intro. When you don't know how to write something about yourself, just ask your mother. And she did. And I'm not even her favorite, so. So a little about myself. I'm truly blessed to be born and raised in Queens. It's the world's borough. It's the most ethnically diverse borough, most borough or area in the whole country. We have 47% of our 2.4 million residents are from over 100 different countries, and speaking over 200 languages in our public schools. In fact, in Jackson Heights alone, there's 167 languages spoken, and we know in New York City we have over 800, so it's a lot. In fact, the recent survey just showed that Latino population is up 9% in Queens, and our Asian population is up 29%. And for the first time in Queens history, and it's something I'm really proud of, is that those 2 ethnic groups have taken over, and there's more of Latinos and Asian population than there are whites in Queens. So being a Queens practitioner, I truly love the diversity of Queens and love marketing and servicing all their needs. But like most of you, there's been a lack of foreign investors during the pandemic, and according to NAR, 31% There's been a decrease of 31% of foreign investors in US homes. And we believe that's obviously due to the pandemic. And it represented the lowest level in foreign investment in the decade. Though there's some good news, on Monday, the White House just said they're going to allow international travelers to come back in as long as they have their COVID vaccination and a 72-hour negative vaccine upon their departure. So we hope that's going to stimulate some of this international housing. Though it's going to create even more of a red-hot market. We know we do have a lack of inventory all over, and with low interest rates, it's been good for sellers, but where do they go when they leave? That's the problem. But now I have the pleasure to introduce our next session, Collaboration Across Borders, with Lisa Carlarco. She's the manager of NAR's Global Programs and Outreach, and she'll moderate a very informative session. And Lisa, we appreciate all you do for our global business councils, because without you and without the support of NAR, none of this happens. So I'd like to bring up Lisa and her panel.
Come on, guys. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so this is gonna sound weird, but this is how I'm gonna start this. I say, hey, hi, hello there, and welcome to the first ever live edition of the Platinum Perspectives podcast. So I'm here, thank you. Live from New York, I am your host, Lisa Carlarco. For those of you that may not be familiar, the Platinum Perspectives podcast was begun in 2020. It was born out of the eternal question, how do I earn platinum recognition by the National Association of Realtors? A question I would get so frequently it would haunt my dreams. And so I said, it's one thing for me to say, well, talk to ABC. They did it. Ask them how they did it. And it's like all these state and local associations trying to figure out how each other are getting there without hearing from the top down, right? I said, you know what, I'm tired of this. I want you all to hear from each other. I spent most of the pandemic in a purely digital world, as we all did, but I dove really deep into podcasts, right? Just in my ears, cooking, cleaning, chasing kids, like ignoring the world around me and whatever was in my ears. And I thought, you know what, this is a great tool to use. And so I worked with my engagement team colleagues at NAR, and we put together this little podcast that could, if you will. And I sat down with 11 of our state and local associations who had achieved platinum recognition in 2019, because this was 2020. And it was great. I thought it was great. Some of you were part of it. Some of you may have listened to it. We've so far had over 1,200 downloads of the podcast, unique downloads. So it's out there. If you haven't listened to it, I suggest going to Spotify. That's where you can find it, and looking up Platinum Perspectives. So anyway, it was, let's hear how you did it. Tell us how you did it. And then hopefully other state and local associations out there with global councils or interest in global programming, how do we get it started, could pick nuggets from what was going on out there. And that was a really good catalyst. Quite frankly, very shocked by the success of that. I was told I needed a second season. So, the victim of your own success, if you will. So I moved into 2021 and I said, other questions we really get is that big, broad concept of why. Why do we do what we do? Why do you all practice global real estate? Why is that important? How does that fit into the overall structure of an association? Well, let me help you answer that question. So we started season 2 with my colleagues at NAR talking about what is global? Just what is it? Why did NAR even start it? When did NAR even start it? What does it look like from a domestic and international standpoint? What is the future of it as an association? And so we put that puzzle, we're starting to continue to put that puzzle together. Episode 2, it's so weird to call it those. Episode 2, I sat down and talked about global. So it was global and, right? So global and diversity. How do global and diversity differ and where are they the same? I sat down with many of you in the room may know Fred Underwood, discussed a lot of topics. We did a visual Venn diagram, if you will. George, you were on that one as well. A visual Venn diagram where global and diversity are together, separate, and where do they come together, and how can we build on the strength of those in order to support each other in the spaces that they intersect. Sometimes I think in this space we have over time conflated global and diversity as one in and of the same, and while there are equal parts, they're not. They're very different, and so we helped define the difference in that. And we moved over to global and advocacy, and I got to sit down with one of my great friends at NAR, Russell Riggs, and discuss where advocacy comes into the picture at both the national, state, and local levels. What are the issues we pay attention to? Why do we pay attention to them? And how can we support them at the state and local levels? But I will say, I think one of my favorite ones I've done so far was the last one I just did with my super awesome colleague, Gay. We sat down and went total nerd on global and research and why we do the research, how we do, what it tells us, how we use it to vision forward what we're going to be doing as an association. Like Gay spoke, I hope you were all here this morning to hear her. It was fabulous. But the information she said, talked about, we're seeing a decline, but where are we seeing the increase, and what kind of education do we need to be providing for our members? The robust information it provides you on what your markets looks like also provides us where we need to move forward in this space in the future. And now I'm standing here somewhat in disbelief that I am now bringing this live version of the podcast. So enough about that and about me. For those of you listening, because I am recording this, we are live at the Global Real Estate Summit in New York City at the Marriott Marquis, Times Square, and we're going to continue zooming out. We're going to look at the big picture of global, and there's no better place to be than at an event that is put together by 8 regional associations crossing 3 state lines. I think really the takeaway from this, the hope I get is, again, this is a unique event. 8 associations, 3 state lines. I have not seen that in this space. And that's a question I get a lot. Can we do regional events? What is the things we can do? And what are the benefits of it? So if you're listening here and or listening later as an association, executive, chair, vice chair, member, we hope there are some good takeaways here for you on how they've done this, why they do it, what they continue to do, and some nuggets you can take away and use for yourself going forward. So I would like to start, I know we've recognized them throughout the course of this, but the 5 host associations and the 3 supporting associations here today that totally deserve shout outs are the Staten Island Board of Realtors, North Central Jersey Association of Realtors, Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors, Brooklyn Board of Realtors, and the Greater Bergen Board of Realtors as your 5 host associations. Alongside them, the 3 supporting associations of Greenwich Realtors, Liberty Board of Realtors, and the Long Island Board of Realtors. I was going to say, let's hear it for the leadership, but you beat me to that. And on stage with me today, and preserved in perpetuity in audio form, will be George Ledesma, Kathleen Stack, and Tony Danzica. And I would gonna ask you 3 to just give me a brief who you are, where you're from, what you do for everybody. So go ahead, George.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So George Jorge Ledesma, I am the Chief Executive Officer with Greater Bergen Realtors. We represent approximately 9,000 realtors in the state of New Jersey. We are the 3rd largest real estate trade association in New Jersey. And we've had the opportunity and pleasure of working with our colleagues at the Global Summit, which you may have all seen is in its 15th year. As it continues to expand and as it continues to grow, we are just honored to be able to add benefits to this and partnerships and collaborations that will allow us to not only educate our members, but also provide an opportunity. And I think all of us being here today is a step in that direction as we're coming together, but we all know business doesn't die or stop. It's a matter of finding a way to come across and connecting everybody together. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kathleen Stack. I am the Director of Marketing for the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors, and I also act as the staff liaison for both global and commercial. So being here this week and going to the NAR C5 Summit Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then here for global, it's been great to see how the two really do intersect. So it's been a pleasure. We have 13,000 members starting in Manhattan, the Bronx, Westchester, Putnam, Orange, and Rockland. And Tony, I'll turn it over to you.
My name is Tony Danziga, and I'm on the executive committee of the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors. I'm also co-chair of the Global Business Council. I come from the Manhattan Association of Realtors, which no longer exists. I was its president during the year when we merged with Hudson Gateway, forming the second largest association in New York, thanks to that merger. Not kidding about that. So one of the things that we brought with us was something called the Global Real Estate Summit. It was something that really initiated with Staten Island, the Manhattan Association of Realtors. It's something I wanted to make sure that we would be able to continue, and we wanted the support of Hudson Gateway in having that move forward from year to year. And we got that support from Richard and Gary and Kathleen and the entire staff and the directors. They really put their money where their mouth is. And they're great proponents of the global initiative that we've taken over the last few years as a Global Business Council. So every year, this event has grown. One of the things that we really wanted to do several years ago was to say, listen, we're putting together a global event, but this is too local, right? We have two associations doing this together. We have a region that comprises, I don't know how many square miles, how many millions of people who are from all over the world, as Dave Lagaz mentioned. We need to expand our collaboration. And regardless of what size your association is, it's really important that you participate and that you join, because there's so much that we can learn from each other. And that's really how it started a few years ago, just with a conversation that we had briefly at one of our NYSAR events. And it just led to this. And every year we add one or two associations, and it doesn't matter what level of support you give or how involved you are. It's a way to add value to what is really a great event and has the potential for being a really major event down the road.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to jump right into it. Dave, Tony, you kind of already, I see Dave on my screen here, his slide's still up, sorry. You kind of just alluded to it, but this event has been being put on for 15 years. Richard opened this morning with what I thought was really cool. Kathleen alluded to the C5 that just finished, which is NAR's inaugural commercial summit, capital, commerce, connectivity, all of that, commerce. Richard had said, it's a nice transition into this. It was adding like a 6C, because in this space, it's collaboration. This space is all about collaboration. And an event like this that we're talking about now is about showing how we can all have to collaborate in this space. But the way that you all have done this, how you've collaborated to bring this event to life for 15 years. So is there more about the origin story behind this event? I know, like, when it started, how did the concept for it begin? It's so great that it was 15 years ago, because it shows that, like, you guys have been here aware of this space for this long. So do you have any more information to add for anybody about when it started?
I mean, it started even before I got around. I mean, it started with Sandy and Staten Island, with Faye Costa, who's been just a tremendous resource for us. And of course, they had the foresight to say, this is important. We live in a global economy, in an interconnected world. We live in New York City, which for many people is a capital city. And so they really had the foresight to commit the time and the effort and the money to start this. And I think it had a rebirth several years ago, when we started to expand it to different regions. And as a region, we are so spread out. I mean, we're not a region without New Jersey, without Connecticut, without Long Island. So we have to work together. So for me, it's a rebirth. It's not so much about where it started, but it's just a rebirth.
Okay. George, Kathleen, any additional origin?
I would just jump in and say, we were talking about this previously, and if you take a look at all the associations that are involved, not just of course, throughout New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut even this year, if you add up all of our primary members, the number-wise, we're at roughly over 70,000 primary members. So when you take a look at that, that's real metrics, right? This event today is being recorded, and this event today will then be spread out for those that weren't able to attend our meeting. As you know, it is being recorded to be part of the global podcast from NAR, but also through our association, for those that aren't able to be here in person, for those that aren't able to be joining us virtually, what we'd like to build on is not just the agenda we built, but to have and showcase that the association is a partner for all of our members and that they should leverage the association to grow their business. And I know everyone here already understands that and knows the benefit of that, but when we can bring more people together, more minds alike, we can start to create a conversation where more business can get done. And for us on the association side, it's how can we provide more ROI for our members, right? Our members are the life and blood of our associations. And for the developers here, for the investors, for the realtors, for those that stayed from C5, understand that you have the ability to tap onto your local associations, depending on where you are, to reach a number of successful realtors who are day-to-day practitioners that can help you in your business. And I think in moving forward with that rebirth, what we're trying to do is year over year talk about things that are the issues that our members are dealing with. And we hear from our global councils. They're the ones that are providing us with the topics for discussion. They're the ones that need an answer. So we're providing the resources and looking into it. You know, I know I'm very excited. I was excited to hear all the panelists, but I was speaking with one of the panelists last night. I'm very excited to hear about the cryptocurrency. You know, that's just me personally. And I know that there's a trend moving in certain directions. We want to be ahead of that. We want to build agendas that will allow our members to be educated so that they'll be able to move forward and be successful in a changing industry.
Great.
And I will just add that during our planning phase, the planning committee met monthly, and the meetings lasted for about 2 hours each. But during that time, we really created a good program, came up with great speakers, relied on everybody's input. And during the COVID era here with Zoom, we were able to all get together despite the distance. And, you know, through NAR resources, they were marketing our event through the Global Business Council social media Facebook page and sending out all the information. And through all the efforts, we were able to get the word out and input from everyone on the program. So that was very valuable.
Yeah, awesome. And your point, George, I see this map behind me. This is our fairly up-to-date map on U.S. global councils across the country. And I know there's a lot of orange here, but what you see in the blue, that represents over 500,000 NAR members that are in cities and states that have global councils, networking, education, things like that. So, you know, you tend to think, oh, we have 100 global council members, maybe. Oh, that's all we have. Yeah, but you've built in a program like this. You've built in the opportunity for members to connect if and when they want. They don't all want to, but if and when they do, you guys here with 70,000, as you mentioned, George, or, you know, anywhere across the country. And I really think in the Zoom period, which we've all survived, it really, for the global space, it really provided, you all pivoted so well, and I hate that word, but you've all really took the opportunity to connect to each other and to the world faster than any other part of an association I've seen, because you were ready, you were connected already, and then you said, oh, maybe some of the barriers to the global is I can't fly to Portugal. You don't have to, and nobody got that through their head. Like, you never really had to fly anywhere. The technology was there, or the folks would come to our meetings. You can connect there, you could pick up a phone. It forced us all to do that, and then everywhere around the world. I know it's been rough and it wasn't a pleasant circumstance, but it really allowed the global space to expand in ways I haven't seen in my 15 years at NAR, really be able to connect to each other here across state lines and across the world, so that when the world does fully reopen again, those connections are there and you can take off running with your business and your networking and everything like that. So an event like this that predates all of that and continues to strive and grow through that is something to be commended. So thank you for the background on it. I was unaware of all of the information that had. So the growth that you have, like you've mentioned, you've added Connecticut to our list of associations this year that are here supporting the Northeast region. Where do you see the future of an event like this going?
I'd love to dive in on this right now, because in our current 8 associations, we have different memorandums of understandings. We are different ambassador associations to foreign countries. So respectively, with our relationships, even currently as of today, connected within the 8 of us, we have relationships with Costa Rica, Panama, Italy, Portugal, South Korea, and all of our partners, we were also able to advise them and promote this event to them. So even in today's hybrid and Zoom sessions, I know we have people from overseas that have been tuning in to see the entire day's sessions from the morning through the afternoon and hearing about the topics that we have. So as we come out of this world, which was this virtual world, there's a new world that we all have started talking about, obviously. There's a new form of business that's going to start to get done. You can do more outreach and connect with more people because of the virtual platform. And I think that as we continue to grow, not only will collaborative efforts happen between associations, but I think you've even mentioned this before, Lisa, if I may. When you're on the road throughout the country and you're speaking with different states that are looking to build global councils, you highlight the work that we're doing here in this Northeast region. You're highlighting the work that these associations are doing so that they can look to us and mimic something like this across the region and across the world. And how great would it be that, in a global world, we can start to connect or start to realign ourselves with our overseas partners who are members of the NAR umbrella through memorandums of understanding, through ambassador associations, so that we can start to, again, give that ROI to the member. I think everything that we are doing as an association is always trying to find a member benefit, and how can we provide that to our members? This is just one of those ways where global allows us to build on something and allows us to not just be in our metro area. I know, if I'm not mistaken, just looking through registration, I know that we had some colleagues from Florida, Miami, the Carolinas. They're all interested as to how the collaborative efforts are happening. How are we building these agendas? And a lot of this is just from our members. Again, we're just answering the calls and the issues that they have. My biggest thing that I would say to our members is, what problems are you dealing with? Let us on the association side help you solve those problems. You may not have the resources or the time, but let's connect you with those developers. Let's connect you with those projects. Let's find a way to use our resources so that you can grow your business.
Awesome. Anybody else want to?
You hit the nail on the head in terms of dealing with our cooperating associations and all of the international partners that we have. One of the things, and Alex Rodriguez said this yesterday when he talked about, how does he invest his money? How does he determine what to do in terms of his investments? He goes, I said, I like to dive deep and narrow, right? And sometimes we make the mistake of going wide and shallow, right? So what we did last year was we reached out to all of our international partners from Portugal, from Spain, from Italy. We brought them in. They were a part of this event. They sat on the panel. They talked about the benefits of being under the NAR umbrella, of the CIPS designations, the CIPS family, because I call it a family, is what we have. And if you joined us last night for a sort of pre-game event, we had probably over 60 people hanging out and having a great time together. And that's really what this is about. It's not just about, hearing statistics or getting a pin. It's about the collaboration, and it's about working together and building the network. And I'll say the other thing that Alex Rodriguez said, I don't think he made it up himself.
You're a Yankees fan by any chance?
Right. I went mostly to Mets games, but he said your network is your net worth.
Yeah.
And that's what this is about. It's about building our network globally. And so that's what this does. That's what CIPS does. And that's what our global business councils do. So it's not just about this event, it's about the people that it brings together. And each year it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And what I'd like to say is, you know, in terms of where do I see it going, what I see happening is, and I hope it happens, is that this group that we have that's been doing this now for 3 years together, at some level can be institutionalized. And that we can work as a region, keep it going, create events and programs that go beyond just the summit, but that include other things, you know, whether it's, you know, a seminar, a get-together, a lunch, because that's really what it's about. We need to formalize that collaboration.
Okay, wish list. And I'll just add one more thing. In addition to the global summit, you guys are now all in our reach and database. So when we have future programming, we will invite you. So we've been doing global business chats. These are where we have a speaker from a global country, or actually this year we had 5 that were out of the country, and we did the state of Texas because global is local and local is global. And so we will reach out and invite you to those events. And we had a trade mission, a virtual trade mission with Portugal this year. We were supposed to go over to Portugal. It was virtual and it was fabulous. So if you're interested, you're invited to all our future events and you become part of our Global Summit family.
Nice. And the work you and many others across the U.S. Have done in this space domestically, which is where I focus all of my energy and work, has really connected and resonated around the world. I will say that we now have 3 known global councils outside of the United States. We have, Canada has one, a strong, very strong program, our great neighbors to the north. And Romania has just started one, and then so has Jamaica. And so this concept, makes sense, this community, this collaborativity, and I just made up a word, it resonates not only in the US, but around the world. So you are examples of how to collaborate, connect, and network with each other, and that's really cool. And I can't wait to see where the future of an event like this is going. I'm sure 15 years ago, whoever was sitting in that room was hopeful that 15 years from then they'd still be sitting here, but to see the evolution is really cool, and the energy and the passion for the awareness, of the global connectivity that we all have and share. All right, so Tony, this is a little bit more for you, but George and Kathleen, would like your take on it too. So this event, it's great, we just talked about it, but what value as a member, just as a member, what value do you find in an event like this? An event that's, focused on the global footprint of the real estate market here in the Northeast. Is there any unexpected or unintentional connection, reward, business that has come just by virtue of your participation in this?
I don't get paid for it, and I didn't even get lunch. So, no. So I come from, I have a small business. I had no intention in my career to go global. It just so happens I have a lot of international clients. And when I first started my business, I really didn't know what it meant to be a realtor. I'm an attorney. I did real estate law. So I jumped into the business end of it, and I really didn't know anything about being a broker or salesperson. I didn't know anything about it. But the Realtor Association helped me. The Realtor Association guided me in many, many ways. And I've learned as a small company, a small business who never really had the training of being in the real, and that you get in the real estate industry. I learned that you have to work hard, but you have to talk to your colleagues and you have to learn from them. And the Realtor Association gave me a lot of resources. It wasn't just about getting the MLS. I do property management. I don't really need the MLS for that. Okay, but a lot of people, they'll just say, well, I'm just going to become a realtor so I can get the MLS. Well, I hate paying those dues. Well, you heard what Gay had to say today. That kind of information and knowledge, the research that they do because of the dues that we pay, the advocacy that we do as an association to benefit our industry as a whole. We do the same thing for global, except we do it on a global scale. And it's not so much about having events like this, the value is in the connections and the networking that we do. And that's really where you get the value. There's no replacement for that. It's the networking and the people that you meet, and just like Susan Greenfield said, I don't try to sell a property when I go to Paris. I build a relationship that's long-term. And I've seen a lot of small businesses that, at least that do property management, that, they seem like they're doing great, and then the next thing you know, they're out of business. And at the end of the day, just like this event, it takes perseverance, and you just got to keep doing it over and over and over again until it sticks, and then and that's when it starts to thrive. And I think we're getting to that point.
So like Kathleen and George, if a member called you and said, why would I come to your event? What good is it for me? Why would I come? How would you answer that phone call, Kathleen?
Number one is for the educational value. Emmy Kakes, who was here this morning, likes to say, we are the source of the source. So we want to be the source of information for our customers and clients and our members, more importantly, and give them the information that they can use to build the relationships and business with global partners. And so we've been building educational programs, and in fact, our Maria Carsu is here today. She suggested a class with attorneys on what the obstacles were in doing business and bringing foreign investors here. And Ballon, Nikki is here, and he is now developing a program where we will build relationships with some of the consulates in the New York City area. This has been a long-time goal of our Global Business Council. We're getting there. So anyway, we're just trying to be the source of the source of all the information, and getting all the information from NAR, from speakers, people, and just the audience and everybody's feedback.
Awesome. George?
I would just say that most of the times the problem that one of our members has, they're not the first one to have that problem, right? It's already, there's been a similar issue before, and it really is about, when you're coming into the global field, trying to learn from those who have already gone through it, whether that's finding a mentor or working with, again, an association, platform, resources that can allow you to grow your business. You don't need to reinvent the wheel for the answer. Now, sometimes you have to pivot and shift because of the situation that's at hand, but this is a great platform that will just allow you to throw out a problem with the colleagues that may not even be in your own backyard, which is the beauty of it, and will allow you to get insight from them so that it can help you solve that problem. It could be working with foreign nationals and trying to get visas or tax consequences for purchasing properties in the US. Again, our members are the key and the resource for all. When they're working with their clients, whether it's domestically or internationally. For us, not only is education and of course networking so crucial, but it's about providing the right information to the people so that they can provide that to their clients, consumers, and customers. And I think for us, it's a matter of putting together, back to just the agenda on our end, you guys may see it year over year, we look to revamp the agenda altogether so that we bring in new projects, new developments, and the opportunity for either a seasoned, global, experienced agent or someone that's trying to get into the industry to learn from them and build connections and network.
All right. Okay. What else do you guys want to talk about? So Tony, I would ask you if there was a member who, a friend, a colleague, whatever, said, I keep seeing you at this event. You keep talking about this global real estate event. Should I come? Why should I come? Your advice. I have a funny feeling it'll be because of the networking, but is there anything, that you've had that conversation with anybody, or any additional advice you would like to give?
So I think one of the things about global is that, there are a lot of things that you talk about, right? Global encompasses a lot of different issues. Okay, it's not just about doing a transaction locally. You've got a lot of things that you have to consider. We're going to talk about cryptocurrency. It could be international taxation issues. There's legal conventions that different countries have between each other that may affect a transaction. In some countries, you can't buy land if it's on the water, for example. So every country is different. What we're trying to do is to educate our members, to provide, again, the source, but to be the resource. So the way I see it is that everything that we do, everything that we create should be institutionalized. It should go in the website. It should be a resource center. If you walk out of here today and whatever you just heard just kind of goes away, that's really not good enough. Like that's why we're recording this. It's going to be on our website. We want to build a library. That's how I see it. I'd like to see us build a library of information, because everything that we heard today, it helps us in our businesses, whether it's the webinars that we have with attorneys or tax consultants or whatever it may be. Those are important programs that really help and guide us. So, and they lead us to people who are going to be the people we're going to work with in the future, right? Whether it's that attorney or whether it's the accountant or whoever it might be. So I think that's important, is to creating a library, a resource center where people can learn what they need to know in order to do a business transaction. When we do our global business chats, we're not highlighting the next big hotel that's being developed in Malaysia. We're talking about, okay, we want to buy a property in Nigeria. What's the process like? What's the real estate transaction? How do we go about, what are the steps of the real estate transaction? What do we have to look out for? So everything is really about the nuts and bolts of the real estate transaction. And that's how I imagine a lot of our programming is. It's about the nuts and the bolts of how can we get things done. That's what I think the main benefit of the things that we do here is, about the nuts and bolts, teaching people.
Okay. All right. So usually, I'm not live and human and with pants on. So I usually offer an opportunity for those who tune in to the podcast to ask any questions. So I will do the same here. While we wrap these guys up, if anybody wants to ask anybody a question about the topic at hand, please feel free. I'll run you down a mic if there is something you'd like to ask. But George and Kathleen, your final thoughts on today.
So I commend all the associations that are here, and obviously vision that we have in trying to continue to grow this, right? Because we know we're in a changing world. We know obviously the pandemic has caused a different rift throughout the day-to-day that we have, but also our industry altogether. And I think, for us, it's always a matter of listening what's happening on the ground. Because if we're not here understanding today's problems, then we don't know how to deal with it, and we don't know what our members are dealing with. So as we look to continue to move this forward, and as we look to collaborate, and as we look to build new types of programs, we look to see what's working and then what's not. I mean, obviously, this type of program, thankfully, NAR recognizes it. Every year, we continue to grow through our associations, our own memorandums of understandings with different foreign countries, and we're also building our ambassador associations and our outreach. So while we're working on the back end to create more partnerships internationally, our global council members are day in, day out going through the issues that they need answers to. And so for us, it's a matter of putting together these types of programs that will allow our members to connect, to understand what's happening in the US domestically, to understand that if there is an issue, they're not alone in it, that they can work with the associations. And I know Kathleen and I know this day in, day out. We work with members on a day-to-day basis, and we understand sometimes the frustrations that they're going through. And a lot of times they don't know where they can tap into resources, especially when it comes to the global. And I think for us, because our members are so diverse, right? You're coming right outside of New York City. You're in New York City, obviously. Most of our members, I know a lot of my members are duly licensed, and so they're already working with international clientele. It sometimes is a benefit if we can just connect them to the right people that can give them the answers that they're looking for. Obviously, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and that's not the case, I know, as Lisa has mentioned to us. So I think we take a lot of pride when NAR even recognizes the things that we're doing. It's very visionary for us to kind of continue to keep chipping at how can we provide more resource, more of a return on their membership, that ROM, if you will, to our members, so that they can see the value, but so that we can allow them to be successful in the industry.
Great, thank you.
And my final takeaway is that at the end of the day, within the next few days, we will be sending everyone out a survey about the event. So I ask you to take some time and really give us some input on what you would like to see next year so that we can build a better program for you.
You're good. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. I'm gonna run you a mic. Can I steal your mic, Tom? Is it okay?
As I'm sure everyone in this room is well aware, last week was Climate Week. New York was graced, if that's the right term, with the heads of state of all the planets of the world to discuss this pressing issue. What can you as realtors do to aid the issue, the critical issue of climate change in terms of building and fostering more sensitive, more appropriate approaches to dealing with that issue?
Well, Tony, I'm sorry. Well, you want to borrow a mic?
That's a good question, and I'll go back to last year's agenda where we had, for example, Charles Montgomery was on our panel. Charles wrote a book called Happy Cities, and basically, Charles is an urbanist, and basically he's trying to find a way to design cities in a way that makes people happy, right? And he figures, where does happiness come from? It comes from how we design our cities, how we design cities in a way so that people can relate to their environment better. And one of those ways is by making those cities greener, for example. So Charles Montgomery kind of started the conversation with us last year. We had another architect last year who kind of extended that conversation. We had someone who also is from Romania who talked about the building immune standard, how we can make buildings healthier, and how in Europe they've created this certification for building immune systems. This year we brought Ivan Shumkov, and he's kind of taken that conversation to another level again. So what it's about, what can we do? Well, we can talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, we don't really understand what the world around us is all about. So we have to start the conversation, and I'm happy to see that, at C5, they had this conversation on Monday. We had it last year. So I think we are picking up on important trends, and we're focusing on it.
And I would just say to that, just stick around. One of our speakers right after this is Troon Pacific, and they're speaking on wellness and new buildings and new styles. I think the beauty of us, again, 8 associations, we represent, let's say, roughly over 70,000 members. We work with NAR, largest real estate trade association in the US. So because of our numbers, we have the ability to spread the message of a shift and a change in our industry that we need to not only highlight more, but have a better understanding and educating our members. So today's another great example of how we're bringing that topic to the forefront so that, again, our international colleagues, our members here who are here on site are going to be able to learn and understand what that really means. What does that wellness mean? What does tomorrow's cities really look like? And taking that conversation and then moving it to the next step of, well, possibly then our NAR parent company will need to then start working with possible legislative matters that need to start making changes down the road. But it starts, I believe, everything starts boots on ground. When you realize what the problems are on our day-to-day, we can then use that to move forward and find a way to resolve it. It's not an overnight solution. Obviously, there's a change that's happening, but we know it, we understand it, and we're looking to educate our members more on it.
And I will say, too, that at NAR, we do have a green designation for our Realtor members. That is a whole program where they can learn about sustainability and all the green things that go into real estate. And there's a sustainability work group that is happening as well. And the really cool thing is that it's not cool at all. We're not the leaders in the green space, but typically Europe is one of the leading green markets in the world. And so when they're looking to invest over here, they're raising our standards. They're saying, I want to invest, but I want to invest in a sustainable building. I want to see that you're green thinking and forward. And until you are, I'm not going to put my money there. And so that is leading the conversation of change as well. And that was spoken about too on Monday at C5. And it's something we're well aware of and have those built in. So we are aware, we're moving forward as is the rest of the world. And we hope to get there soon. Okay, we've got like 2 minutes. So how about one more question and we'll wrap this up.
Hi, these are just suggestions. I think sometimes we often get caught into the real estate world. My original careers are not in real estate. You might want to bring in some mayors of towns in the area that have sustainable plans. South Orange does. Also, the green designation, as you mentioned. You also might want to set goals for your group. For instance, make some declarations that, half of us will have electric cars in the next 5 years. Like achievable goals that every household can make an impact into the green area. Those, and also U.S. companies. This is really, I always think you vote with your money. You vote with your money what companies are going to be the companies that are going to protect the earth. So do more research into what companies have that in their mission statement and bring the heads of those companies here to say what they are doing. And they don't have to be real estate companies. It could be any kind of company. It could be a small company, a big company. But why is it that they are different and why should you back them versus their competitor?
One response to that, one of our goals probably is to be selling 3D printed homes in the future, right? Because they probably save 80 to 90% less waste in terms of construction. So one of our next speakers is doing just that. So, I think that'll be a great introduction to not just what are we talking about, what do we need to do, but here's somebody who's doing it. So thank you for that.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you again to my panelists, George, Kathleen, and Tony, for being with us today. And thank you to the Global Real Estate Summit for hosting the first ever live from New York edition of Platinum Perspective.
We'll see you next year. We'll see you next year.
And as always, to my listeners, thank you for listening. This episode and all the others will be found on Spotify or on the NAR website, nar.realtor/platinum-perspectives. Until next time, keep innovating, keep creating, and most importantly, keep engaging. Thank you.
Get COVID from it?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here and also online. My name is Diana Bustamante. I am the managing broker for Realty Executives Exceptional Realtors. I'm also the co-chair of the Global Council for the North Central Jersey Association of Realtors, which has 15,700 members. We are also the Ambassador Association to the Dominican Republic. And I know that we have some of our friends from the Dominican Republic watching us online right now. So, hola to everybody. I'd like to mention that we have in our audience today the 2021 President, Jairo Rodriguez, as well as our 2022 President-elect, Bill Flagg. And I'd like to now do my introduction of our speaker. Charles Weintraub, also known as the handsome home buyer, is Long Island's #1 fix and flip real estate investor. He is also the host of the Handsome Home Buyer podcast. You gotta check it out, it's hilarious. Charles has a master's degree in real estate development from NYU. He also has been featured in Long Island Business News, Newsday, and other local publications as a rising star in the Long Island real estate industry. His area of expertise includes the new field of 3D printing to create homes that are affordable, constructed quickly, more efficiently, fireproof, as well as flood-proof. He is the developer of SQ4D, an innovative company which applies 3D technology to print homes on site with a revolutionary autonomous robotic construction system. So please give a warm welcome to Charles.
Bring it home, you got it.
Charles Weintraub.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys very much for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm super excited to talk to you about this. 3D printing is, it's definitely the future. It's really the now. It's happening right now. So just so I know who's in the room, out of curiosity, realtors, raise your hand if you're a real estate agent. What is everybody else? Mortgage people, et cetera, developers? All right, so mostly in the real estate agents. So, first slide. Oh, there we go. Okay. Everybody familiar with a trend, a wave, right? Now we're all in the real estate industry, so wood paneling, shag carpeting, waves, right? Trends. They start, they have a crest, they end. 3D printing is the future, right? What you guys are gonna see today, imagine this for a minute. 10 years from now, you're gonna bring a buyer to a piece of land. They like that piece of land. They're gonna put a headset on in virtual reality. They are going to design their home, move walls, add bedrooms, change colors, buy their furniture. A 3D printed machine is gonna pull up with 1 or 2 people, print the house on site, which includes everything in it: cabinets, doors, moldings, everything. This is what is happening literally right now, and it's happening right here in Long Island in Patchogue, New York, which is very cool. And I'm very blessed. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And I'm very blessed to be a part of it. So I want to take you guys on a little journey, explaining who we are as a company, what the current issues with construction are, where 3D printing came about, and why we feel that we're the best and we're going to lead the charge of the new revolution, or evolution, I should say, of 3D printed homes. So who am I? For better or for worse, you may agree, may disagree, but just as long as you remember me, I'm happy. I am known as the handsome home buyer. So I am the #1 fix and flip investor on Long Island. I flip anywhere from 70 to 110 houses a year. I've been in the business for 6.5 years, and I flipped over 400 houses in the last 5 years. Thank you. I recently went back to NYU to get my master's in real estate development, and now I pretty much do everything from non-performing note purchases to commercial development in the assisted living facility space, affordable housing, retail, etc. I try to do it all. I love it all. It is the greatest business, and I'm so blessed to wake up every day and love, love, love what I do. Recently, I become a board member of this company, SQ4D, which I'm about to explain what they do. So let's talk a little bit quickly about the construction industry as a whole. Construction industry has been the same for a very long time. There have not been any major disruptors that we know. We had a lot of issues, but COVID really magnified those issues. What type of issues am I talking about? I'm talking about a lack of skilled labor. I myself own my own construction company. We're completely vertically integrated. I control every part of the process. I need to hire 10 construction employees today. I cannot get one, right? Stores are going out of business, closing early because they cannot get employees. It's a major, major, major problem. We have supply chain issues, massive fluctuations in material costs. I paid $12.50 for a 2x4 30 days ago. A year prior to that, it was $3. I mean, what does that do to builders who have pre-sold houses at scale? I mean, it'll basically put you out of business. Insurance is very expensive. Obviously, in New York, that's an even bigger problem than most other states. Limited warranty, meaning they're not, when you're stick building houses, they're not resistant to fire, they're not resistant to water, they're not resistant to bugs. These are things that I've dealt with. And through the process of doing hundreds and hundreds of houses, I realized, this is a major issue. And because of that, my business is only scalable to a certain point because of that. So enter SQ4D. I'm the handsome guy in from the left with the hat on. SQ4D is right here in Patchogue, New York. A very close friend of mine invented the technology. He has a patent on the tip. He is absolutely brilliant. Their saying is, or their slogan is, changing the way the world is built. He's been in business for 4 years. He is 100% self-funded. And the way this happened is, I don't know if any of you guys have dealt with municipalities, especially on Long Island, in New York, building departments, unbelievably difficult. It's very, very, very hard. This area in the Northeast actually has the longest permit process. I believe it's a little bit over 11 months on average, start to finish, between the time you open a permit and then ultimately close a permit, which is obviously not good for anybody. So this gentleman, Enzo Pagani, went into the building department in Patchogue, and he's trying to renovate a house, and they were giving him all kinds of problems and delays. And he said, you know what? I'm gonna build a robot. The robot's gonna build the house, and you can talk to the robot. And that's exactly what he did. Sick, right? I get goosebumps talking about it. So let's just talk very quickly about the history of the 3D printer. Most of us, when we think about 3D printers, we think of things like this, that like print phone cases and all kinds of different stuff. It was originally, people don't know this, they think it was a pretty recent invention, but it's not. The 3D printer was actually invented to build houses in 1947, but the technology had multiple patents, layers of patents that actually kept it locked up until 2009, where Bree Pettis had a company named MakerBot, and they came out with the first 3D printer similar to this. Today, a little bit more than a decade later, 3D printing is a $200 billion industry, and this is just with plastics. Crazy. So, SQ4D. This is the machine. It's essentially, if you look closely, it is what I just showed you that was printing out the plastics, just massive. And they get even bigger than this. So essentially what it is a gantry setup where it's 35 feet wide by 18 feet. This is the first generation of it. It works off of G-code and CAD. Anybody here familiar with architecture, CAD? Okay, so essentially what G-code is a sequence of numbers, and then CAD is the process to follow those numbers. So I would generate a CAD file of a house, the architectural plans, and they would program the G-code to that, and the machine prints on its own, by itself. All right, it works also with a volumetric mixer, which is, and I'm gonna show you pictures of all these things, because when I talk to people and they're like, oh yeah, we're 3D printing houses, they're like, What do you mean you're 3D printing houses? Like people can't really wrap their head around it, myself included, until I really came to the site, saw the equipment, saw how it was working and how it comes together. So we have a custom volumetric mixer, which essentially what that does is that mixes the Portland, sand, and water together on a conveyor belt, and it feeds it into a cement pump, which very slowly pumps it through a hose system as it's printing along, going around and around and around until the house is done. All right, 2 people. When you think about anybody here ever seen a new house be built, right? It's a very labor-intensive process. You have like 15 guys running around framing the house, roofers, all that. This machine takes 2 people to operate it. 1 person monitoring the machine with a remote control if they need to override, and somebody just working the volumetric mixer to make sure there's a constant flow of cement. That process will end up being automated, and this will end up being, in the not so distant future, a 1-person operation. Not to jump ahead too much, but the 2nd generation machine that they're working on is going to be able to fold up into a small U-Haul-esque size trailer and be put together by 1 person. Crazy, right? Yeah. How does it work? Okay, so homes are printed on site. Right now, it's a slab-on-grade construction, meaning they're not doing basements currently. No one's ever done basements. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys, we're doing what literally nobody else has done in the world. As a matter of fact, we obtained the first, in my opinion, permit to legally 3D print a house in the country. There was a couple other houses that were printed in different parts of the country, but they were in areas where there were experimental zoning, and it's not as strict. The bottom line is, anybody who knows New York knows that it's the hardest place to do anything. Can I get a hell yeah? Hardest place to do anything. Slab-on-grade construction, no basements, but that is coming. Footings and foundations are dug and then 3D printed. We are the first people that we know of that has done that anywhere in the country. Normally what happens is the foundation and the footings are poured prior by a traditional concrete vendor, and then it's printed on top, and most people use wood and things inside. We don't. We are actually printing, and if you see in the picture, you could see right there that the line comes down, and what we are doing right there is we are printing the base in which the footings and foundation will go on. So when we do the footings and foundation, there's a 10,000 PSI Portland slurry. Slurry is a little bit more watered down concrete. The more water you have in concrete, the stronger it is. So after we dig out around for the foundation, that goes in, gets very hard, acts as a base. And then what we do is we take a 7,000 PSI mixture, which, just to put into perspective, that's what they use in skyscrapers. It is very, very, very strong. Like if you were pouring a normal slab in your garage, it would be somewhere between 3,000 to 4,500 PSI. We're at 7,000 to 7,500 PSI. It is very, very, very strong. Okay? The walls themselves, and I'll show you a picture following this so you guys can kind of understand a little bit more how this works. The walls themselves are hollow. And there's 8 inches between the walls, and there's a zigzag that runs between them for structural rigidity, and there's 5-inch voids. That's where the spray and insulation goes, the electric, and your plumbing. Like I said, it's a type 3 Portland mixture, and the reason why that is so important is because it dries extremely fast. So this machine is putting layer in layer. The one layer can accept the next layer in 7 minutes. So one layer dries in 7 minutes, fast enough to accept the next layer and the next layer. Once you've printed the entire property, within a week to 10 days, you can accept the roof truss system and keep going. So it's very, very, very fast. There is rebar put in, so we would lay rebar in there. If you see on the picture, we would lay rebar in for rigidity. Rebar also goes in 2 sticks around each side of the exterior structural doors only. So there's not that much needed. And then as far as the roof goes, currently what we're using is a roof truss system. So it's a pre-manufactured roof system that comes in and we just pop it on for speed, cost effectiveness. The really cool thing about this product is it's very affordable, and you'll see the cost savings as I go through this, which will blow your mind. But it's not just for cheap, it's for everything. It can solve the affordable housing problem. It could also go into very cool, modern Hamptons properties. You can use it for anything. All right, so how it works. These are just some pictures to show you guys. If you look on the left, that is the forms that we're printing. So if you see those little grooves that go through there, that's what I was talking about before. If you look to the right, that is the pump. So the volumetric mixer is over it. It'll consistently drop the Portland mixture into the pump and then feed it through the hose, which you see just behind that gentleman there. There is the volumetric mixer on the left. It's custom made for this. Normal volumetric mixers crank out cement much, much faster. We cannot do that with this because obviously it is going through a hose and being printed. That gentleman, that handsome gentleman on the right, he is the one that's actually controlling the machine. He has like a little kind of joystick set up in his hand, if you would, and he is running it around, back and forth, however he sees fit. Utilities and finishes. Now, this was a demo house that we did. So let's get into the utilities and the finishes, how it works. So insulation. Everybody's always asking me about R values, about, green, about, that's a big thing now. Blow tests, et cetera. The building departments are very strict on that stuff. Anybody familiar with R values? Okay, so basically R values are how well you keep the heat in. If you look at insulation, R30, R19, the higher the number, the bigger the R value, the more it keeps heat in. So people always ask me, what's the R value? Because it's concrete. You're working with concrete. People think concrete, they all of a sudden think cold. But that's not the case at all. The wider the walls, we can make 10-inch walls, 12-inch walls, whatever it is, and fill that with spray foam insulation. So if you want R50, R90, we can give you anything you want. So you can make it as energy efficient as you would like. So whatever your heart desires, essentially. As far as the MEPs, for those of you who don't know, that means mechanical, electric, and plumbing. There's a number of different things that you can do here. We have a big project that we're currently doing right now that I'll talk about where we're trying to go as green as possible. So we're doing very cool stuff like gray water systems to recycle the water. We're doing solar panels. We're going to be doing geothermal. But essentially, whatever you have in a traditional house, you could do. You could do electric heat pump setups. You could do gas. You could do baseboard. You could do whatever. Because think about this for a second. Whatever, and that comes to my next point, which whatever you can dream, you can build. This is an AutoCAD file and a printer with concrete coming out of a hose. You can do round turns like you see in the back of this picture here. You can do designs. You can print anything you want. There are no limitations, all right? And like I said before, you can have this, for all the smoke and mirrors, let's be real here. It's just a house built out of concrete. And this has been happening forever. They're in tropical climates, they're everywhere. The only difference is the way we do it, the efficiency, the cost effectiveness, the structural rigidity, that type of thing. So this can be something that looks like a traditional home. This actually looks very futuristic and whatnot for obvious reasons. This was the demo house. It doesn't have any electric and plumbing. But you could cover the walls with sheetrock. You could put wood flooring in. You can make it look like any other house to conform to any area, but it's better, cheaper, and will last a lot longer. All right, just to give you an idea also, we're currently giving 50-year warranties on the structure itself. A new construction home typically gets a 1-year warranty. SQ4D is giving 50 years on the concrete printed structure. Okay? So what do you get and what does it cost? You get better, stronger, cheaper, faster, and more. It's that simple. It does all of that. It prints, so roughly to print a house like that, this is the demo house we originally did, it takes 40 print hours to print foundation, interior, and exterior walls. The total construction time is 3 months. That's soup to nuts, drop your furniture, or your furniture will be there in your 3D VR environment. Move in, dog, kids, family, done, okay? But the biggest thing is, look at the bottom point. The cost of the entire build is 40% cheaper. But think about it, why is it 40% cheaper? Insurance, less people, it's safer, it's faster across the board. And that's now. We're only getting better. We've only really just started. This is only really becoming mainstream now. Okay? This is a concept house. So originally, when we wanted to do this, our biggest issue has been obviously adoption on the municipal level, because this is like George Jetson type of stuff, right? So to get the municipalities to understand, even though it's a concrete house, and people have been, if you go into a Starbucks or anything like that, those are concrete structures. You go into any strip mall, those are block concrete structures. We needed the municipalities to understand and accept it. So what we did was, Riverhead Township out on Eastern Long Island, for those of you who are not familiar, are amazing. And they said, you know what? Build a house, no electric, no plumbing. Build it, let it sit there for a year. We want to see what it looks like then. So we built a 1,900 square foot slab on grade inline ranch. And they came back a year later, and it looked exactly the same as the day that we did it. And they said, we'll give you a permit for it. So they did. So now we're running a number of current projects. Enzo and the guys are actually in Riverhead right now, printing the first legally 3D permitted in the country, in our opinion, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom ranch, inline ranch, literally printing it right now. Right after that, I have a development in the village of Islandia, which is also out east in Suffolk County. Jake's 58 is there, for those of you who are familiar with the area. I'm gonna be doing a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom inline ranch that's a little more than 2,000 square feet. We have a 25-lot subdivision that we're closing on in about 2 weeks in Riverhead Township, which will be the largest 3D printed subdivision in the world. It's gonna have geothermal heat, solar, a Tesla charging station in every garage, a gray water system, so the rainwater is harvested and then used to irrigate the lawn. It is awesome. And we're also about to start on the first industrial building, which is also in Riverhead, New York as well. So what does the future look like? The future literally has no limits. Just to give you an idea, I say this is the future, but it's actually the now. So SQ4D has a VR setup, a VR program. If you go to their website, I encourage everyone to do that. It's sq4d.com. You can actually see what this looks like. So essentially, the first time I met these guys, they sat me down in a chair and they put the goggles on me. And I've never actually done any kind of VR. I don't play video games or anything like that, so this was really new to me. And all of a sudden, I'm on a street in front of my house. And I start walking down my block. And I walk up to my door, I turn the doorknob, and I'm inside my 3D printed house. And I press buttons. I sit on the couch in my 3D printed house watching TV. And I have a remote control, and I press different things, and based on what I'm pressing, the colors of the walls change. The walls move, right? I have wood flooring. I have laminate flooring. There's furniture that pops up. What kind of furniture do I want? So literally today, if you have a piece of land in a township that will allow us to print in, you can sit down with VR goggles on and design your house basically in real life. What we're also working on right now, which we are very close, it should be out probably like Q1 of next year, we have patents pending on it, is a machine that will take recycled plastic and 3D print your moldings, your doors, your kitchen cabinets, your countertops. Virtually everything in your house will be 3D printed out of recyclable plastic. Like I said before, the machines are going to be portable. So these machines in the near future, next year, are going to be able to be sold. The second generation, this is the first one you've been seeing before, the second generation of machine is going to fold down into a small U-Haul and able to be assembled by one person. All right? The next generation also, which should be out at the beginning of next year, is going to be able to do 2-story homes. Basements are also coming next year. Superstructures is the third generation, which the machine is actually going to be able to climb itself to do skyscraper buildings. And the real big one that they're working on right now also is roads. The machine is basically going to be able to spray and 3D print roads. Whatever can be created or currently created in concrete, or you would like to create in concrete, we can 3D print. It's that simple. Oop. Sorry, Michael. At this point, I wanted to leave about 5 minutes to open the floor up to any questions if you guys had. Sir. When you mean the current system, you're talking about like through the 3D printers themselves? Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Yes and no. Like, you know what I look at it? A lot of people get like, I have videos on YouTube about this going over the house, and people say, you're putting people out of work. And I'm like, this is the evolution of farming over again. It's like money. Money's never lost. It just changes. So people won't be working construction the same way, but they'll be working for Amazon or working in tech or doing whatever. As far as limitations go, I mean, there's every day it's something. We're basically inventing housing every day in the field. Like what you just saw where we were doing the foundations, no one's ever done that before. We did that. We finally proved out the theory a week ago. So this is like literally cutting edge happening right now. The biggest problems that we have is adoption from the municipalities because they don't get it. They don't get it. Even though, again, it's just a concrete structure. Also, we have certain supply chain issues right now of ourselves, like that volumetric mixer I was telling you about. Concrete's not a problem. It's sand, it's Portland, it's everywhere. But those volumetric mixers need to be custom built for what we do. And we just ordered five of them. It's gonna take 9 months to get them. So obviously, everyone's having supply chain issues right now. But in general, we're basically inventing this in real time. Miss? You rehab? What do you mean by that? Oh, okay.
So can you also use this process in flipping homes?
Yes and no. So you can, let's say you want to gut renovate a property and you want to add an extension, you can 3D print the extension. If you were to, let's say, take the house down and just use the existing foundation, you could 3D print on top of that. So in that respect, you can. Yes? They love it because it's essentially, it's flood resistant. We say nothing is proof, but like, I mean, it's concrete. It doesn't burn the same way. No insects, nothing like that. Insurance companies love it. Sir? We haven't gotten it done yet. Like I said, Riverhead was the first township to say, let's do it. Islandia, very progressive. They said, let's do it. We haven't gotten it approved in, town of Hempstead, town of North Hempstead, town of Oyster Bay, and these other places on Long Island. It is definitely coming. This is the wave of the future, in our opinion. Yes? It's just like the technology wasn't there. Like we're getting there right now. We have a dozen full-time engineers that are working on this. So we started out with the slab on grade single story ranch because that was the easiest to do. Once you get to the second story, and we're trying to keep it all 3D printed. A lot of these other companies are putting wood inside and they're just 3D printing certain sections. Like we want the printer to do everything. We had to figure out structurally how we could handle the second story. So that's why that's coming out in the generation 2. Miss? Exactly. Like, we will do basements because people love them. A lot of townships don't like them because people rent them, and it's just issues across the board. But like I said, we were the first people, and this just happened a week ago, 2 weeks ago, to actually do the foundation with the printer. Basements are coming, and they'll be here next year. Sir? Carbon what? Okay. Yes. 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 Exactly. And that's the ultimate goal with green, is to infuse the concrete with carbon in order to essentially make it carbon negative. That's really what we want to do. Sir? They actually just awarded the first permit, not us, but they awarded the first permit in California to a 3D printed company. I don't remember the name, I'm sorry. So that's coming. Generator, yes, exactly. Without a doubt, without a doubt. Yes? Exactly. Yeah. Without a doubt. I mean, these machines essentially, if allowed to, can run 24/7. They don't get tired, they don't get sick. Weather doesn't have a huge impact on it. It's interesting that you ask another question. I'm glad you did, because the one limitation we currently have that's an issue in New York is cold weather. So ideally, you want to print in like a 50s and 60s environment. Even hotter is fine. But when you get into the 30s, concrete has water in it, it freezes. You have to tent it and then heat it. So that is currently a restriction right now. Miss? Yeah, that, believe it or not, for as elaborate, she says, as we scale up, how difficult is it to scale up production of the machines? So for as elaborate and techie as all this is, and believe it or not, I'm not a tech guy. I still have an AOL account. The machines are actually very simple to build and put together, and we're looking to hopefully manufacture those right here in Long Island. Sir? For the machines? Yes, so machines are going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like $1 million to 1.2. In the back.
This question comes from an offsite attendee. They ask, can the company build a house on a cliff, or do they need a flat lot from the beginning?
Can they build it on a cliff? So I assume, yeah, like Long Island, New York, we have on the North Shore, it's very hilly. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what your limitations there. Obviously, if you have to put some kind of piles in or helicals or whatever it is to have a firm base or a secure base, you can print on top of that, just as long as you have something secure, yes. Sir?
So I'm just thinking, you said that it's 8-inch thick walls, 5-inch boards, so I
Yes.
assume that's where you're going to run your pipes and your electric.
Exactly.
And then there has to be some type of vertical support in there for the roof trusses or the window framing or the door framing. There has to be something more than just an inch and a half of concrete on the inside of the outside.
So no. So yes and no. So the exterior structural openings, like the windows and the doors, exterior, not the interior, get 2 sticks of rebar, 2 on each side, and then a steel lintel that goes across the top. But the concrete itself at 7,000, 7,500 PSI is enough to handle the weight on a 1-story ranch without a problem. Miss? There's a company, yeah, that moved there. I believe they're a Chinese company. I think Hyundai, I don't know if it's Hyundai is backing them. Is it Cobot or they have like a kind of robotic arm type of thing. They just moved to Jersey, yes. Yeah. 3D printers are coming. There's a lot of people that are really like banging on the door right now. This stuff has been in R&D for a while, the last 5 years really heating up, and this is really the moment where they're going to start to become mainstream. Miss? Hello. So the first part, so it really depends. So, and here's something I should touch on also. The bigger the house, this is kind of interesting. The bigger the house, the more money you save. Because the concrete mixture, it's concrete, it's cheap. The hardest part is the initial, or the most expensive part, I should say, is the initial setup. Once the machine is going, it takes, if you want to do 2,000 square feet instead of 1,500 square feet, it's another day and a half, another 2 days. You have two guys operating, they're making $200, $250, $300 a day. The concrete is inexpensive. So the bigger it is, the better the value is there. As far as the insulation we were saying before, whatever you want, we can achieve. You just need more room between the exterior walls so you can fill it with spray foam, and you'll get better R values. I'm sorry, what was the first question though? There was one other part you said. No? Oh, average cost per square foot. So, yeah. So it depends really on like the level of finishings, obviously. But if a current like builder developer like myself is building at $150 a square foot, all in, we're looking at $85 to $100 a square foot for this. Sir? Yes, that house in Riverhead that's being printed right now was pre-sold. You guys may have seen it. It was everywhere. NBC. I mean, we were literally. It was global news. That particular house. So this is the cool. That particular house was listed for $299, sold for $350, and the builder Enzo, the gentleman that invented it, he bought the land for $175 and made money. No, he's not a realtor. Oh, yes, he used a realtor. He used Realty Connect USA. Yeah, Realty Connect USA. I think I got to get out of here, right? Sorry, guys. One more question or no? I'm good. One more question? I would take. Who has a question that hasn't asked a question yet? All right, that made it easy. Thank you very much for having me. I hope I was entertaining, if not educational. Hopefully both.
This one is not going to interrupt me, right?
It's active, but it's
It's active, but it's not on. Okay.
No, we'll mute it. Want it on?
No, I'll do this one. Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I'm back. Oh, it's right here. So our next speaker, after being a great success in the computer industry, decided in 1996 to start a new company called ECI Developments. It's a residential resort development which builds community in Belize, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. The neighborhoods include homes, condominiums, golf courses, hotels, and has 5 miles of spectacular beachfront and mountain properties. The company is currently expanding operations in Mexico, Argentina, and Ecuador in order to further serve the North American expat community. Michael serves on the board of directors of several multinational companies, charitable organizations, holds the CIPS designation, which stands for Certified International Property Specialist, and is also a past international director for the National Association of Realtors, and heads the International Referral Network for Realtors. Michael and his wife, Carol, lived as expats for several years and now lives in Virginia, or is it West Virginia? In West Virginia. Please give a warm welcome to Michael Cobb.
Diana, thank you. And I want to thank the various associations that invited me to come back. I've been a part of the programming here a few times over the years, and I really appreciate what you all are doing, because at the end of the day, we have to kind of have to wonder ourselves, why are we in the global business? What's going on with global? And when Diana, I don't know, back in the spring sometime, called me up and said, hey, Mike, we'd like you to talk a little bit about crypto and how it interfaces with the real estate industry. And I thought, gosh, that's such an interesting question. Why crypto at a global summit? Well, that's a pretty good question, I think. I mean, and it took me a little while to kind of get my head around it. But as I started to really think about it, I said, you know what? There are some reasons that crypto and global go hand in hand. There really are. Well, let's look at a couple of them. Crypto people are early adopters, right? Crypto people are early adopters. And people who are looking at global, you all, right? You're serving folks that want to be global in the real estate industry, right? You are early adopters, right? So there is a parallel there. People who are crypto, people who are global, especially people who are moving out of their home countries, they're somewhat adventurous, right? They're adventurous, right? So there are some commonalities here that really make sense. But at the end of the day, we as business people, and as for realtors, we own our own businesses, right? We're entrepreneurial. I've heard that word thrown around today some, right? We're always looking for a new market. We're always looking for some way to serve a new consumer. At least I hope we are, because that's our business. Well, somebody, I think it was Lisa Calarco, who said that the number of businesses right now, foreigners buying property in the U.S. is off by about 30%. I think that was Lisa that said that. Foreign buyers in the U.S. is down 30%. Wow. Now, it's not going to stay that way. Things cycle, right? But when our businesses are down, if we're serving that inbound global buyer, well, how do we replace that business? What do we do, right? And again, as entrepreneurs, I hope that we're out there, we're looking, we're thinking, okay, let me find this new market. Well, there is another type of global, and it's one of the businesses that we serve and we help you serve, which is outbound. Helping people who are U.S. or Canadian, right? People in North America own properties overseas. And we as real estate professionals can do that. That is a way to grow our business. And I am going to go through some slides. We're going to talk about the crypto, but I want this thought, please hold this thought in the back of your head. How might I serve this demographic? And let me just mention, Gay, I was shocked to hear this, but boy, first presentation this morning, Gay said, or had a slide, you're going to love this, 46% of math and computer science professionals still work from home, up from 12.6 pre-pandemic. 12.6 went to whatever it was. Today, it's 46%. 46% of math and comp sci workers still work from home. I'm sorry, math and comp sci, crypto? Anybody see the connection there? Okay. This is a market that we can be serving. And we're going to look at how we can. So we do work overseas. About 4 years ago, I wrote an article about how crypto would interface the real estate market. It was a very general article. It didn't really have anything to do with global, but it got picked up. Some news organizations picked it up, carried it around, and so I kind of got to be known for this guy that was talking about how crypto and real estate would interface. And we started to accept cryptocurrency as a company 4 years ago. And we were definitely on the front edge of that. And we still are, actually, which is amazing to me because crypto has become a lot more mainstream. And I want to look at this. So let me just plow into this a little bit. So we are talking about this new opportunity, right? There is a massive, massive opportunity to serve a new, different consumer set. We just have to be ready to recognize who they are and how we can serve them, right? It takes a little work on our part to get there, but it's not hard work. It's really not hard work. We've been doing this for 4 years. We've done over $4 million of crypto transactions to date, about 35 customers. We definitely are doing the most crypto transactions in Central and South America. And this last one, and I'll come back to it later, but unconventional financing. This is a big one. We'll come back to that later. So we're going to talk about how you can own property with crypto. A very important element is KYC, know your client, and the due diligence that we should be doing. And we do this in the States when we do transactions, especially with foreign buyers. There's all kinds of forms we have to fill out. I think Lauren's going to talk about that a little bit later. It's about asking the right questions, and then it's also about understanding where the hot spots are, where our clients or future clients might want to own property so that we can be ready to serve them with the information that they will need. So, Bitcoin. All right, everybody knows Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a monetary form of transaction, right? But this idea of blockchain and cryptocurrency, right? So we're gonna pull it on. What is blockchain? That word gets thrown around a lot. Bitcoin's the common word, but what is blockchain? So I would just like to just imagine that somebody, a contractor, came out and they bought a square mile of property and they dug a foundation and they poured 1 square mile of cement. And they created this giant foundation, right? This giant foundation. And then people came along and they said, you know what? I'm going to build my building over here, and somebody else comes along, I'm going to build my building over here. Well, that's what happens, right? Bitcoin is just one building on this 1 square mile platform. And we're going to talk about why this is important in a second. But other things, smart contracts, record keeping, supply chain, real estate, banking, all of these things can be built on this platform, this blockchain. But here's what's really cool about the blockchain. If I build a house, Bitcoin, for example, or another cryptocurrency, Ethereum or Litecoin, or if I start to register titles on the blockchain, so I build this title house on this foundation, here's what's really cool. It's open to the public 24/7, anybody who wants to see it. It is 100% always transparent. It's a distributed ledger. Right? There are literally hundreds of millions of people, computers, that store this information around the world. It is permanent and it is unalterable because it is 100% transparent, open source, open ledger. That's a game changer. That's a major game changer. We need to understand that. And it will change our industry in some profound ways. When titles begin to be registered on the blockchain as a matter of course, it might be 10 years from now. Hey, look, big title companies, they're not going to want to lose that business, right? There are a lot of entrenched interests, right, to keep things. But over the next 5, 10, 15 years, pick the time frame, this is a major disruptor to our industry. If we see it, we know it, we can be prepared for it, right? And people think, Bitcoin, it's a fad, it's coming. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But money has changed over time, hasn't it? Little silver coins to gold to dollars to ledgers to checkbooks, right? And now people just walk around, I have my phone on me, you just tap your phone. That's money. That's money. Right? Imagine a caveman or someone in the Roman Empire and they get their silver coins and you walk up and you go, here's my money. Right? Bitcoin. It's money. It's money today. Bitcoin is actually, you can break it down into Satoshis and they're tiny. Like just think dollars and cents. So it also has that same familiarity with what we call regular currency. We're going to talk about a couple quick things here and sort of the nuts and bolts of it. Because it is, digital, maintaining a record of your passwords and your keys is critically important, and your passphrase, right? You've got to keep those. There are stories about people who, whether they bought a bunch of Bitcoin for $1, whatever, and you buy, 5,000 Bitcoins for $1, $5,000 a Bitcoin, right? Today, that's $1 billion. And they lost their passphrase. Yeah, right. Okay. So there are stories of people, and then there's a guy that's been hacking, trying to get back into it. So understand that if you're into crypto, if you own any form of crypto, you've got to back up your passwords digitally and on paper. It's critically important. And there are great websites to talk about how to do that. KYC, anti-money laundering. Look, at the end of the day, right, this is the big boogeyman that people throw out. Oh, it's look, this Bitcoin thing, this crypto stuff, it's all the criminals, it's the money launderers, it's the terrorists who are doing it. Well, I don't know, money laundering and terrorist money and AML and that stuff's been around long before Bitcoin, right? We've had that going on for decades. This is just a new evolution of the monetary system. And so we have to have new ways to interface with this new form of currency, Bitcoin, right? And so, like I said, we've taken a lot of Bitcoin over the years. We use a pretty standard process, right? They have to send in all their documents. We have to know who the underlying beneficial owner, the UBO, who are these people that are sending the money? What is their source of funds, right? All the things that we would ask on a monetary, wire transfer kind of transfer or transaction, we ask for the same information. It's critically important that we do that. But then there are a few other little steps. You do this test transfer, right? You send over a couple Satoshis or something, make sure everything's working, right? And then boom, it's done. Somebody asked me last night at the cocktail party, they said, well, how do you actually transact on this? Right? Somebody says, oh, here's my house, it's $500,000, right? Well, I can tell you how we do it. We get all the paperwork done, all the contracts are done, people autograph them, they FedEx them, they sign them, do whatever. Everything's done, except the transfer of the funds. And we say, all right, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're going to get on the phone, and we're going to log in, and we're going to see what the exact price of Bitcoin is today, and we're going to lock it in, and you're going to transfer me that exact amount of Bitcoin at 11 o'clock. Now it's in my wallet. Seconds later. And by the way, as a company, just realize that I'm not keeping very much of it in Bitcoin. I keep between 10 and 20% of what my anticipated profits are in the cryptocurrency. But literally within seconds, less than 60 seconds, if somebody bought a $200,000 house, I might keep $10,000 of that in Bitcoin. $190,000 immediately in less than a minute is in US dollars in my Coinbase wallet. Because I'm not a speculator. I'm a business person. I just understand that Bitcoin is a means to get $200,000 into my company to be able to give somebody a home that they want. It's just another form of payment. Right? It doesn't have to be spooky or scary or risky, right? I could take the whole 200 and move it right into dollars in less than a minute, right? So again, this is the process. And I want to point this out because a lot of times, again, coming back to this big boogeyman, oh, this is how the drug dealers do all their business. But check this out. Remember the Colonial Pipeline not long ago, right? I mean, there was a ransomware attack. They shut down the Colonial Pipeline. New York City was running out of gasoline, I think, right? Or the East Coast, right? So pay us a bunch of Bitcoin, and they did. Well, guess what? The FBI got most of it back. Okay? So again, when bad actors are involved, it is possible with the resources that the US government and other major governments of the world can bring to bear to really make justice when wrong things and bad things happen. And you know what? It's really way beyond a fad. I mean, look at the names of these companies: Fidelity, HSBC, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, Harvard. I mean, and then all the transactional companies, right? This is here to stay. Please just understand that. Cryptocurrency is here to stay, right? Get on board or not. And in my world, the first country that recognized Bitcoin as legal tender was El Salvador. On September 7th, the country of El Salvador made Bitcoin legal tender alongside the US dollar. This was a huge, huge bellwether for crypto, and it is moving. All right, So now I'm going to talk about where this new marketplace is. I want to kind of transition into the new market because at the end of the day, we're giving up our time. You know, you're giving up your day to learn something, I hope, and I hope that what we learn we can put to use and make some money from, right? Again, we're in business to make money. That's what we do, right? To feed our families and pay for our retirements. Well, check out this, right? 92% of millennials don't trust banks, okay? I mean, think about Occupy Wall Street. Think about what these millennials have come of age in, right? They came of age in the whole 2008, you know, all that nonsense in the real estate market and the debentures and all that kind of stuff, right? They don't trust banks, 92% of them. But what do they trust? Well, I mean, and then you know, obviously printing money like crazy, right? What do they trust? They trust Bitcoin. They trust crypto. Many of them do, right? This is a new faith in a new currency. We need to recognize that. Not too many millennials probably buying big properties here in Manhattan, right? At a mill 2, 3, 4, 5. But you know what? Soon, when they're in their 30s, when they're in their 40s, right? These are our customers. Understand their psychology, right? They do not trust banks. Okay? Bitcoin will be a disruptor for all these reasons. And it speeds up transactions. It opens up transparency on every single transaction historically forever. Wow. Wow, that's a big one. All right. And then this idea of collateral. We all understand what the definition of collateral is, right? Something we pledge to borrow money. Well, welcome Bitcoin. Welcome Bitcoin. Okay? First blockchain-based commercial mortgage executed, right? People are now pledging their Bitcoin and borrowing money. And, oops, backwards. Sorry, guys. There we go. So, our company is developing a Marriott in Belize. And we can't borrow money in Belize. It's way too expensive. And no bank here in New York, and we've talked to a few, would loan us money for a Marriott in Belize. But there's great opportunity to build a Marriott. There's a real market need. Marriott identified it, right? There's a market need for a Marriott in Belize on Ambergris Caye. So where do we come up with $50 million? The banks up here won't lend it, and the banks down there are too expensive. Well, enter Bitcoin. You know, we were able to identify someone who has a lot of Bitcoin. I'll leave it at that. And he was willing to pledge a big chunk of his Bitcoin so that we could borrow the money to build a Marriott. This is a disruptor. This is a major disruptor. After being turned down for what I would call traditional lending, why would I ever go back to that system again? I probably won't. I probably won't. And as more and more people understand the power of this disruption in the financial sector in this case, right? Hey, this works, and it really works. El Salvador, we talked about that, bringing crypto. Check this out. I mean, this lady is selling pupusas. I don't know if you know pupusas. By the way, great Salvadorian food. If you've never had a pupusa, got to have pupusas. They're phenomenal. This is a little town called El Zonte on the beach in El Salvador. Right at the pupusa place, you walk up with your phone, and you buy pupusas for 50 cents with your Bitcoin. Okay, go down and get a Coke, whatever you want. Right. This place is Bitcoin transactional. Everybody's got it on their phone, and they transact. We're building a village there. We were actually asked, and this is where I want to kind of move into what Yvonne was talking about earlier, and Charles a few minutes ago, and this gentleman over here in the red tie. Sorry, I don't know your name, but the red tie had a great question about how does crypto, global, and climate? What's the interface there? And I thought that was a great question because that is an important question. What is that interface? There's a powerful interface between those three, and we're going to look at what those are, right? But at the end of the day, we've been asked to build a community in El Salvador for Bitcoin enthusiasts, right? Well, what's that really going to look like? Well, here, it's a beautiful property, blah, blah, blah. But, let me just keep going here. I want to get to this because this is the interface. This is where it gets exciting, and this is where we can start to identify who that new client is, right? this is what I want to leave you all with. I want to leave you with an idea of where we find that new client, who they are, what they're interested in, and how we can serve them. How can we make money doing this? How can we make money serving? You know, Zig Ziglar was a great sales trainer. I'm sure you all know Zig. If we help enough other people get what they want, anyone? Thank you. Yeah, you get what you want. That's exactly right. Right? There's a whole new breed of consumer. How do we help them get what they want? So AVA stands for Eco Village Azacillo. And this is a tiny home village that we've developed. And the first 100 homes in this village, 60 of which are under construction today, right now, are 100% off the grid. They are 100% solar, gray water recycling. I heard somebody, I think it was Charles, talking about gray water recycling a moment ago, right? 100 homes, 60 of which are under construction, 30 of which, half, okay, it's like 61 under construction, so just under half, were bought with crypto. These are tiny homes. Now, what is a tiny home? A tiny home is a home that's under 600 square feet, and you might think to yourself, 600 square feet, that's pretty small. Most of these homes that are in this neighborhood that we're building are 400, 450 square feet. And you would think to yourself, gosh, that's tiny, 450 square, I couldn't live in 450 square feet. That's right, most people couldn't. But guess what? When you have 450 square feet of construction, you put 450 of rooftop terrace, and you put another 600 to 800 foot of covered outdoor space, porches, patios, now you've got 12 to 1,500 square feet of livable space. And in the tropics, most people do live outside, right? So at the end of the day, you construct 400 square feet, so it's very affordable. It's also very earth-friendly, because instead of building 12 or 1,500 square feet and all the environmental resources it takes to build 1,500 square feet, no, you build 400 square feet, you enjoy 12 to 1,500 square feet. Now, let's talk about air conditioning, right? You want to have air conditioning probably in the tropics, right? So what are you air conditioning? 400 square feet, and you can do that with solar, right? Geothermal cooling, other ways of doing it. So all of a sudden, tiny homes, which appeal to a crypto buyer, see, this is where the crypto comes in, early adopters, this 46% of math and comp sci people, right, who work from home today, many of them are crypto, many of them are millennials, many of them are looking for affordable ways to own a property, because you know what, if you can work from home, home can be anywhere. As long as there's internet, home can be anywhere. This is transitional. This is truly where our market is being disrupted in some powerful ways. And again, we're at the very, very cuspy front edge of this. Millennials really, this is when they're going to shine. They are now, by the way, the millennials are now the largest generation in the United States. Baby boomers, we're out. We're fading, right? We're fading. Millennials are coming in. It's kind of sad, right? Yeah, it's kind of sad. We're dying off, but anyway, it's true. But if we want to serve this new generation, now look, if we're in business and we think we're going to be in business for the next 10, 15, 20 years, I see some young people in here, right? 30 years of business, whatever it is, right? We better figure out how to serve that next generation of buyers. We'd better, right? Yeah. Anyway, this is our AVA community, 100 homes, 61 of which are under construction right now. 30 were crypto payments, 30 crypto transactions, half of these, which is powerful. And again, just building beautiful homes for folks, hybrid homes. These homes are hybrid, they're a little bit bigger, about 1,000 square feet. But when you throw in the solar, the gray water, you throw in agriculture, Yvonne mentioned resilience. That was one of your slides. And resilience is the key. People want resilience. I can tell you the lesson that a lot of these millennials took away from the pandemic was, holy smokes, like this is serious stuff, and it might kill me if I don't do something about it, if I can't get out, right? And a lot of them are getting out because what they want is resilience. They want to have a place they can go that will sustain them through a pandemic, sustain them through an economic crisis. Again, they came of age during the 2008, 2010 real estate bust, right? So again, they have a whole different psychology than many of us do. We went through a few cycles before 2008, right? We're like, all right, we'll get through this one too. But you came of age then, and then there's the pandemic. Resiliency is a word that is extremely important, and building resilient product is important. Or for you, finding resilient product for your clients is very, very important. But understanding that many of them are going to want to own it with crypto, because this, for many of them, is their new monetary system. They love it. They love it. They have it on their phone. It's so easy. It's so easy for them. And again, this is some of the stuff we take crypto. Anyway, why are people buying overseas? Pay attention to this. Pay a lot of attention to this. The older generation really cares about diversification. Like they're trying to protect a portfolio, right? That diversification internationally is one of the single largest reasons. We've been doing this for 25 years. Our company's been in business this is our 25th year of business, and this is the single largest reason. It's the international diversification. This is why the folks who are baby boomers and older, right, a lot of us are doing this. The next generation, it's all about the resiliency and the ability to have a smaller home that will allow them to ride out whatever is coming down the pike. I want to leave you with this thought, and then just come back and say that George mentioned on the panel a minute ago this idea of building a library. One of the goals that he had was to build a library as an association of information that would help people prevent problems or solve problems, all right? Prevent problems or solve problems. Well, we've done that for the offshore property buyer, right? For the people who are buying property overseas, we created the Consumer Resource Guide. This book, it's a free download. Get one, please. Get one of these. Just request it. We'll send you a PDF. But it's not really for you. It's really not for you, because as Tony said, I love this. Tony's in here right now. Anyway, Tony, wherever you are, man, your network is your net worth. Oh, that's just beautiful. I'm going to remember that. I wrote that down. I'm going to remember that. If you are a realtor and you've been in business for any number of years, you have a network of people that's, dozens or hundreds strong. You've listed homes and properties. You've sold homes and properties. You've been to events where you've picked up business cards, and I hope you've put them in a database of some kind, and you can reach out and touch all those people in your network over and over and over again, right? That's your network, and your network is your net worth, right? So here's the statistic. 1 out of 10 U.S. citizens is considering property ownership overseas. 1 out of 10. So in your network, if you've got 100, 200, 300 people in your network, 10, 20, or 30 people are seriously considering owning property overseas. They need this book. They need this book. This will solve problems and prevent problems that they don't even know they have, right? And if we have a great program to help you serve these people if you're interested. Reach out. We'll do that. But this book right here is the one they need. And you have a network of people who desperately need it. You just don't know who the 1 out of 10 are yet, right? But we can help you identify them. We can help you serve them. And we'd certainly love to do that. So reach out on that. I'm running out of time. I don't think I have time for questions. But again, just last parting thought. Crypto and global really do go hand in hand. Adventurous people, early adapters, people who are looking for something new and different, and it's the millennial generation, and we have got to figure out a way to serve those kids, call them kids, whatever, serve those young people well, because they are our clients for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So we better figure that out. So thank you all very much.
Hello. So to keep going with our afternoon, it turns out it's a great green afternoon. We had the Green Development and Wellness speaker. This is Gregory R. Mailing. He's the CEO of Trump Pacific Real Estate Development and Investment Management Company based in the San Francisco area. Mr. Malin is responsible for its acquisition, oversight, and development planning over 25 years of experience, creativity, and vision with regard to real estate finance, asset management, and planning. Mr. Malin envisions a future that we can live in a better built environment, one that enhances our well-being and sustainable for environment, healthier to live in, and superior quality. Mr. Malin invests in both residential and commercial real estate, where he has the opportunity to deliver his type of high performance, healthier and sustainable properties, and bring with him a significant background with complex mixed-use and master plan development. Background includes founding, directing, and supervising worldwide operations for a full-service international real estate service organization, which was involved with the asset management and broad range of asset types, including office, real estate, multifamily, and industrial. Mr. Mellin has been a passionate supporter of the performing fine arts in San Francisco, such as San Francisco MoMA, San Francisco Opera Guild, and ODC. He's a board member of the San Francisco Zoological Society and serves as leadership council of the San Francisco Educational Fund Residential Hall Committee to San Francisco Music Conservatory. He's also actively engaged with international organizations that focus on environmental research and women's health. With you, Mr. Malin.
Thank you. So this is working, yes. Oh, that was a mouthful. So I want to say, first of all, I'm excited to be here. Coming to be able to speak in front of people and being live, it's been now almost 2 years, and it's now been twice in New York City. So in the same week. So I'm very excited by that. And I'm happy you're here to listen about something very near and dear to the hearts of our company for the last 20 years. And that's speaking beyond just sustainability, but also focusing on wellness in real estate, because this is a game changer. It's changed now, and it's here to stay, that's for sure. So our background as a company has been in high-performance housing. And what I mean by the high-performance housing was initially it was high design, and that was important, and it was very technologically advanced. That was also important at the time. But where we took it was a lot further. We started looking at sustainability as a really important element to everything that we were doing. And sustainability then became durability. And durability is something everyone that is in the development business should really be focusing on to start. So I heard that from 3D printing homes and building them from concrete. That's fantastic to do it in this way. We bring all of our consultants together, and every single project, no matter where it is in the world, where it is, has unique elements that need to be focused on, and you need to basically create a different vision for each project that's being built. But then it's going beyond that. It's going on to being a healthier house to live in, one that reduces toxicity into your life. And so that's the hardest thing to do. It's a very new field, but it's here to stay. So this is an example of a sustainable, this is a LEED Platinum home that we did. This LEED Platinum home, what you're looking at right now is actually not a garden on ground, but it's a garden on a roof. So here's a little clip on a video that we are, this is an example of one of our current projects. I thought I would let it speak for itself for a moment. But one thing to say is that this is a very high-end home. So this home is a $46 million home.
We are also a for-benefit company. We believe in equity. And so we also believe in bringing this into workforce housing, in addition to doing it for just luxury housing. And when we speak about workforce housing, we want to bring sustainability, but we also want to bring wellness into that. So we, for example, have Performance Realty, and we're building a performance community fund, which is doing this with mobile home parks, et cetera, across the Western US and the West Coast. Go ahead. Do you need me to push it, or?
Of True Pacific, and I'm very pleased to present Residence 2582, located at 2582 Filbert Street in San Francisco. This is a newly constructed 12,200 square foot home on 3 levels, 6 bedrooms, and 7 bathrooms. It's truly a high-performance home centered on health, wellness, and sustainability. The dramatic entry is both awe-inspiring and inspired by nature. The glass stairway is cast with natural patterns. The water feature is calming, and the hand-chiseled stone wall ascends to an oversized skylight that leads to a roof deck with panoramic bay views. This home is flooded with natural light and fresh air through its expansive openings, pocket doors, and operable skylights. We bring the inside out through amenity-driven exterior spaces on every level. Wellness amenities include an open-air gym with a yoga deck, a spa with steam room and sauna, a hot tub, and a UV-filtered lap pool surrounded by lush private gardens. Every detail matters. We believe state-of-the-art systems and science-driven construction strategies are the backbone of every healthy home. From acoustic and thermal treatments, to healthy material selection, to leading-edge air and water filtration systems, this home mitigates toxicity and supports tranquility and well-being. Wellness has been our mission for the last 20 years, and I see a future where this grows from an option to an expectation.
Thank you. So I'll step it back and I'll ask this one question and stepping it back to sustainability as a foundation, what is the value of a sustainable home? And there was an obvious benefit to the planet. We definitely want to help and enhance the construction to make it carbon neutral into the future, certainly. But it's also cost effective as well. It reduces the cost of operations. It ends up creating value through durability. It improves cognitive health. The real difference is it's starting to change it from the me to the we. It's not just about the house that I live in. It's not just about my habits, but it's about helping everyone. And it's about building this. And this is the group that can do it. This sort of global real estate community is the community that can help make a difference in terms of changing the way we build the environment. And that's where I see the future. So I wanted to talk a little bit about green strategies. So some of the things that we focusing on when it relates to the site itself, we're focusing on permeability because we want, and I'm going to geek out a little bit here, and so, just knowing that, but we believe in permeability and bringing the water table and enhancing it. So we're trying to get it away from storm drains and away from sewers. We believe in drip irrigation. We believe in providing satellite functionality or sensors for irrigation to stop watering when you don't need to. We believe in UVC filtration. But beyond that, we also believe in rainwater cisterns. In each of our homes, we're doing rainwater cisterns, collecting all of the roofs and the balconies, and we're collecting water even on the side of the land where we can bring it back into use for drip irrigation or even use to flush toilets. In addition to that, we're doing gray water systems. In the gray water systems, we're collecting water from all of the showers. We're collecting water from all of the, from all of the lavatories and sinks, other than the kitchen sink. And all of that gets used again for irrigation systems. Of course, energy. So with solar, we try to target at least 30% solar on all of our homes. And we're also using battery backups to be a lot more efficient. There's another thing that's really important is even the way you use windows and insulation. So high R value we heard about earlier, but also you have solar heat gate. So when you're on the north side of a house, you want as much as you can, but on the south side, you need solar heat gain to be stopped, so you have very little energy either in heating or cooling. You want it to always be consistent. So it's a very simple thing to do when you're actually under development, but it's very hard to manage if you don't. And it takes a lot of energy. In addition to that is green roofs. And of course, they're beautiful to look at. We love green roofs, but they're also very good for thermal control. They're also fire resistant. So these are things that are, could enhance a lot in terms of what we're dealing with, especially in Northern California, with all the wildfires, and around the West Coast. But in addition to this is also, we can collect that water, and then we could reuse it again for irrigation, or flushing toilets, and helping manage a more sustainable future. Material resources, I heard mentioned earlier, this is a major thing too. If you plan ahead, it's not that hard to control. So our goal is no more than 10% of the framing that we use is waste. We divert 75% of all of our sort of waste on site. We're diverting from landfills, which is super, super important towards the planet as well. But near and dear to my heart is this sort of value of wellness. And I think it was our first LEED Platinum development. And a person came up to me after an event and she said, "What are you doing in this room? I felt terrible before I came. And I arrived and I'm now leaving and I have all of this energy. Do you pump oxygen into the room?" And I thought a lot about that. What is it that we are doing differently at that point? Well, we're changing the air 9 or 12 times a day in the house. We're MERV 13 filtering it. We're actually putting in a base below the homes and exhausting air from underneath the house so it doesn't permeate into it, just in case there's some sort of chemicals or things that are permeating into the house that shouldn't be. We're not adding anything that off-gases in the house. So when you combine all those factors, yes, we are improving the air quality of that home. And at that time, the person next to me said, "Well, isn't the greatest luxury in life your health?" And when we thought about that, that was a game changer. And that was in 2010. And since then, we've tried to expand on this whole concept of wellness. There was an interesting fact. I was just speaking at this Global Wellness Summit. And at this summit, they were talking about how since 2019 to 2020, construction actually reduced by 2.5%. But between 2019 and 2020, wellness in real estate grew by 22% in that same period of time. So what's interesting to me is with the coronavirus, with climate change, what we've seen change is people's attitudes towards wellness. So we ended up seeing a major growth that this is a disruptor to the entire industry. Again, at that conference, someone else talked about this inflection point on population. And there's fundamentally a change in the real estate community that's here to stay. And that, I believe, is centered on physical, mental, spiritual, and holistic wellness. So how do we approach wellness in real estate? We approach wellness in real estate through a number of different things, each of which I'll share with you here. One of them is just by dealing with natural light. Bringing in as much natural light into people's lives is super important. It's also activating the exterior in ways that we call nudge architecture, getting people to spend more time outdoors. Here's an example of a front entry. Has a 2-story entry door open to the outside. It ends up having light on literally both sides as well as above. It has a skylight that opens from the top and literally slides open, and the glass stairways take you upstairs. As I said earlier, here we have a rooftop that doesn't look like a rooftop. It's an outdoor space, it's a living room. And here we have outdoor kitchen. Again, another form for me of nudge architecture. This is another example of one of our projects where we did an outdoor theater, again, to encourage use of outdoors. We have a saying at Trim Pacific, we're not talking about bringing the outdoors in, we're actually bringing the indoors outside and making outdoor living rooms. And at Trim Pacific, we also focus, and this is a great example of how we try to incorporate as much exterior space into our homes that we're doing. So we're developing, we almost spend as much on the indoors as we do on the outdoors. So from here, you can see we have a roof deck, we have these different layers of patios, each private from each floor. And then even in the garden, we created spaces of activation, whether it be an outdoor eating area or an outdoor living room and rooftop. Indoor air quality, I can't really emphasize this one enough. This is a very serious topic for us, and we do a lot to try to preserve it. So when we take this kitchen, for example, we're creating as much natural, fresh air as possible. We try to activate light, in this case, where we are, you can see a backsplash, that's all glass. That's a window for the outside. So again, you're feeling that you're indoor and outdoor as much as possible. In addition to that, in an island, we have things for wellness, for air quality, that include taking air out of where you have your garbage area. But more importantly than that, is taking air out of where your chemicals are stored in the kitchen sink. Or maybe it's in the laundry. So the goal of trying to get as much air circulation as possible, but think about where you get the air. Even when you have a 1200 CFM hood that turns on, where does that makeup air come from? If you don't control it, it's coming from interstitial space and places that you don't want to take it from. So it's our goal to try to control that quality of air. So we're taking air out of closets, and believe me, I have 14-year-old kids, and I would love to have that in my own home. So it's, when you think about it, and what's off-gassing in your closets, what's off-gassing in, we have shoe cabinets now with their ventilation systems in it, but also the laundry room coming out of the kitchen sink area, et cetera. That's super important. And then you bring the fresh air into the bedrooms, all the public spaces. So what do we do with the air? So first, every bit of air that comes into our homes is constantly moving. And this air change occurs anywhere from 8 to 12 times a day. Occurs from 8 to 12 times a day. We put it through a MERV 13 filter, and it can actually get to MERV 16 where possible. The reason why it's not MERV 16 is you want it constantly flowing and it becomes very difficult to get the type of, without a lot of noise or without huge amounts of space, it gets very difficult to make that happen. So this became an issue with fires. Now, you think MERV 13, the typical home might have a 6 or 7 MERV filter. So how do you think MERV 13 is clinical? This should take care of everything. So during the wildfires, I brought a consultant in, an industrial hygienist, and tested for the PM 2.5, these small little particles. And MERV 13 wasn't catching it. It took MERV 16 to get that. Well, we can get MERV 16 on air conditioning systems, but they're not very green. With homes as well insulated and with the solar heat gain prevention measures we do, we don't generally need to have air conditioning on in our homes at all, even in the hottest of days. So with the MERV 13 filter, we had to come up with some way to deal with that. And we ended up coming up with a new system for that, which I'll explain in a minute. But in addition to that, we actively ventilate as much as we can as well. So we believe in natural air. So we'll do skylights on top of stairs. We'll do things that help for natural ventilation in addition to big open spaces. But part of this is also with our healthy material selection. So this is new. But what's really interesting, I joined a building health initiative group from the USGBC, started in San Francisco. The people that were part of the group was Facebook, Google, Salesforce, Kaiser Permanente, UCSF, Genentech, Troon Pacific, and if I didn't mention Adobe was also part of them. I think that was part of the initial the partnership group that we were part of. Why did they care about materials? They cared about the carcinogens and materials that we build with. They're in our lives. Now, before coronavirus, no one cared about air changes, and without wildfires, no one was caring about the air quality in homes either. I had a Wall Street Journal reporter interview me 10 years ago, and this blank stare when I started talking about air changes and the quality of air. Recently, you were right, she said. You were way ahead of your time. I thought you were crazy. And that's the way that I feel like we lived most of our 20 years of mission in our company. But I'm telling you here now, carcinogens are a big deal in our building materials, and there's no reason to have them. I'll just give you an example. You don't have to have hydraulic oil in your elevator if you have an elevator. You can use vegetable oil. It's healthier, and it's not a carcinogen you're breathing in every day. Fire retardants were the big thing that group of the Building Health Initiative was after. They wanted to get rid of fire retardants from our materials. So we try not to use carpets, or when we use carpets, we're using carpets that are flame retardant free, as an example. When it came to the small particles, the 2.5 PM particles, to get rid of that from our air, this is the stuff that comes from smoke. It was an Atmos air system that we found. And what's interesting for all of you to know is that this could be retrofitted on any ventilation system for any home. And that's just the beginning. So this is used, it was used by the casino industry to begin with. I think some airlines used it when smoking was allowed on planes. It was the idea to neutralize smoke from our lives. But today I feel like we're living in a durable home. It collects coronavirus. It's proactive on getting smoke. So these are the types of things that you can do every day in a home that you have now that you're selling. But you don't have anything complete without dealing with water quality. And this is something you're just going to learn about now, if you haven't already, but you're going to be hearing a lot about over the next few years, because it's a big deal. And we're not testing in the water quality for the things that really matter. It's just not it's not happening in our country at all. So you need to think about the choice of water. And so we're always now putting in whole house water filtration systems. Now we happen to find a water quality a Firma Tensui water filtration system. And I'll jump to this one. I know you can't read this slide, but essentially it's showing you what's inside the filter. And what they're using is natural sediments out of this Japanese area that they found. And these different elements that they have in here are filtering different elements out of your water system, but they're also adding nutrients back. Because what you can't do is drink distilled water every day either. All you're gonna do is remove nutrients from your life. And the whole goal here is to be able to improve your health. And to improve your health, this is stuff that's supposed to make your hair look better, it's supposed to make your nails look better, it's supposed to make your skin brighter, because you're adding the proper nutrients you need in your life and you're getting rid of the bad ones. But there was one other thing we had to add, and this was interesting to me: a pharmaceutical filter. I had no idea, but if you look up right now, the Thames River, for example, in London, is known to have a small but consistent supply of things like Prozac in its water supply, because no systems are filtering that type of pharmaceutical. So we actually have pharmaceutical filters installed now. You can barely see it in this picture, but the pharmaceutical filters are a small silver tank, but when it flushes, when we have it flush at some of our projects, it's scary what it smells like. And I'm like, that's in our water? It's shocking to me that that's there. But water is really a critical component. Now, even the water we filter for the house that we're reusing, so the gray water systems or the rainwater systems, we have to do a 0.2 micron filter on, but we're also UVC filtration as well to kill things that we would be afraid of leaving in the toilets around the house that dogs may drink or animals may use. But also, it's just, you don't want that permeating in your life. The other thing about whole house water filtration systems is that this is in everything. This is the water you bathe, it's the water you shower in, it's in the pools, whatever it may be, it's a whole house system, and that's critical as well. This other one, biophilic design, you may not be as familiar with. But when we're in nature, we reduce our stress. When you're surrounded by natural environments, it improves your mood. This is an essential element to everything and this is something we started doing without knowing what we were doing. We believed in creating tranquil environments, but a really key component is incorporating these sort of biophilic initiatives into everyday life. So it starts with just connecting yourself to your environment, connecting yourself to nature where you can, connecting yourself to your city, to views, daylight, being able to get as much light in our homes as possible. We believe in trying to bring light in any way, shape, or form we can. In this case, we're doing it in the central corridor here. We have these glass cask stairs. But if you look closely, those stairs, and it's hard to see from this image here, there's a natural pattern, almost a leaf-like pattern that we created. And it was created by the way we poured the mold. And it made it sort of natural feeling to be in. The wall is hand-chiseled sandstone. The way it refracts light reduces stress. It improves mood. It makes you feel better every day. Connecting yourself to fire, connecting yourself to water. Those are all features that we try to do as often as we can. The sound of water is really important. So this stairwell goes down 5 stories. It goes up to a skylight. It operates. It's a natural form of ventilation. It permeates light throughout the entire house. If you look on the right, those are walkable skylights. Those are going down into an art gallery down below. In this home, I wonder how it stands. We're in California. We've got seismic events all the time. But the reality is that it's done with, in our case, steel. But all of the doors pocket, every exterior space is personal and private, and it brings light throughout the entire home. You don't need to turn a single light bulb on when you're living in that house during the day. And you barely need it at night. And each of these spaces blur this boundary between the inside and outside. And we do that by taking our own materials that we use on the inside. We use the same materials all the way through into the exterior of the space. We, again, lure you with nudge architecture. We believe in doing individual spaces that are all private, where there's continuity between the interior and the exterior wherever possible. We believe in a tranquil environment to live in. And so the way we try to do that is we try to incorporate sound attenuation measures. So we make sure that our plumbing lines are wrapped in acoustic clay, for example, or using foam or felt connections to framing. We added, and you could slightly see it, a fabric ceiling with behind it is an insulation acoustic treatment, which makes it comfortable to talk in and be in without echo. You know, I was at a tour in Meyer Sound in Berkeley, and they produce sound for a bunch of stadiums and opera houses around the world. And they brought me into 3 different rooms. And it was interesting how the room changed the way people behave. So they had a room that was echoing, had no sound attenuation. They had a room that was full sound attenuation, where you could barely, it was like a theater. And then you actually had another room that was kind of in this middle ground of the sound attenuation. No one was in the echoey space. In the full observant space, people were in small groups clustering, talking. And then in the sort of more traditional level of acoustic treatment, people were evenly spaced and sharing. But do you want someone in your home that's echoing all the time? You're trying to show a home that was echoing? You know, these are things that are important, I think, in terms of how space is used. The other thing is we try to get rid of as much wall clutter as possible. We don't have thermostats around the room, we put sensors. We don't have a bunch of different lights you turn on, we have a keypad. In this picture, you don't even see the speakers because they're behind the acoustic treatments. So it's, we believe, really important also to have as little clutter in the lives as possible when we're trying to market and sell. But with wellness comes amenities. And those wellness amenities are usually numerous. We're believers in the kitchen. The kitchen's a social space, center. We want to encourage family life and activity. We try to connect it with the exterior wherever possible. We try to, if we can't, we have family rooms next to them. That's essential. But what about the appliances you have? Well, we've never installed a microwave. We've installed steam ovens. We also installed blast chillers in our most recent projects, where it's instantly freezing food to maintain the nutrient value of the food. And there's new things that are happening where we are, you know, if we can't have a garden that you can cut your own food from right outside your kitchen door, there's actually these other appliances that are growing gardens, and they could do it with you know, they create the sun environment in your own garage. And you could create a salad almost every day. A salad for a family of 4, and it's cut and you don't have to wash the vegetables at all. So it ends up being as much nutrients as you possibly can have. And then we have spas. We try to have a steam room, a sauna. In this case, we have chromotherapy. We have a hot tub outdoors. We believe in massage areas. If something is important in your life for your own wellness, we believe in creating a space in your home for that. In this case, we also believe in installing wet bars in massage rooms so you can get a facial treatment or During the pandemic, maybe you needed to get your hairdresser there. We're also big believers in art and incorporating art into your life. And for us, the art could be nature, but the art could also be gallery space. But what's even better about that is those spaces have alternate purposes as well. Everywhere we believe you need a space to dance, a space to do yoga, a space for kids to get loud. Every child needs to be able to be loud in your home. Having a way to incorporate those into the construction, into the layout or configuration of a home, these are all, in our opinion, really important to human health. And pools. But pools, in this case, are lap pools, we do. But lap pools, if you don't swim, are also reflecting pools. They're beautiful to look at. Water is calming. So we believe in incorporating water, definitely. And there's a sound, even with an infinity edge pool, that you surround yourself with. This is the type of nature that you're bringing home. But we also put in speakers into our lap pools so you can listen to your favorite music and encourage it. In this case, we're connecting our pools to our homes. We're connecting them. We have hot tubs and other amenities. We've considered cold plunges, those types of things that are kind of important to live in. And being that we're in front of Realtors, this is our 2582 Felbert project that we are having on the market now for $46 million. And it's a 12,000 square foot house, but it's in the best neighborhood of San Francisco. And it incorporates all of these elements of sustainability. We're expecting this to be LEED Platinum, and it's hitting our wellness initiative on all levels. In addition to that, we have a build-to-suit project we're doing also, and this is on the best block of San Francisco. This is literally adjacent to household names like Larry Ellison is right in front of you, to Johnny Ives, who literally has a home behind you. So it is ground central to San Francisco's Gold Coast. It's one of the fourth largest frontages on Broadway. And near and dear to maybe your hearts here in New York, we hired Snowhetta, who did your 9/11 pavilion, Memorial Pavilion, and also did Times Square landscape work. This is their first designed residence in the United States. And we did that with a 2-story gallery space below the home, connecting it to Broadway. But the beauty of that is if you have art collectors or car collectors, they can literally live right above 11,000 square feet of space for those purposes. So the one thing I'd like to leave you with is we've seen truly an inflection point in health and wellness and sustainability. And what I said earlier, not just me, but it's we. It's the planet, and it is the home that you're living in. And the better and healthier it is for you, it is for the planet, and that's what I think is totally changed. This is not going back. This is a value add that is a premium to the future, I think, of where we're going to see real estate sell. I was very impressed that in an earlier panel, only 2 questions, and both were about sustainability. I've been doing this now for over 30 years, and that was the first time. The only 2 questions asked were about the future of the planet. So I applaud this audience. I applaud the awareness. I applaud the fact that you guys want to see this sort of difference made in the future of housing. I want to see a better built environment, and I think we can do it. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So to continue, we have the author of The Navigation Across Borders, Lauren Cohen. Lauren is a serial entrepreneur. She's an international lawyer and cross-border expert. She's also a best-selling author, speaker, and globally acclaimed legal and real estate business advisors. Graduated from York University and Osgood Hall Law School in Toronto. Lauren is a dual citizen. She has been featured in the Inc. magazine, the Wall Street Journal, NPR, Working Mother TV, hundreds of postcards and radio shows, and numerous other mediums. Lauren launched her own podcast, Investing Across Border, in November 2020. So with you, Lauren Cohen.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm losing track of time. So I'm the last speaker, I think, officially of the day, and they say they save the best for last. I hope that's true. I am Lauren Cohen. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time speaking live in 2 years and with a broken foot. And I have to apologize in advance. I had that lovely disease, despite being vaccinated, about a month and a half ago. And the resounding effects of that thing are that my throat is constantly sore. So I am going to be taking water, and you'll have to forgive me. I'm not up to my usual standards of speaking. So we're going to talk today about foreign visas and qualifications, and my podcast is called Investing Across Borders, which is very apropos to today's topic. How to avoid pitfalls when investing in real estate and other investments across borders and make millions of dollars. So I am the chair of the International Investment Committee for eXp Commercial. I teach realtors how to close more deals with foreign nationals, how to look at different visas, how to consider visa options, how to work with foreign nationals. And I have a download, hopefully it's up here, and if not, I'll share it with you guys, the top 10 questions to ask foreign nationals when you're trying to work with them, so you can see how easy it is to work with them. There are some countries that are much harder than others, as I'm sure many of you have realized by now. Sometimes it's much more difficult if you are from a certain country, depending on your tax rules, depending on treaties with the US. We'll talk a little bit about that. I see I only have 20 minutes. I thought I had 30, so we're going to go super quick. I am a lawyer, so I have to make this disclaimer. What I'm speaking about today is not legal advice. Please don't rely on it as such. I'm happy to set up consults with you individually and provide the legal advice that you and your clients might need. So I would like to see by a show of hands, how many of you have worked with people from other countries? Probably everybody in this room, right? I love that. So I'm from South Florida, originally from Toronto, and so I work with foreign nationals, not only Canadian, but a lot of Canadians. And at the beginning of the pandemic, a question I'm often asked, I spoke yesterday at what's called the Buzz Conference, which is a really large Canadian real estate conference, and the woman who runs the conference said, how has the pandemic impacted your business? Now, we've heard today about downturns in visa applications, downturns in foreign investors. It's very true. Excuse me. At the beginning of COVID, every deal I had fell apart. I was helping people get money from the SBA. I pivoted. I had no choice. It was either that or my son didn't eat. So, but more recently, especially as the borders are opening, I have become the most popular person on my block or in my city, for example, because everybody wants to find options and flexibility and figure out what can they do, especially my people from the north, because they are sick of lockdown and want to find ways to create strategies and solutions for themselves and their families. So today we're going to talk a little bit about how to find a silver lining in a cloud, some massive opportunities for income and developing creative strategies to work with foreign nationals. So I'll give you guys a little bit of background about me. I'm going to go to the next slide and go back. What's the worst thing that can happen to you if you don't pay attention to the mistakes that you can make when you're crossing borders? So my personal story. It was 2007, and I got married. It's not the first time I was married. It was the second time. Will be the last time. Thank you very much. Sorry. But the reality is, I went on my honeymoon. I met my second husband in Florida. He was from Canada, Montreal. I'm from Toronto. Big rivalry, like New York, Chicago. Okay, but those of you that are here in the US, you probably don't know about it. It's also a huge hockey rivalry. Anyway, married this guy, didn't vet him properly, went on our honeymoon, and guess what? On the way back from a honeymoon, imagine what happened. Can anybody imagine what would be the worst thing that would happen on the way back from your honeymoon with your person that you think you're in love with? That would have been much better. Any other ideas? Come on. How about maybe deported? So we flew from Thailand, from Bangkok to Osaka to Chicago. In Chicago at the O'Hare Airport, the U.S. CBP officer, Customs and Border Patrol, all of us know who those guys are, they said to him, or me actually, they said, your husband has gone like this. They did exactly this to the U.S. government one too many times. And guess what? We're going like this right back to him. And I'm standing there like, what are you talking about? I don't know. So they expeditiously removed him. They subsequently deported him after putting him in immigration jail. And they said to me, you can go back to Florida. La, 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 la. And I'm like, oh, this is lovely. Okay. So needless to say, that was a short-lived marriage. Lots of other reasons we won't get into. But I found my silver lining in that, because if not for that, I wouldn't do what I do today. I was not an immigration attorney at the time. And I was determined, because of this had happened to me, I was like, I'm a smart person. I was in the process of getting my green card myself. He did not get his green card, needless to say. I had to go through hoops to even be able to see him. It was a real nightmare. And I was determined that I would find a way to help others avoid a similar fate. And that's what I did. So, what other things can happen? Well, that's a pretty big one, but you can lose your business. You can be unable to visit your investments or properties. You can lose out on potential deals. You can miss out on relationships, not just marriages, but other relationships too. You can miss out on access to credit because you don't have a social security number. Lots of other things can happen. These are the top 10 mistakes that happen when investing across borders. This is the topic of a whole talk on its own, okay? But the number one mistake, can anybody guess? Besides not referring to a realtor when you're buying real estate, which is a huge mistake, what else? Take a guess. Come on, how about not hiring the right professionals, right? How about going online and saying, oh, look, this immigration lawyer paid the most to get at the top of Google, so I'm going to use them. But guess what? The immigration lawyer doesn't understand business. The business lawyer doesn't understand immigration. There's a problem because you want to do an investor visa, and the lawyers don't understand the business side. So I decided to create a company that provided a solution, an all-in-one solution that allowed clients to access the right professionals through our team. This visa slide, you guys are going to love this one. It's something almost every realtor wants, and yes, I do have a free download of it. It's the Coming to America slide. It's about all the different visas. It's a cute little kitschy thing, like a cheat sheet that you guys can use, and you're not giving legal advice by referring to this. It kind of tells you about all the different visas. So the most popular visas, and everybody in New York has heard about EB-5, which I did for a really long time, and some people said last night actually, is EB-5 dead? Nope, it's alive and well. Why do people think it's dead? Because the Chinese are not applying for it anymore. Why? Because there's quotas. So guess what? If you're Chinese and you apply for an EB-5, you know how long you wait? 14. At least 14, maybe could be longer. And the problem is that if you're from China or Brazil or India or South Africa or other countries, you don't qualify for my favorite visa, the E2. The E2 is in my book called Finding Your Silver Lining in the Business Immigration Process. Excuse me a moment. I call it the coveted visa because it's the best visa available. Now, it's only available to treaty countries. No treaty with those countries I mentioned. Canada has a treaty, Mexico has a treaty, Colombia has a treaty, most European countries have treaties. What does that mean? You can invest, give or take, and this is not like EB5 where there's an actual number, and the numbers on here, the 900,000 and 1.8 million, are actually down right now for EB5 to 500,000 and a million, and that's at least through the end of this year. So if you have clients that are interested in getting a green card, get them in now and let's talk. So the E2 is around 100,000, but there's no hard and fast rule. So, and it's, as I say, it's based on treaty. I'm going to show you, actually, I have a slide that I can share with you guys with all the treaty countries. There's 87 treaty countries, okay? Pretty cool option. So for a lot of clients that want a green card, they invest in a business and get both an E2 and an EB5 from that same business. Kind of cool if you're buying, let's say, a property management company. And guess what? My favorite, there's the treaty countries. Sorry to skip through this, but I have to say I didn't think I had 20 minutes. I thought I had 30, and I'm going to go back. This slide is most relevant for you guys. This slide I created in November when business was still a little slow. And I went out with a friend of mine who our kids met in Little League, and he came to the US before he knew me. He's from Ottawa. Ottawa, by the way, is the capital of Canada, not Toronto, but anyway, sorry. That was a little push, you know. 10 steps to immigrate through real estate. He said to me, my friends don't want to think. They want a simple, handheld process to get their visa. They have money, they don't want to think. Not everybody's going to work with me. The people that are going to be searching the internet for the cheapest visa option are not going to work with me. The people that want the successful visa are going to work with me. And that's okay, because this slide is not for everybody. Most immigration lawyers don't even know there is a way to immigrate through real estate investment. Did you guys know that? Other than through EB5, which is a little different because you're investing in a project and it's confusing. So I like people to invest in like multifamily, commercial, mixed use. I created a thing called the super cool mixed use model, which is basically like a retreat with short-term rentals that you can create a model that can work and allow you to get all kinds of visa options available to you. So I say here, the suggested minimum is $150 to $250 out of pocket, and over $1 million in investment at least. So I have a client that was just referred to me yesterday, Israeli. He said, the referral guy said, they have lots of cash. I'm like, good, I like cash, it's good. But it doesn't matter how much cash you have, it matters how much you're willing to invest. So we have to find them the right business, because in order to qualify for an E2 visa based on investment, you have to make a substantial investment in a non-marginal business. What the heck does that mean? Okay, so obviously, like most things in law, it's subject to interpretation. But substantiality is determined based on the type of business you invest in, okay? So if you invest in real estate, do you think your investment has to be higher or lower than if you set up, let's say, a consulting business? What do you think, higher or lower? Real estate. Because you're getting a tangible asset in exchange for your investment. And the government wants to see that your investment dollars are at risk. So after the 2008 crash, real estate became a thing, and people were like, how do I get them a visa? How do we get visas? So we have to figure out a way to turn what's otherwise a passive business into an active opportunity. Not a hobby, not flipping, unfortunately, but actively running a business. Not a REIT, not a syndication, running a business. Make sure we have at least 5 or more doors. Usually it's more like 50, okay? And sometimes, in order to get them past that threshold, I'll get them into a franchise or another business that complements the real estate investment business as the way in, and then we add the real estate as part of the business plan. I never do anything without my cross-border tax guy, who, by the way, we just did an inspection on the house that he just purchased in Florida. He moved down also from Ottawa and got his E2 visa, and he is He's my cross-border tax guy. I literally do nothing without him. Every single time, if you don't speak to my cross-border tax guy, I'm not doing anything with you. Because especially, and we have cross-border tax people from that handle multiple countries, but I'm not going to set up an LLC just because you say to, because that may not be the right course of action for you. Okay? So the ideal structure is going to depend on your cross-border tax advice. We want to make sure we can get you financing. Yes, I have a special relationship, actually, that just sponsored my podcast with a company that helps Canadians, Israelis, Brits, and Australians access US funding for non-owner occupied units up to 4-unit buildings. Super cool. Happy to share it with you guys. Okay? So then a business plan. We've been writing business plans for over 2 decades. That's our special sauce. And the business plan is going to be relevant no matter what, but we have to create a special business plan for a visa. Steps 1 through 8 are relevant whether you're getting a visa or not. 9 and 10 are the only 2 that are specific to visas. Sorry again. I think I should get 2 extra minutes because of the water. Just saying. Okay, so 9 is the legal guidance filing of the petition. And guess what? When does the work really start? After you get your visa. And you know what? A lot of clients don't think about that. They're like, just give me my visa. No, we want a sustainable business, because what good does it do me to get you in, compromise your family? You may have to leave in a few years. Not a good plan. So number 10 is visa success and post-visa ongoing consulting and helping, figuring out if you want to move from a visa to a green card, how does that look? Yes, there are options. We're very, very creative. Creativity is the name of the game. So there are a few words that are particularly relevant to what I do these days. Flexibility, options, creativity, and number 1 is always going to be strategy. Because if clients come in and don't have a strategy, I cannot work with them until we create a strategy. Short-term strategy, investment strategy, long-term strategy. The strategy is going to be different if your goal is a visa or a green card. Sorry, these 2 slides are going to be particularly, again, relevant for you guys about how real estate investments can qualify for visas, because it's going to help you get more clients. And that's ultimately what it's all about, because we all want to make money, right? And help clients and have impact. And this is how we do it. No rental properties just in name only. No asset holding company. No flipping, unless you're flipping like 50 properties, or like the gentleman said, 400. I have a client that does 40 properties a year. He can get a visa. Why? Because there's activity. It's not like he's just flipping passively. He's actually running a business. And he's also a big influencer, so it's exciting. We're in the process of getting him his visa now. They have to be actively involved in directing and managing the business. This is about the types of real estate that will qualify: Airbnb, managing multiple rental properties, commercial properties, mobile homes, self-storage, multifamily, love multifamily, and mixed use. I have 1 minute, 56 seconds. Okay. Wow. So really what this comes down to when you're working with us versus when you're working with somebody generally that handles, one piece or another piece, is that we're harmonized. So we bring all of the pieces together, and at the end of the day, that's why I don't sleep, because I'm always looking after clients. And I think that the important thing for clients and for us is to deliver them the message that we have their backs. And we will look after them through thick and thin. And that's going to make you look like a superstar and make the client super happy, and then hopefully make us look like superstars as well. So the client stories that I was sharing here in my 1 minute I have left were about how clients went to multiple service providers and tried to kind of do things, on the fly. And it's kind of like going to multiple doctors, and then your medications don't match, and suddenly you're sick because you have one medication that counteracts the other. It's the same deal. We want a harmonized approach. We want to make sure that everything the client does is toward achieving their short and long-term goals. Okay, I've done this. I don't know how, but Yes, I have a lot of slides available for you guys, okay? And there's a download. You can take a picture of this. I think they'll share it with you. This is my real estate investment book, Real Estate Across Borders. I also have a download, the top 10 questions to ask foreign investors, and another one about the visa avatars, so feel free to reach out to me. You can connect with me at, I'll send my contact information, but basically it's, I can't remember right now, but you can find me on, you can find me on Instagram. My podcast is here, Investing Across Borders. If you think you'd be a great podcast guest, I'd love to have you. I've had Raj on my podcast before. I don't think anybody else in this room has been, but will be. And it's been amazing, really, really, really fun. And also I'm happy to share a special discounted consult with you. And look at that, I did it. Oh my God, it's like a miracle. Thank you. Don't I get an extra minute for the broken foot or something? I'm just kidding, I'm good.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Lauren Cohen, please. Working on a tight schedule. So as we wrap up, again, I just want to thank everyone who's joined us today for taking the opportunity to come on out in person. I want to thank everyone who's still online joining us since the beginning of the day. There are still people that have been attentive to the whole program. I do want to thank all of our sponsors as well. And I want to give a special thank you to all of our associations. Again, there were 8 associations all throughout New York, New Jersey, and of course, Connecticut, Hudson Gateway, North Central, Greater Bergen, Staten Island, Brooklyn, Greenwich Association of Realtors, Liberty Board of Realtors, and Long Island Board of Realtors. A round of applause for everybody, please. For everyone on Zoom, this is now going to shift to happy hour, so we invite you to make a drink and join us virtually. For everyone who's here, please join us down the hall as we'll start the mixer and networking session, and we hope to see you next year as well. And again, thank you so much for coming out.